Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of LPALive. We are going to begin streaming the LNC September meeting. They say it's a special meeting. They just mean that it's online. Any online meeting is inherently a special meeting, which seems backwards to me. We are LP Alliance, an intercaucus coalition, rebuilding the Libertarian Party and revolutionizing the liberty movement, and trying not to cough while I get through this introduction. My name is Amanda Griffiths. I'm joined by Kyle Davis, and we will be joined live by the Libertarian National Committee at 7:30. Kyle, why did you get the time wrong?
Clearly, I wanted us to be able to read through the agenda beforehand and discuss possible motions, and not because I Jim Wiley'd and can't read a clock.
I see.
Definitely that one.
So there are possible censure motions on the table, both for Austin Martin and Stephen Nikela. Samuel Bowler has recommended that both these censure motions be eliminated from the docket. Samuel Bowler has had an interesting couple of days playing mediator between Austin Martin and Stephen Nikela. Stephen Nikela, of course, those who don't know, revoked Austin Martin's email access. This was a couple nights ago. When was that?
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago. And revoked it. And there was mediation. And so it's no longer revoked. I'm confused. But it is back. Austin Martin claims that in order to have that access restored, Stephen Nikela forced Austin to abandon a judicial committee appeal, complaint, something to that effect. We've been going back and forth on emails the past several days now.
We will happily read you LNC stories.
The emails, yes.
Emails! In this case, her is not Hillary Clinton, but instead probably Angela McArdle or something.
Correct.
Or, we'll read you Amanda's emails. Those are probably more interesting.
Maybe not.
Going to change tabs for the moment here. So here's the agenda for tonight. I don't know why this is a image, but whatever. So 5 people will be allowed to make public comments. Ring your bells. Adopt the agenda. Resolution to adopt Overwatch/operator program coming from Mr. Shatterton. We need a True TV to do a documentary on the Libertarian Party. The ratings would be huge.
I honestly think it would be cool indie documentary to do a documentary on the Grand Rapids Revolution and all you good people in LPA. I think it'd be fantastic.
Motion to set date for the 2028 convention. That one I think is going to be interesting because I believe the motion is to either make it in February or to continue it in May, both of which have their ups and downs.
I like February. I like as early in primary season as possible.
I definitely understand that, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But the issue is state regulations, and we would have to go fight those, which sucks. So basically, the biggest arguments for May are laziness in fighting for states, and by having them in February, basically everything north of the Mason-Dixon is off the table for most people. Nolan, we are down. We are down for an award-winning filmmaker to help us out.
Awesome.
Standing items, the COC has a report and an update from Pat Ford. New business, monetize emails to the LNC suggested by Watkins. This is basically that you have to donate for every email you send to the LNC.
I think that is probably a breach of something, and if it's not, it should be.
I understand why he's doing it because he's mad, but at the same time, no, ridiculous. Motion to accept auto resignation of Watkins from EPCC with reappointment from Nikela. I disagree with this one. If you can't go to the meetings, don't be on the committee. And I understand other life things happen, et cetera, et cetera. I get all these things. I don't care. If for whatever reason you don't have time to do it, then you shouldn't be on it anymore. Like, just how it goes. Let's see. Voter gravity discussion. Voter gravity is a really cool tool. Voter gravity helps you make a walk list and knock lists and those sorts of things for candidates and for getting out the vote and for ballot access. It's really cool. But we already had another tool. We're paying a lot for voter gravity, and no one is really using it. So it's kind of expensive for what it is. So I could see that getting cut. Appoint Wong to ASC. I think that's supposed to be Melissa Wong. And if that is Melissa Wong, I am totally against this.
She's entertaining.
She is entertaining. And she's not like always wrong or anything else. But I think that she is very, very factionalized. I think that she's not willing to work with people who aren't out in her faction. And I think that's a problem. Motion to amend PM 1.02.1, previous notice from Sam Bowler. And then a move to add designated funds drop down on donations page from Mr. Bowler. Technically, there is a way to do designated funds. A drop down would be much better. The problem there is that we haven't had anyone who can do website stuff on staff for a bit. So, meh. And then Mr. Lamb's got a move to executive session for legal discussion on New Mexico. We know what this is. Basically, Aaron Lamb wants to go after New Mexico because the Libertarian Party of New Mexico, which predates National, is using the name, the Libertarian Party of New Mexico, despite not being affiliated with National and currently being affiliated with the Liberal Party. That's another fucking legal boondoggle to go down. I also understand the idea that we need to protect the trademark. But if we lost that case, which is not impossible against someone who's had the name longer than we have, it means that we hugely lose our power to go after other people that actually do matter. The argument is effectively that Angela McArdle has sent cease and desist several times. Why don't we have someone who can update the website? Because everybody who could think was not allowed to work with the LNC under Angela McArdle and was thereby fired. That's a little ugly on purpose and very hyperbolic, but that's how I'm saying it. And then finally, there's the motion to censure Mr. Martin. I believe there should also be a motion to censure Chair Nikela there. And oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I just missed it. And then announcements, if applicable, and adjournment. So if you look at this, see, 45, an hour, 2 hours, so 3 hours and 15 minutes are what's scheduled. And we never get through these on time. Every one of these things is going to have a discussion. None of these things are going to be 5 minutes. Well, this one could be, I guess. So altogether, I am expecting us to run till 11 o'clock tonight, y'all.
Woohoo!
Maybe 11:30.
I have a real day of work tomorrow, in addition to LP revolutionary work. I'm gainfully employed, guys. I've been keeping that from you, but I am. I left university to join the revolution, and in the process, actually got a job. Since a work night.
It requires to be financially separated. Oh, that's a fair point. So Sam says that his designated donation motion does more than source tagging. It requires it to be financially separated. As far as implementation, I'm happy to help and already started planning out how to. So that's actually quite cool. like in LP Georgia, for that kind of sourcing, we do have separate bank accounts for each of them that are all under the same bank. They're all managed through the same login and everything else. But that way they are separate. So that would be pretty cool. And then we have here Chatterton's Overwatch operator program. I guess we might as well go through this thing because we got another 20 minutes anyway, because I am very intelligent and good at time. So resolution to adopt the Overwatch/operator program. Resolution to adopt the following strategic vision for the implementation of Project Decentralized Revolution and Project Archimedes. Whereas the Libertarian Party seeks to expand its membership, increasing fundraising, enhance grassroots activism, intelligently mobilize local assets, and promote coherent messaging to advance its mission of promoting liberty, as outlined in prior LNC resolutions. And whereas Project Decentralized Revolution combined with Project Archimedes offers a general strategic framework to achieve these goals through localized operator-driven networks supported by national and state party infrastructure. And whereas a decentralized approach leveraging trained contracted operators to drive recruitment, fundraising, mobilization at the local level outlines the LNC's commitment to activism efforts. And whereas offering parallel national and state level operator contracts is flexible and mitigates potential risks associated with frustrated state affiliates by building value and incentivizing voluntary collaboration between the LNC and state affiliates. And whereas this strategy aims to establish self-sustaining local networks with financial viability to prepare the party for success in the 2026 election cycle and legislative sessions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the LNC adopts the following strategic vision for implementing PDR and Project Archimedes pursuant to the Overwatch Operator Model Handbook. 1. You want to take a second here because I'm apparently unable to speak words.
Operator-driven local networks. Contracted operators engaged by either the LNC or state affiliates shall serve as primary recruiters, fundraisers, and mobilizers, focusing on canvassing, petitioning, leading issue-based campaigns, and establishing precinct and county chapters. 1. Operators are paid local in-person recruiters/organizers. They're paid to maintain and operate the local elements of the party by engaging in activities which will bring in, gosh, there's a difference between that and which, will bring in more value and revenue than the cost of their contract. Their primary function is to manage, maintain, mobilize, and grow their local network. There should be a period there. The network is built through activism and recruiting activities, including fundraising, holding various events, and driving petitions. Hey, don't we have state chapters that do this?
Well, Andrew Chatterton's from Michigan, and once he took over Michigan, no, they don't.
I see. Yeah, no, this is literally what chapters is supposed to do. 2, so I don't know why we would be paying people to duplicate efforts. Just make the chapters do this. That is what they are for. You have overlapping efforts. It gets very messy very quickly. Everyone's seen those movies where like the FBI and the local police department keep on fighting about whose job is
jurisdiction.
Exactly.
No, I've got jurisdiction.
Exactly. Happened with the well, anyway. 2.
Supposedly, we're no longer running a 15K deficit, Joe. I don't know if that's going to come up tonight, but we'll get back to it in just a minute. I'll start that.
Yep. 2, trained LP operators build valuable lists through the strategic use of local petitions. This is all. I'm getting so mad. This is all supposed to be done by state chapters. Otherwise, what are they there for? Petitions, canvassing, tabling, door knocking, campaigning, and the exercise of soft power and the practice of confrontational politics at the local and state level. This is not for like a group of small operators. This is supposed to be a mass political organizing event. What is the motive here of having, is it just to outsource this job to people that individuals personally approve of so that they can better vet who's doing it? It's a question.
I don't have an answer for you.
I want to take the entire text of this, more or less, and then just put it into affiliate agreements. This is exactly what any state is supposed to be doing with their party. And not getting LNC funds for it, apart from just donations.
Yep.
Red Path released, I think Kyle was saying that we are we're no longer.
Do you want to finish going through this, or do you want to kick back?
I don't want to finish going because this is exactly what states are supposed to be doing.
Okay. Supposedly, as per Chair Nikela, and this should be coming out for the August reports, And then going forward to September, we brought in over $70,000 in August, above where we had been. 15,000 or 50,000 as a one-time donation to get started with Archimedes stuff. 20 more is coming, and then also we have new donors who are doing, new donors that are totaling about over $12,000 monthly across the different donors. So we are no longer looking at a $15,000 deficit. They are expecting within the next couple of months that we will be at net zero, which would be the first time that's been true since some kind of reactionary takeover in 2022 from potentially the worst chair of all time.
So there's that.
Mm-hmm. Assuming that's true.
Jay, I agree. Trying to monetize
exactly
activism in the party and have an income stream for his minions. Yeah, no, but I mean, this is exactly what a state is supposed to be doing, what a state party is supposed to be doing. And this is the way to get individuals engaged in the Libertarian Party. Because otherwise, there's no point to being part of the LP if you're just sitting around going to meetings. That's exactly the work that members need to be doing, and that is the kind of work that will recruit and mobilize members. We're still 13 minutes early.
Joe, that is my understanding, is that we are looking at $12K per month in new donations.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, JJ.
Make sure I am set to be completely muted in all the ways there. Cool.
Oh, that'd be great. Just people hearing you broadcasting during the Zoom meeting.
Look at these flipping idiots! No.
Everyone, I'm trying to have my... I know a few states are so well organized. But first of all, Hector, I don't have feelings. You should know that. You've participated in enough of these streams. Secondly, states need to be so well organized. That's the entire point. I will personally volunteer to go around from state to state and whip every state into shape and help them get organized.
Joe, I have not seen the evidence myself yet, so I remain skeptical as well, but that is what I was told. So fingers crossed. The current goal is to make sure that they are at a positive monthly income before Grand Rapids. And that if they do that, they're hoping that the next board is set up to explode and do great things again. Which would be great.
Kyle has told me that in order to appear, to have more of a presence on streams, I should kind of try to physically take up more space in the stream. So I am trying.
Just T-pose all the time.
He was coaching me. He was trying to give me advice as to how to appear more imposing. And so this is why. So I have my arms akimbo on either side.
I think Alexa's
you in shape.
I think Alexa's right.
I don't though. That's the thing. Is I'm usually in a pretty good mood.
I've been on the phone with her many a time, and I don't know if I've ever heard her in a good mood.
I'm in a good mood until Kyle calls me, is the problem.
The problem there is we talk 12 hours a day.
Yeah, you realize that I rarely call you because I'm trying to stay in my good mood. And then Kyle calls me in the morning. Kyle calls me at night.
Kyle calls after supper time.
And also before. Just whenever Kyle has something to say. And I'm like, Kyle, I have to use the bathroom. He's like, that's okay.
At this point, she doesn't even mention that she's using the bathroom anymore. She just mutes and assumes I'll figure it out.
And he does. He'll be saying something, and I won't say anything back and be like, Amanda's using the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
The censuring is ever present, Jake. The censuring is always already. As we speak, everyone is getting censured. See, it's unfair because like there's more space now for me to occupy when I'm in like rectangle mode down here. In some of the early streams, Alexa, you can catch me wearing a green duster. In some of the very, very early streams, I look much different. I look very nice. Oh, there's Stephen.
Not too shabby, Mr. Nikela. How about yourself? Aloha, Mr. Martin.
I am, Hector. I have a toilet seat in my chair.
Doing okay.
What the hell?
Good evening.
But the second mouse gets the cheese.
What? I can hear Sam and no one else? Is this happening for you guys?
I cannot hear Austin.
Not if you use a glue trap.
I can
I
hear
can hear
Jonathan.
JJ. What the hell?
He's muted. I think.
No, like, look, Sam is laughing at whatever Austin's saying. They're responding.
It's very interesting. Are you able to like mute someone for the remote audience and not for meeting attendees? Because I wouldn't put it past Stephen to do that.
Well, like, Sam responded to Stephen, too.
Well, right, but like...
I don't know if Sam is still watching us here.
Sam, if you're watching, we can't hear that many people. No, but I'm wondering whether Stephen said it so that like we can't hear Martin as the audience. But I don't know whether that's possible.
Is anyone else like watching the Zoom live here? Because like we don't hear Stephen either. You said you could or could not?
I cannot.
I always love some wordplay, including questions like, why do we park in driveways, yet drive on parkways? If money doesn't grow on trees, then why do banks have branches?
Dang it, Sam.
Gosh, Sam with the dad jokes. Can you text Sam and let him know that we can't hear people?
Yeah.
And then Austin, help me out with this. If at first you don't succeed, skydiving's not for you.
That's true. Oddly, I can only hear Sam and JJ. Like Austin and Steven are not coming through for us.
And we can hear you, Kyle.
Well, right. I unmuted to point it out to you. Like, I see Austin. I see his mouth moving, but there's no words.
I'm able to hear him. And I'm able to hear you. I'm able to hear everyone so far.
That's weird.
Can't hear Steven either. Tell Steven we can't hear him. I think he asked, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear Steven either.
Can't hear Greg.
What the hell? I could try refreshing it and see what happens.
Kyle, first you get the time.
It's kind of nice. It's the only time.
Oh, now we go. Okay, there we are.
76, is big storm rolling in. It gets really hot.
First you don't succeed, refresh Zoom.
Or blow it out soon.
Do you do some surfing before the storm hits?
I wish I did more surfing. I like to spearfish, but usually not before the storm.
I went spearfishing while surfing during the storm.
Yeah, spearfishing's pretty big down here in the Keys.
We have rock lobsters and taco and all kinds of good stuff to grab out of the water up here.
It wasn't a rock. It was a rock lobster.
So as I was saying, 2 attorneys walk into the bar. I'm sorry.
And tartar sauce.
That was all I got.
I like it.
A rock lobster.
A vegan, a CrossFitter, and a libertarian walk into a bar. You know because they told you.
There you go. That's pretty good. All right.
I'm gonna die.
But if you run into a vegan libertarian that does CrossFit, which one do they tell you about first?
Yes, Hector, it is. I was hiatusing
Depends
the
on the day of
past
the
couple
week.
of weeks, which is why I did not get your
You guys
email
know what you
until
get
just
if
the other
you,
day. So
if
that
you
is why.
cross a 4-leaf clover with a patch of poison ivy. A rash of good luck.
Ugh.
Like it.
Every time two lawyers walk into court or argue a case in court, at least one of them is wrong.
At least.
I like that too. Yeah, at least. Very true. Very true.
Jake quoting the sounds of silence there.
Yeah, our courts are definitely leaving something to be desired these days. That's
I
It looks like
appreciate
Aaron
that,
Rodgers.
Hector.
should put more emphasis on is like judicial misconduct. There's
Kyle, I don't know why
real
you're not nicer
accountability for that.
to Hector.
And so you get these racketeering enterprises.
His
that
attempts to
set up
divide
in
us are
court
very,
where
very
they can
entertaining, and I
confer
enjoy them very
immunity on
much.
their guys, and they can selectively apply the law against their competitors, and it's really bad. That's in California. That's a legit.
Nolan, have you heard
pervasive,
Redpath speak?
especially in the family courts? And,
because
they're
Redpath
tearing
has
people
the
apart,
most
they're tearing families
amazing
apart.
audiobook voice.
And,
I want him to
that's an
read the
area where we
bedtime
get a lot of
stories.
free press and a lot of really positive traction with a huge segment of the society that is not just the victims who are directly affected, but also all of their families, all of their friends. Going through, attorney misconduct and judicial misconduct is one of the worst things because the victims question themselves. Most people actually cave and will give false confessions or take plea deals for crimes they didn't commit, and mainly because they're being delivered over by a bunch of glorified con men. And
No, I have a rock lobster stuck in my
I
head.
hate to interrupt you. This isn't commentary on what you're talking about. I just had some business that I need to attend to before the meeting starts.
Sure.
Mr. Larry Silver, since I know you from Indiana, can I make you co-host so that when we have to go to executive session, you can mind the room and let people in to the main room while we are in a breakout room? Can you do that for me, Mr. Silver? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host, and if you want to help me let people into this room, that would be great.
Larry, please make sure to kick out
Okay, Mr. Martin.
as many LNC members
Thank
as
you.
possible.
You can go back.
We've
Continue
learned
what
that that's
you
the
were talking
proper work for a co-host.
This problem is it depends on the local attorneys that you have. If you have really good, healthy culture of people who respect the law, you'll have a much better jurisdiction. And if one group doesn't get too much in control, that also helps to make the jurisdiction a little bit better. But on the federal level, to say politics has corrupted the court is a vast understatement. We're looking at, federal prosecutors have 97% conviction rates. It's insane. And that's not because they're right 97% of the time. The government is never right 97% of the time, right? This is because of rampant judicial misconduct. And I think it's something that we can approach from a policy perspective just by trying to target this concept of judicial immunity. There's no law that gives judges and prosecutors immunity for their
Sam
crimes
looks like he's
that they
hosting a radio
commit,
show. I'll
fraud
give
on
you
the court
that.
and other things, destroying people's lives. It is a doctrine that they've constructed basically out of nothing that exempts them from the accountability for their actions and liability for their actions. So all we have to do is push for a state law, federal law, even a really favorable court decision, although they'll try to pass statutes to get sneaky with that and overcome it, because judges have tried to overcome judicial immunity before. And
according to the government is right 100% of the time.
Something that we could get a lot of really good grassroots support, I think, where there's no real organized efforts on the national level, especially to deal with that. You have organizations like Judicial Watch, they do a great job, but this particular policy item is something that so far has just not got traction.
All right. It looks like it is 7:30. So we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We are recording, So it is September 7th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Stephen Nicola, Chairman of the Libertarian Party National Committee, and I will ask Mr. McMahon to go through roll call, please.
Only Trendolin exists.
Present.
Present.
Well, we can't hear Evan, it seems.
Gosh, Kyle, what is wrong with your computer?
This is not my computer. This is fucking.
What is wrong with your
Steam.
internet? What is wrong with you, Kyle?
Oh my god.
Dustin, you're already censured. I moved to censure Kyle's Zoom. So moved, passes without objection.
It's fine with me.
Kyle's internet has been censured. Kyle's Zoom has been censured.
Y'all heard it here. Sorry, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and kill the stream. I've been censured.
There are no consequences for censure at all. Like, so there is a good chance that Meredith is in the chat. There is a non-zero chance. Were we planning on doing a fundraiser where, like, I just hang up on people, they call me and I hang up on them? Didn't Lauren say that, like, he wanted to do that? For a nominal fee, everyone, you can call me and I will hang up on you.
There is a non-zero chance.
What? Why is that coming through? Your
I don't have an answer for you. I assume what just happened is someone is watching us.
Mr. Ford,
For a nominal fee, everyone,
Mr. Ford is present.
He's here.
thank you.
Yeah.
Miss Hollisey,
whoever is watching us, mute.
Yeah, I'm
we
here.
can hear you.
Mr. Neville,
I assume what just happened is someone is
Mr. Lamb, can somebody mute whoever that is? Mr. Ford? Mr. Lamb,
Who is that?
Mr. Lamb, Mr. Martin,
Love you, Tyler.
Present.
thank you. Mr. McGee,
I'm getting texts of people being like,
I
Amanda
have
needs
to consult
to
for a minute with Mr. McGee,
mute.
but I
It's
do
like,
believe
it's not
he is
Amanda.
present.
Mr. Johnson,
I am here.
Yeah, I'm not even in the Zoom room.
I am here.
Can you defend my
Mr.
honor,
Nana.
please?
I did. I said exactly that.
Mr. Nana, Mr. Hirsch,
You'd have to have any honor to defend.
It
Mr.
might be
Redpath.
Jay.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Here.
Jake
Miss
might have to go.
Cowhart,
I agree.
Miss Cowhart, Mr. Vincent,
I like that Jesse, instead of becoming Cowart, became Cowart.
Mr. Vincent,
It's always Cowheart.
Mr. Watkins,
Here.
Chair Nicola,
Present.
13, 14, 15. Count 15 present, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have quorum. We'll now move on to opportunity for public comment, 2 minutes per person, up to 10 minutes. Do we have anyone who wants to be recognized for public comment at this time?
Oh, I'm so tempted.
Why?
Pietro Garacci.
Just say, if you can't make the meetings, you shouldn't be on the LNC.
Thank you.
Aaron Lamb.
It is my understanding that the LNC plans to vote tonight as to the dates of the 2028 National Convention. I apologize for this glare here. I think it's very important that the National Committee votes to move it to February, or at least some point before May, because in New York, we have to do our petitioning in April and throughout May. And if you hold the convention in May, we have to do a placeholder, who is then not allowed to run for the nomination. And it just creates a whole bunch of problems for us in New York. And just makes it that much harder for us to get ballot access, and that's why.
Unfortunately, Mayor Lamb is probably busy with a recall,
to move the national,
which sucks.
He's there. To move the national convention to February, or at least some point before May. Doesn't matter if it's March, sometime before our petitioning period starts, so that we have a better shot at getting ballot access. And of course, any help you can give to us with the upcoming gubernatorial race, that would be helpful too. And I think that just about does it for me. And
Go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you for hearing me out.
You said make my comment?
Thank you, Mr. Pietro. Up next is Mr. Phillies.
George, we can't hear you. Angie is correct. Please like and subscribe. It is the easiest and one of the more important ways to show your support for LPA. Like and subscribe. We need money to get people to convention, and that includes you all. Like and subscribe so that we can become monetized to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Phillies. Next is Mr. Davis.
Gosh.
I was just going to point out that a big part of the reason the bylaws have members being removed for not being here twice is because of how important it is for members of the committee to be here. And thereby, you know, like I know that on the agenda tonight, there's the attempt to automatically elect Andrew Watkins, and then like this is what feels like the dozenth time Aaron Lamb has missed a meeting, and I just feel that that should be held to a higher standard.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Scott.
It seems like it only allows like 5 people at a time to be on the mic. Refresh again here.
This meeting is being recorded.
Has not handed over the name, and they're misusing it as we speak. It's
New Mexico.
They're still calling themselves the Libertarian Party of New Mexico, but on the website they claim that they're with the Liberal Party of the National. So there's a deep problem with that, including what the state,
special meeting every weekend, Hector. It's monthly.
The state's Secretary of State's office did to us by violating their own rules and policies and procedures. So I just want the board to be aware that we're really needing support and would appreciate if that's at all possible.
Mr. Scott, will you be joining us later in the call? If called upon.
I can if you want.
Okay, it might be fruitful for the board.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that he be allowed in the executive session when we go into it.
Understood. All right, next is Star Child.
Star Child.
Hello, it's just unmuting. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm the chair of Libertarian Party here in San Francisco, former 2-term member on the Libertarian National Committee. Excuse me. And I want to emphasize again the importance of transparency and enabling participation.
Star Child.
When I was on the committee, I noticed a tendency for members of the committee, and you know, I felt some of this pressure, whatever you want to call it, myself, to kind of regard ourselves and maybe staff as the we, the group that was sort of the us that we're thinking about, and the larger LP membership more as something external to that. Everybody who's a member, I hope, has signed the non-aggression pledge. I think we should all be considered part of the team, part of the we. And when people show up to a meeting like this who are not required to be there because they don't have any official position or anything, extra appreciation and consideration should be granted to them. And, really, like here in San Francisco, the government board of supervisors takes public comment on every single issue. I think that is, admirable. And I'm sad that we are falling down and we don't do as good a job of transparency as a local government body in a city like SF. It's kind of crazy. I noticed recently a proposal from Andrew Watkins to actually charge people to send emails to the LNC. That, with all due respect, that has to be one of the most ass backwards proposals I've seen come out of this committee. Horrible idea. It does exactly the opposite, moving us away from transparency, away from participation.
No, I think he's the chair of New Mexico, but don't quote me.
Engage, and we want a culture where leaders of the party are held accountable, because when we elect people to public office, we want voters to be able to see, yes, we can trust these people. We can trust libertarians with real power because we look at their organization. We can see that they're already doing the same thing in their own organization. They're holding their leaders accountable. They're demanding transparency for them. And they have a bottom-up, member-driven system rather than a top-down system of political control. And that is so important to hang on to. Do I have any more time?
I think you have 10 seconds.
Okay, real quick. Don't make the same mistake as COVID and not taking a strong enough stand against the current fascism of the Trump administration, which is becoming more and more blatant and scary. Please speak out strongly against that as a party and help show we're the real opposition in this country. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm being told we're at time. Mr. Martin, you are not a member of the public, so I'm going to
refresh again, Kyle. Why is Zoom sucking for you?
I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
Agenda. It was properly noticed.
Okay, this isn't business. This is public comment.
Okay, we just got a public comment, and I just noticed that someone unilaterally struck it from the agenda, and I wondered why and under what authority.
I don't understand. But we're at time.
Are you referencing item G?
Yeah, it's a discussion only thing now, instead of a properly noticed motion, which it was.
I'll speak to that when it comes up.
All right, we are at public comment. Public comment is now over, so we're going to move to the adoption of the agenda. So at this time, the chair will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Mr. Buller.
Mr. Chair, I had announced before this meeting my intention to make motions to amend the agenda to remove 2 items, the motions to censure. Seeing how far down they are now with 10 items before them, including an executive session, I feel that it's okay to leave them on and we can deal with them when we get to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I have an issue with it.
Okay, I can get to you for discussion, but we do have to
make a motion first.
We do have to make a motion and then a second before we can hop into it.
For the purpose of getting this going, I move to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Bost.
Yes, the noticed item from Mr. Lamb was for executive session, but it also had 2 additional motions to direct the chair for a cease and desist and to authorize some payment for reasonable expenses for New Mexico's legal matters. Those 2 did not make it onto the agenda, but they were noticed in a timely fashion. So I believe that's what Mr. Martin was trying to speak to earlier.
I see it. Mr. McMahon?
What the fuck?
One note.
I don't know what's going on, y'all. Hold on, maybe.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Are you guys seeing the OneNote
There we go.
on your screen?
I see the
voting
motions and ballots.
motions and ballots.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
My apologies. I think my connection is unstable. Point of personal privilege. I didn't hear what Mr. Boss said.
Mr. Boss was alluding to item G not being the same motion as what was noticed.
In Amanda's stand, we do not
But
entertain any points of
on
personal
the
privilege.
screen, we do have the full text. So we're going to treat that as if it's all in
May
order.
I speak to it, please?
Yeah. Who's
Mr.
McMahon? Go ahead.
This is Secretary.
I mean, yeah.
The brevity on the agenda is this is something to be discussed in the executive session. It is properly noticed, and then if discussed and moved out of session, it would be within order because it was noticed for within executive session.
Of order.
So these would be taken after. Jesus.
Point of order, Mr. Chatterton.
The motions were noticed to be included on the agenda. If they are not included on the agenda before adoption, it's going to require a 2/3 vote threshold to suspend the rules to amend the agenda at that time. It is improper to not include them. They were properly noticed. And it should be on this body that they need to be heard and considered. And obviously that will be impacted by the discussion that happens in the executive session, but is improper to exclude them from the agenda to artificially raise that vote threshold for those actions, and those need to be included. So I will,
I'm happy about it.
when I'm recognized to make a motion, I will be motioning to amend the agenda to include those.
The motion that was sent, the notice that was sent says executive session. This was copied exactly from the email that was noticed. Word for word, no change to it. Executive session discussion for legal matters relating to New Mexico, ballot access and trademark. Then to direct the chair. There was no request for a separate motion in a line item. It was all one item. That was
I disagree with that characterization.
Well, that was the way the email was sent.
You can't disagree with
those items were noticed as.
All right,
the point of order.
hold on.
This is the point of order that those items were noticed as specific independent items of business.
Nathan, what did you want to say?
Be considered on our agenda today. So I request a ruling of the chair.
Can I take a look at the text, Mr. Secretary? Email executive session discussion.
Can we please pull up the email on the notice thread that was sent for reference?
Jake, if Chatterton were an energy vampire, he would need to progressively get more energy the more that he sucked from other people, and I have not seen any evidence of that.
No, that's why he gets larger. Speaking of energy vampire, who's also overweight, that's how it works. You eat the energy, you get fat. This is how we know that a man is always tired.
And I ask members, please do not speak out of turn. If you have a point of order, say point of order. I will call upon you to recognize you and then hear your point of order.
Have more presence on screen. It's not fair when we're down here and I have to go like this.
You just spread your shoulders.
To be as big as I've been spreading them as much as I can.
Executive session discussion for legal matters like New Mexico, bad accent trademark, to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks, to authorize payment of reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal. Hold on one sec. Point of information. Yeah, the way I read this, it does seem like all three items are being noticed. And it does read as if they are separate items. So the way that I'm reading it, I believe it should be, and we could put it under G1, 2, and 3. And I believe that would be a good way to handle it.
A good way in the future, by the way, would be to specify. My understanding of this, from the way I received it, was that these were to be taken up during executive session, and as they were noticed, could then be moved outside of executive session immediately upon rising from executive session, that it would have been in order without any amendment because they were noticed for action during executive session. But if you don't want it to be that
Evan
way,
sounds unhappy.
please list items separately as noticed separate items, just to prevent this from happening in the future. I believe that these will
Thank
be
you
able
for
to
the.
Hey, there's not gonna be any crosstalk. No
thank you for the
crosstalk.
advice.
Hold on. All right, we're gonna go. So I have my order, my ruling on this. We had Mr. Bost, and now next up is Mr. Dar.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a point of privilege real quick.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chatterton.
I had my hand up. I don't know where exactly I was in the order, but
You were
it
next.
was lowered with the point of order that I raised, and I was hoping to be recognized on the agenda consideration as well. But whatever. Sure.
It's Mr. Dar, then Mr. Chatterton, then Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Mr. Dar.
God bless.
Mario, what
This
Mario?
meeting is being recorded.
Just a swap of item number 3B to be after item number 4A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this? Is there any objection to this? Hearing no objection, amendment passes.
What was that again? Where did you move what to what?
Mr. Dar, can you repeat that one more time?
It's just putting the Convention Oversight Committee report prior to the motion to set the date for the 28 convention. Just swapping those two items in order. Want to hear from Mr. Ford first. Thank you.
Mr. Chatterton, then Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Thompson. Mr. Chatter.
Thank you. So I would like to move to amend the agenda.
Is Luigi
to
also
bring
communist,
the
Dave?
two censure motions to the beginning of new business with previous notice.
Oh.
And if I
Sassy.
may speak to that motion.
First one, second.
I'll happily second that.
All right, Mr. Chatterton, go ahead.
I believe that, as has been discussed on the email public list, that we are in some very significant circumstances right now with the business on the LNC. I believe that there have been some very major matters raised that need to be addressed, and we need to have specific board action considered on those this evening. As was previously pointed out by another member of the board, these are currently at the end of a long agenda. I think it is imperative. I think
just want
these
everyone
are
censured.
of public interest to all the spectators, and we should
Agreed.
consider those motions first and foremost in respect for everyone's time to address those issues. And I think they raise some very substantive concerns that the board should be taking a stand on. And we should hear those before we're considering other, general business, because they deal directly with very important issues before the board. I'll refrain from elaborating on it this time further.
Mr. Bowler, do you have your hand raised for this amendment? You're recognized, sir.
Kyle.
I don't know what to do, man.
Shameful.
Agenda
Absolutely
to
shameful.
remove them, assuming that they would stay at the bottom. But I thought that this might happen. I would just encourage everyone not to move them forward. We've got a lot of business to go through. We need to go through business. We need to actually accomplish things. And transparency is important. Accountability is important. But we need to stop churning and stop getting wrapped around the axle. Thank you.
Mr. Martin or Mr. Thompson, do either of you have your hand raised for this amendment?
I have for a while, yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martin and then Mr. McKee.
You can hear me okay? So we have a very serious situation before us, and I'm just going to put it out there as I see it. I think that the attempt to remove the New Mexico items is a similar vein as what we're seeing here, which is an attempt to deprioritize business that is most important and most urgent and of most public interest.
I would ask the member to not make accusations.
Excuse me, I am.
He's not making accusations. He's not making accusations.
Point of order: no one has removed the New Mexico items from the agenda.
If I may continue with my perspective, I would like to share it.
Please continue.
My perspective is that the intent. My perspective is it seems that there may be an intent to put this at the very end of a long, sleepy meeting with executive session so people don't get to see the juicy details. Because I think that there's serious misconduct which this board needs to evaluate. And I think that as far as my own actions go,
it's because he's ready for basketball.
If you guys want to express an opinion on that, please do. These are things that if these are issues that are before us, we need to address them. They're a big deal. I think it's really wrong the way that things have been hidden behind executive session and secrecy unnecessarily.
Keep it germane to the agenda order.
I am. This is very germane, sir.
It is germane.
Totally germane. I think that trying to hide this behind a veil of secrecy is a problem. I think that we need to be a lot more transparent with the business that we're doing. And I think that this is a good amendment that will allow the people to see what's going on. They're here for that. I know there's a lot of important business and I intend to get to it. I'm not going to complain about the length of it if that's what it takes to do the business that our members count on us to do. But I'm not going to sit here and allow serious, credible allegations of misconduct to just be buried. It's ridiculous. I yield.
Mr. Mickey.
So a point of information, first of all. So this amendment is to move both censure motions to the front of the agenda. Is that correct?
It would be after new business without previous notice, new business with previous notice. So I would be item A and B. Is that correct, Mr. Chatterton?
Yeah. I am completely opposed to this. Quite frankly, we should be actually doing real business, which is on the agenda. I'm on the convention oversight committee. And we've been fighting.
My head just is as big as Amanda's whole body.
To try and fix the date and time
and location, Chuck, that's all.
Of the convention for 2028.
My head is gigantic.
And
I mean, Kyle does have a large head. That is true.
Quibbling over whether or not Austin Martin is an asshole or whether or not Chairman Nikela is an asshole, quite frankly, does not forward the business of this committee. Everyone can hold their opinion.
Alexa, Austin thinks that the board is covering up their involvement in the thing with Angela that he also says didn't happen.
I would prefer that
in this particular
both
case,
items
he thinks they're
the
covering
censure
up
be removed from the agenda
New
and that we actually get things done. I yield my time.
Mr. Chatterton, and then we are at time. So I'll let you speak, Mr. Chatterton, and then we would need a motion to add time to extend to continue. Mr. Chatterton.
How excited Stephen is about that.
What if they're both assholes? Probably true. If we get them to kiss, they will definitely be a long tube from asshole to asshole.
Oh my gosh.
That's just facts, Amanda.
I'm not sure it's true, actually. I'm not sure about the science of that. Andrew Chatterton is talking, Kyle. I know you don't like him, but the people want to hear what he's saying.
Do they?
Yes.
Fine.
This censure motion, in my opinion, is calling to task the actions that you have taken to suppress a whistleblower investigation that has included questions into your own potential negligence or misconduct. It is completely inappropriate to continue to bury these issues. You directed Mr. Martin and I specifically that we should address these issues in business and meetings with motions after you tried to silence our discussions and our attempts to ask questions to counsel in our private email discussions on legal matters that were ongoing in the party, and you have suppressed that access to the point that you have made accusations and removed access in retaliation for those whistleblower inquiries, in my opinion. And this motion brings those to the light of this board and brings those before our membership to hear your defense of that if you believe that those characterizations are inappropriate. I don't believe they are, and I believe there is sufficient evidence to prove that. And I believe that your actions against Mr. Martin have been retaliatory in retribution for his bringing light to these concerns. And it is completely inappropriate for these things to continue to be suppressed and tried to be hidden at the end of a long agenda. It has been common practice for this board in the past to stack agendas full of business and motion to adjourn without completing the agenda. These items are of
And you've done the same,
importance to the business of this party.
I also
and it is
motion to
my
adjourn.
opinion that we cannot in good faith continue to conduct other business while these measures remain unaddressed.
We are at time. Is there a motion to extend time on this matter, or are we going to move to a vote on the agenda?
To extend time.
Is there a second? Going once? Going twice?
Second.
All right.
I object. I object.
Oh, how much time, Mr. Martin? You didn't specify.
Let's say 5 minutes.
Motion to
And if
extend
you guys
time.
have a better reason to censure me, I'm happy to provide one. If
Please,
that will
please
help
stay.
the,
Please stay in line. Let's continue with business, huh? We have motion to extend time for 5 minutes. Is there a second?
A second.
Objection.
We have an objection. Is there
I would
any
ask members to
discussion
address
on-
why this is inappropriate.
Hold on.
Point of order.
This is. We have to go by the process. Is there any? Is there discussion? Mr. Thompson, you have your hand raised.
My hand is for a different matter.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah. So once again, we're not arguing over business. That's not what's really taking the time. The time is, are we going to allow minority members to speak? Am I going to be allowed to have a word in my own defense as you all defame my character? I have followed the policy. I am protected
Please
under
stay germane to the extension of time.
Since
We're
June 9th,
looking
I
to
have been
extend time on the
pursuing
agenda. It
active-
needs to be
This
germane
is
to the agenda.
germane.
Point of
I mean,
order. It must
not-
discussion must be germane to the motion.
It is germane.
It is not germane.
Angry
It's not. It is
It's
germane.
germane to the point of
Panicking
order.
because it implicates some of the things that you and your friends did. Now,
You're-
if you want to censure me for saying
You
that,
can't be making
do it in
accusations
front of the
during
body.
discussion, Mr. Martin.
Do it
Really?
in front of the
Call the
body.
member to order.
Then censure
I'm
him by holding
recognized.
this to
Mr.
the beginning of
Martin,
the agenda.
I take Mr. Dar's point of order. I do agree with Mr. Martin. Please come to order. Keep your discussion germane to the extension of time.
I think we should extend time because this is of critical importance. And it's obvious to everybody that we're arguing over whether or not we're going to be allowed to publicly discuss it so we can continue to create the appearance of guilt without having to ever check whether or not the things we're doing are true. Like federal prosecutors. This is a great trick, you guys.
Please
But
keep
it's
it
not
germane,
appropriate.
Mr. Martin.
It is
I won't
germane.
ask you again.
It is
No,
germane.
it's not. It's not germane.
It's just a little
Accusations
spicy.
are not
And, you know,
germane,
We're
sir.
libertarians. Yes, sir. Okay. So I'm
Most of the
understanding
people
that
on the
it is
board
a
are
bigger
white.
offense
There's no
to this
spice
body
allowed.
for people to call out misconduct than it is to commit misconduct.
Is this germane
That's
to
what I'm
extending time, sir? Please.
Yeah, it is.
This is the last time I warn you. All right, you're done. Okay.
I yield.
Mr. McKee.
I had the floor, sir.
No,
take a
I just I just wanted to commend that at least until it did deviate, at least at some point, Mr. Martin was actually properly addressing the issue, and then it.
Okay,
Well,
what are the
Martin, we're
bets?
not
Do you think
recognized. The
Austin
chair
Martin's
has
going to get kicked out of the
recognized
meeting?
Oh, I'm
tonight?
sorry. Forgive me
Ooh.
then. I'm sorry. I thought you just interjected.
No, I've been formally recognized, and honestly, I'm actually trying to defend you here,
Gentleman's
because
nickel
at least initially
that he gets
you
kicked.
were addressing the issue, and
You don't want to take it?
then you weren't. But
Kyle doesn't have a gentleman's
if
nickel
you would
because
like
he's
to
not a gentleman.
continue to address the issue germanely,
You have gentleman's nickel.
I
I've
would
taken it from many
happily-
gentlemen.
I would ask all members to please keep this discussion germane to whether or not we're going to extend time for 5 minutes.
We
gotta
already
spend
extended
5
time for
minutes
5
to
minutes.
Should we just go to a
We should
vote?
just-
All right,
it's
that's
just
fine.
All in favor of
How long do you think it takes for them to kick?
Okay.
Oh, what the
Germaine.
over-under is?
Yeah.
Say 2
is there
hours.
any objection going to a vote?
2 hours from now.
To make a brief comment
10 o'clock.
before.
Just go ahead, Mr. Chatterton.
I would encourage any members that intend to vote against this amendment to please give a justification as to why you believe that this is not a pressing matter before the party and why we shouldn't be considering the motions attempting to censure Mr. Martin and Mr. Nikela before other business. And please explain
Chuck, they do it all
why
the time. I know.
that shouldn't be something that we consider in front of the
Oh,
audience.
Rose, no. There were. We did not think that. There were back and forth and back and forth on the censures.
Okay, we'll go to a vote. Please put your hands down at this time. All in favor, please raise your hand.
See, if you didn't put time limits on things and just made people move to call the question or whatever, we wouldn't spend more time debating extending time.
All opposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 5, 6. All right, we have 6 hands.
5 minutes is Tyler.
In favor of extending time.
I think it's going to be more than 5 minutes.
I'm going to take a nickel off of Tyler.
I'll take the over. I'll take the over.
All right, please lower your hands.
A point of order, Chair, I'm sorry. Did you get my hand?
I did.
Does anyone think Austin Martin's going to get kicked tonight?
All opposed to extending time, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, the nays have it. All right, the nays have it, so we'll not be extending time. We were going to move forward on the Chatterton amendment and then the agenda as amended.
It's also no.
So
it's aye and no, not
all
aye
in
and
favor of adopting the Chatterton amendment, which would move the 2 censure motions to the top of new business with previous notice, please raise your hand.
I mean, for the entertainment value, I'll vote yes.
All right, I see 7 hands. All opposed? Or I'm sorry, lower your hands, everybody. And then all opposed.
Can I request a counted vote on this matter, or recorded vote?
A member does have a right to request a roll call vote.
Steve said
Mr.
begrudgingly.
McMahon, at your leisure.
I don't think it's at his leisure, Stephen. I think at his leisure, he wouldn't do it. Dustin, if you want to take the no kick, feel free. I think it started glitching again, by the way, Kyle.
Since Stephen was still up and his mouth wasn't moving, I thought it was fine, but you're probably right. I don't see anyone speaking. We're on speaker view.
Huh. It might be that he's writing the motion, writing the text in the motion. We're just writing down the roll call. Oh, Keith, isn't that fun? How's it going? How's it going over there? There we go.
Mr. Bowler.
Oh.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Aye.
Vice Chair Dar.
No.
Mr. Dassing.
You have spent 40 minutes before even adopting the agenda.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
No, and I'm just going to, since Mr. Chatterton requested, I have spoken with my region chair, who is not Mr. Malagon anymore. And my region chair, but people of California would like me to vote no on this. Sorry.
Mr. Neville.
Sorry.
No.
Tell him like it is.
Mr. Martin.
It's to censoring me. Come on, guys, bring it on. This is your chance. Don't do it by email ballot.
I agree.
Mr.
If you're going to
McKee.
censure somebody, it better be in person. Or it's supposed to be in
Like
person.
a man.
Any censure.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Ooh.
I did see his hand up.
Treasurer of Redpath.
No.
Bill.
Mr. Thompson.
Bill has been spicy these past couple meetings. Bill's just done.
Mr. Watkins.
This is for new business, moving it to the top
This
of
is
new business.
Moving censure to the top of new
Correct,
business.
I'll abstain.
Chuck is almost certainly correct. They are just running the clock to be polite to Chuck, as he was late to the meeting and he didn't want to miss anything
Chair
important.
Nikayla.
I will abstain.
The vote is 6 yes, 8 no, 2 abstentions.
The motion fails.
Will we entertain an amendment for the New Mexico related motions to be included, or is that considered de facto notice?
Audible sigh.
They were
They're
added
noticed.
to the agenda. They're in, let me show you exactly what I have.
Thank you very much.
Damn it, Andrew. Watch our show so you could have seen the agenda before we got started.
Andrew sometimes watches our show. I know that.
G, move into executive session. After executive session, and I just, for brevity, cease and desist letter to New Mexico and authorize payment of reasonable expenses for New Mexico. But the motions from what was sent would be put into the record. Does that make sense, Mr. Chatter?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
I would just also like to state that my intention was not to obfuscate or to block these. I thought that they would be taken up as part of executive session or immediately after.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarifications on that.
All right, we are now voting on whether or not to adopt the agenda. So all in favor, and just so you know, Keith, you have your hand. Yeah. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand. We are no, because we did not extend time.
I would motion to extend time for Mr. Thompson. He graciously waited through all the amendment discussion with his hand raised, I think, for another issue.
I think when time is already, when it's already been closed, I think it.
No, he's correct. It's
okay. All right, so this is all in favor of adopting the agenda as amended?
Chuck, if you make a bingo
1,
card
2,
up,
3,
we will
4,
distribute
5,
it,
6, 7, 8,
and we will absolutely play.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5,
We've
6,
been
7, 8.
meaning to do it, and it slips away from us every time. So
All
please do
opposed?
that.
No, she was
1,
making fun of
2,
all the
3,
people
4,
that
5 opposed.
say that she only does what Adrian
6
tells
opposed.
her to do. Alexa.
All right, it's 8-6. The agenda passes.
Sorry, my internet cut out. I don't know what we were voting on. My hand was up.
That was the adoption of the agenda.
Actually, point of privilege.
Sure.
My internet cut out too. I think based on the policy manual, we should retake the vote.
Okay.
Because it's within 5 minutes.
Everybody put your hands down. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand.
Roll call. I call for a roll call vote, please.
He's entitled to do that.
All right, Mr. Secretary, whenever you are ready for roll call vote.
I can withdraw it if it's obvious. If there's not any real question about it. If there's no objection. And try the show of hands again. I just figure with 2 people saying that they weren't sure, it's probably a good idea to get it on the record. But if there's no objection,
no, it was actually 2 people that had internet issues, and that's uncanny. But
do we want to try another hand raising vote?
This board needs an enema.
All right.
A storm on the East Coast or something?
All right. All in favor of, well, Mr. McMahon has this nice ballot for us.
I'm ready with a ballot.
That was fast.
I've got like 50 of them ready to go. I learned my lesson after the last meeting. Mr. Bowler. Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Nathan,
Mr.
only
Dodd.
about half of the board is pushing the agenda right now.
Mr. Dassing.
I don't have any internet issues. Amanda's the one who's missing right now.
Mr. Ford.
No.
Now, I don't know what the hell's going
Ms.
on with
Hayes.
Zoom. I'm having Zoom
Yeah.
problems.
Mr. Nebel.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Pass.
Mr. McGee.
Aye.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson. Mr. Watkins.
Abstain.
Chair Nikela, do you want me to go through the not voted first or passes?
Yeah, I'm just going to abstain.
Okay. Mr. Bost.
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton.
It's Zoom, Angie.
Mr. Martin.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 8 yes, 4 no, and 4 abstentions.
All right, agenda passes. So next we're moving on to unfinished business and items postponed from previous meeting. The first item is resolution to adopt the Overwatch/operator program. Mr. Chatterton, you have 10 minutes, and Mr. Dar, if you don't mind just taking time.
Happily. So this is a really important program that we're going to need. We need boots on the ground. We need people who are able to operate and effectuate outcomes in local jurisdictions and allow us to be able to do things on the ground with local races. This is really important. There's really no substitute for it. There's a lot of places it can go. We can have these guys form boards and create packs and do all kinds of fun stuff. We can create action groups and funnel people into our network this way. There are all kinds of cool possibilities, but we need to pay people to be able to do that. You're not going to get the kind of volunteer help that you need. As you guys have already found, we're using paid signature gatherers. We're throwing away money on this stuff. I know that some very experienced people may disagree with my take on this, but I am looking at actual proven historical successes, not failures. So I would really encourage us to not get pigeonholed into thinking that all the ideas have been tried. They have not in this party. There are a lot of things that we absolutely can do, and getting libertarians paid to fight the good fight is a great idea, in my opinion.
Do what?
I think it just hurts some people that it's not them getting paid, right? Or maybe people on the ground don't like that idea. We don't want people involved because of the money incentive, right? So it's up to us to make sure that we manage our talent and manage our kind of ideological fitness of these people who will represent us. That does require oversight, and that's the function of this board, is to oversee actual political operations, which we have very few actually happening. So I want to just really quickly point out that the successful implementation of the concepts of this program resulted in incredible results in Hawaii. We're talking to the governor about passing Defend the Guard this year. We're talking to 6 different people in the legislature who want to sponsor Defend the Guard in Hawaii, right? That is something that the operator program can do. That's what we can do on the ground. We get our candidates in front of the legislature. We let them show face. We teach our guys how to deliver not only effective public testimonies and all of this to get the news cycle going, but then they're generating lists. They're going to the courthouses, the college campuses, the town square, and they're making lists, and they're getting benefits to do this, and we're paying less than what we would have to pay for a paid signature gatherer. These are gains that we should be taking for the party. Proprietary list building, guys. It's a bread and butter basic for politics, and we're completely ignoring it. So it's like it's kind of a joke.
Do this, so make the members the people that you hire.
Operational structure and workflow that will allow people on the ground to function. Now, I'll be honest. I don't think this idea is going to get voted on its merits or even debated on its merits. It's going to be debated by the nasty internal politics of people who do not care about whether or not we win elections next year. They care about who's sitting on this board. So this is what I'm bringing to the table. Proven results, effectiveness, absolute wins. These guys, it's endless reports.
I agree with him, but the outsourcing is the problem.
I hope people prove me wrong and pass this and we get this started. If not, I understand. There are some housekeeping items that really need to be attended to, and we're trying to make sure that all of those get attended to in the proper way. And I promise I'm not going to back down. I'm going to make sure this party wins in 2026. I'm going to make sure this party wins in 2028. We are going to take ground, guys. And it's going to take us taking the brakes off. I'll stop talking there. And if anybody has any questions,
as someone that likes to race,
to answer.
You do not want to race without brakes.
Move it along.
Mr. Secretary.
That Kyle Sim sucks.
Do it with yours then.
I'm not registered.
Oh, so yours sucks more.
is not great.
No, I just haven't.
Yeah.
I'm not using
I
it right
had
now.
legitimate
exist at
questions
all.
about this. I'm a candidate guy. I've worked on tons of campaigns. When I was first elected to the LNC, it was because I was the guy who supported candidates and helped get resources for campaigns. It's a thing that I'm very, very passionate about. We run candidates here in my home state, and we do our best to win, and we try to set records on getting good libertarians, quality libertarians elected to local office. I have some questions, some fundamental issues with the resolution, that it's kind of open-ended on funding. It's cost commission fundraising. I'm not sure where that money is coming from, but then it authorizes up to $5,000 per month through the executive director and the chair, subject to oversight by the FSC. I have concerns about the funding. I think I'm not against the program. I think that, especially as a pilot program, I think this is a good idea. I think training petitioners that work for us instead of us going out and finding them, independent contractors. I'm not opposed to any of this. I'm concerned about the fundraising, it's number 3, financial viability. That's my biggest concern about this is where's the money coming from? How do we know? There's no map on how it's spent, where it's coming from. Those are my concerns. With that, I'll yield to the next person in line.
Mr. Chair, if I may address the question.
Sorry, I was muted. I do want to go through everybody really quick because I know there's not a lot of time and get back to you. Hope we can answer all questions at once if that's okay. Mr. Boulder, and then Ms. Hayes, and then Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin's reports of Hawaii are very encouraging, and much like Mr. McMahon, I actually think that this is potentially a very good idea. Except I'm also concerned about the finances to start it. How much does the party budget for it to start it off? Is there a seed money amount that we need to get this rolling? That's my only question. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes.
Mr. Buller and Mr. McMahon sort of took my questions, but I was going to ask Mr. Martin sort of as a
Angela
addition to
McCardle was
those
going to be one of
questions.
those trained operators.
Is it possible? It's just that I'm throwing an idea out there. I don't know. Would it be possible for us to maybe table this again for a month, and for you to maybe what do you call it? So test the waters and see if you can get some fundraising to kick this off, and then maybe it would give people more confidence in voting for it. I know that's not really a question, but yeah, this is sort of, I'm trying to think of a way to make this work that's not going to.
I think there is opportunity
make
for
people
Q&A
not
when
vote for it
presenting
because
a
the seed money
motion.
is not there. So that's just sort of what I'm thinking.
Mr. Thompson, Mr. Dar, Mr. Secretary, and then once we're done, we'll end it on Mr. Martin.
Joe, he made graphics. He made graphics that didn't make any sense. Let Keith Thompson speak.
Nope.
Kyle, stop silencing Keith.
Keith is silenced.
Stockpile the 5,000 or whatever is deemed necessary.
Jake, I
for
think
it.
Meredith just suggested something
and
similar
then
to
we're not
that.
having to take it out of the general budget, which is already.
I mean, I could try killing Brave and coming back in and seeing if that solves the problem.
Mr. Dar, and then
Whatever
Mr.
you think
McMahon,
is
and then Mr. Martin.
helpful.
My comments were just going to be also related to financing. I've also been developing and working with commission-based fundraisers, and have been doing my own fundraising there, where I've out fundraised the rest of the committee here. Well, except Mr. McMahon beats me now, I guess. So darn it. I have a challenger now. But as far as that goes, yeah, pre-funding would help for that. I do see some of it is commission-based. Some of that is going to be passed through. So that is not less. You don't even need to cap that in the budget, really, because if it's commission-based, it's not really going to be part of your initial budget there. because they're not getting paid until we're getting paid, and that's how the commission basis works. So that's one part I really like. I really like commission based fundraisers, working on different stuff there, and recruiting more of them. Can already be started as you're working out details how to build out like this plan even further here. It was just that the other portions that are coming into the fund and how that is working. Normally we get 100% of everything else, so I wasn't clear on where those other portions that aren't part of the commission there. But I really do like the idea of getting more commission-based fundraisers out there doing the work, doing the things. That's all I have to say.
Background died.
Mr. McMahon and then Mr. Martin.
It's really easy, Mr. Dar, when it's being ahead in fundraising, when it's your money that you're raising. So I wanted to make sure that I get clear what my biggest issue was with it is such amounts do not exceed $5,000 per month. Not as a friendly amendment, maybe a friendly amendment. I would be more open to this and actually raise the amount a little bit and say $10,000, but remove the per month. That gives it some operating window that it can be with the Financial Services or Standards Committee, having oversight, the chair and the executive director, being able to divvy out the funds as necessary. But then it's not a per month basis. We're not committing to something, but we're saying here's $10,000 of seed money. I think with where we're at with other things, I think that could be reasonable, and it would give you a runway for a few months to be able to do that. Other people may want to keep it at 5,000. It's the per month thing that bothers me, is that we're committed to $5,000 per month. If it was without the per month, maybe even raising it a little bit, you'd have my vote today.
This meeting is being recorded.
Mr. Chair, you're muted if you're talking.
Yeah.
Wow, I had a whole spiel and I extended time and everything, and nobody knew about it. Is there any objection to extending time for 5 minutes? All right, hearing none, Mr. Martin, if you want to tackle those questions.
I'll try to be brief. Mr. McMahon, thank you. Your point is well taken about my assumptions, and I appreciate all of the very helpful and focused questions on this. They're good ones. As was kind of said during discussion, a big part of the benefit of this program is that the funding for it is largely going to be gathered by the program. And this is actually one of the more important areas for collaboration. I'm still acquiring the skill of large organizational fundraising. That is one part art, one part science. I do know where such skills can be tapped in order to help to train the people that are doing this in how to be really effective at fundraising. So a large portion of the upside of their income would come from successful fundraising. And I've set it up so that there is a personnel fund, right? Which 30% of all of the money raised from this program will go into a personnel fund that's designed for commissions. Actually, the split is a little up in the air. And I'm open to flexibility. I think the board could adjust this and fine tune this over time, or it might even be better to give it to staff. But let's just assume that we're talking about donations under $1,000 for the moment, because we may need to tier these percentages for larger amounts. With that said, giving a commissioner 25 to 30% of what they raise, and then taking another huge chunk, equal chunk, and throwing it into a personnel fund ensures that you can continue to pay for more commission activity that doesn't cover what they're not bringing in through fundraising, right? So you take a chunk of that. Everything else gets passed on to the general fund. So we're getting outcomes, we're getting positive income, and we're getting these things paid for at a much lower rate than we would otherwise get. So with seed money, and that's kind of the question now, is seed money. The main thing that this would be providing is for base pay. So in order to get these guys started, we're going to need to, in my opinion, the best way to do this is to find some really good talent. Somebody who's already trained in these areas, and I do have some sources in mind for where we can find this kind of talent. Somebody like that we can pay an actual real wage to would be a really good idea to get things started. Somebody who has experience handling large organization and regional management that can go from state to state and help to train these teams. That'll get it off the ground fast.
Like Angela
The other
McArdle.
approach is we have, like I say, $5,000 per month allocated as a maximum roof for base pay. I don't anticipate using that in month 1 or even month 3. It's going to take time to recruit and train people. And then when they get results in fundraising, only then are we going to be like, hey, let's put you guys on a contract with base pay, right? So proven results getters.
It's the way to get
will
Michael
be
Heiss
able
getting paid by the
to
LNC
get
again.
that kind of payment. $5,000
It's,
a month, we pay
pretty clearly,
10,
freedom calls.
$500 a month base pays, or 5 $1,000.
Freedom calls will do the recruiting.
Which is a good starting rate. The fundraising, member conversion, and signature gathering then covers more. So there's a little flexibility as we get started. The key here and the fail-safe, if this program doesn't work, right, that operating expense would go over the amount that we've allocated per month, and the program would basically fail without costing us any further money, right? Wouldn't get allocated, wouldn't happen. So that's the failure condition of this hasn't worked. But until we reach that point, we're training and teaching these
and they'd
people
also
how to
make money off of the
fundraise and bring in
fundraisers.
money effectively so that it is a net positive. So that $5,000 a month is meant to cap program expenses until we reach a conclusion of whether or not this has actually worked. I believe it will, very confident in it. But so the finances on this, to start this, technically, we don't have to allocate any of that. We could literally just say, yeah, we're willing to pay these kinds of commission rates and adopt this kind of structure. And then all the money that they get paid would be based mainly on their fundraising.
You're welcome,
right?
Cy.
The base pay makes it.
It was from the
possible to pay more for
chemtrails.
Things like signature gathering and legislative activism and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that I actually answered all the questions there, because I know that was kind of a long spiel. So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd love to let Mr. McMahon have a redirect.
Mr. McMahon?
Would you be would
The sepia
if
tone
there was
lighting
a
in
motion
Stephen's
to
room.
amend
Thank
to
you.
move it to $10,000 and remove the per month, would that kill your program?
I don't think so. I think it would be a good way to start. It's a little inflexible because of the way that it's a resolution. But I think it would be workable. I think really my main thing that I want is authorization to work with staff to do this.
If you're okay with it, I would move to amend the resolution to bring that line item up to $10,000 and to remove per month. That would make it
All right.
a $10,000 cap total. So that would be, I'd move to increase the amount from 5,000 to 10,000 and to remove the per month.
And we is there a second to Mr. McMahon's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. We are at time. So if we need to, the next order of business would be to vote on the McMahon motion and then to vote on the resolution by
motion.
Mr. Chatterton.
Can I ask a clarification with Mr. McMahon's amendment?
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding, Mr. McMahon, your proposal is that it would give a $10,000
Mr. Mann.
runway to see what can be done with this, and then that would be managed through the structures that you described, the chair, the executive director, FSC, to determine that with Mr. Martin on allocating those funds and basically allow that to try this out, start working, start organizing, and have those funds available to be allocated under those oversights and carry these things out. Is that correct?
My understanding is that this money right here, and that be it finally resolved, the 5,000 per month, that if the program is successful, no additional funds need to be spent through this area because it's raising its own money at that point.
Okay.
So this would raise the cap to 10,000, but would remove the per month guarantee. It would be 10,000 over whatever period.
So a one-time allocation of 10,000 to give a runway for the program to be self-sufficient and fund itself going forward from that. And if it can't,
I wouldn't say one-time allocation. Like that would mean like one payment going out for 10,000. This is that the chair and the executive director can spend up to $10,000, next month, over the next 6 months, however.
Yes, I understand that. That was what I was intending to ask. I didn't Yeah.
If I may make a
Thank you for the
suggestion,
clarification.
if you agree, I mean, it may be too late, but if we put that at 15, I think that would give us a runway that is just a little longer, but it's not necessary. I think I can do it on 10, but it would
10,
it would
10 you
feel
got my vote. 15 you wouldn't. I'm just saying.
understood. Well, that makes it easy. No worries.
All right. Well, we will proceed with a vote first on the McMahon amendment.
Do you want
So
to call, or how do you want to do it, Mr. Chair?
I would say let's try roll call on this one. If it's close, we'll do it differently. And on the main motion, we'll do a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, just want to make sure what we're voting on here, and that
So
is we're
it is
setting
an-
a maximum expense. The amendment is setting at a maximum expenditure of $10,000. Is that correct?
More or less. Yes, it would change it from $5,000 per month to, through the chair and the executive director, we can expend up to $10,000 for the project.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Angela
9,
and Michael Heiss,
10,
Joe. That's what
11,
it's supposed to fund.
My hand is raised. Sorry.
12, 13, 14, 15. All right, please lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see any opposed, so the amendment passes unanimously. And now we'll move on to the main motion, the Chatterton resolution, and we will do a roll call.
You have to pass to know what's in it. Yeah. It's like a stool. You have to pass
You're
it
on
to
mute,
know what's in it.
Mr. McMahon, but I'm assuming you're asking for my vote, and it's a yes.
I was not. Not yet. I was stating for clarification, the resolution is incredibly long and it was in a PDF form, so I couldn't add it in here, but it's the Overwatch operator program is listed in the OneNote, amended to 10,000 and removed the per month, just so the record's clear. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Mr. Darp.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes.
It's
Ms.
muted. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Devil.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, and mahalo, you guys. Appreciate it.
Mr. McGee.
Aye, emphatically.
And I vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll make it unanimous. I'll vote yes.
They'll
Vote
probably
is
actually I think
16
Hyde will
yes,
probably get
0
more.
no's, 0 abstentions.
Yeah, I agree. John, this
Motion
has trouble
passes.
written all over it. I would support it if it were for members. Like if you were to do
All
this
right,
for
next
members.
up is
Or with
Convention
members,
Oversight
rather.
Committee report update.
In my opinion,
15 minutes.
it's,
Mr. Ford, you have the floor, sir.
On who gets more between Angela or Heiss depends on if you include
directly from
Austin as part of
convention
Angela.
oversight, because it should be less time and go directly into
It's not
what's
a
probably a
great
little bit more of a
camera
elaborate
angle,
discussion,
Pat.
of course, which is the 2028 date. First of all, as always, and when folks start to see how hard these efforts are, how hard folks are working right now.
I do
it's
not
important to
think
note that
Pat
some
Ford
folks
moves
have attended
to be
conventions, they've never attempted to manage them
convention
or been
theme
on
in
the board
2028.
before. So at this moment,
I
do
think
want
he's
to
talking about
recognize
the
efforts of Convention
program.
Oversight Committee and a
Not
vast
Pat
range of
Ford's
associated
moves.
libertarians who continue to invest significant time and monies in working to a successful
just saying.
2628 convention.
Pat is just trying
I'd
to be
also,
jealous.
particularly now at this moment in time, I'd like to recognize past COCs and their incredible efforts. Over the last few months, the magnitude of the efforts expended those before us become more obvious every day. Let me tell you, the level of detail it's astonishing. Some parameters. Well, first of all, this portion of the meeting will be held in public. It's critically important to respect the privacy of individual state election bylaw ballot, and access issues. If board members feel that those conversations are germane to all of these subjects, I welcome a limited executive session. Also, discussion surrounding contractual arrangements needs to be held in executive session as well. So just a snapshot. And by the way, the convention revenue is now part of the cash flow report that's submitted to the chair, the vice chair, and I believe the
I got
treasurer
you,
on a
Dustin. I
weekly
knew what you're talking
basis.
about.
So we continue to exercise accountability in terms of money.
Look,
First of
it's a
all, room
lot
sales
funnier to
continue to
think
pick up.
you're
We're
wanting
now
Pat Forbes
approaching
Foods to be the
13% of the
convention
total room block being
theme.
sold.
I don't know what to tell you.
As always, I
I
encourage
don't
folks
even
to
know
make their
how we would
plans early.
decorate for that.
Comparable room rates outside of our block already exceed
Speaking as
for
a
next
fat
May
guy,
$200
step
per
one
night
is
for
always
Grand
to make
Rapids.
sure that if your
The
shirt's
committee is
between the
working
moves of the
diligently to
belly,
provide
that you have pulled
affordable
it out.
experience for all those. Please,
Always make
please book
sure.
those rooms. You should understand, folks, that it's not possible and it's not optimal to book as many rooms as you have delegates. So at some point, like they did in DC, they will run out. And we would hate to see anyone not be able to make the arrangements or give us a little bit of rope to see what we can do for them beforehand. The Convention Oversight Committee is looking to conduct daily keynote speeches throughout the convention. In addition to breakout sessions and seminars, the first keynote
Speaking
schedule will be on
of
Sunday,
your $5,
time
look
to
at the
be
top
determined. The
left.
speaker, I
Support
hope
the
everyone is familiar
LPA.
with Joel Salatin. He's the CEO of Polyface Farms. He's a national expert
We're looking to help
on
spot
food
for
sovereignty. He was
100 people to
considered
get to
unofficial and
Grand Rapids
official,
next year,
if you will,
At least.
as a very
associate
minimum.
to the FDA.
We're
with
trying
the
to help
election of
out the
current administration.
Povertarians.
Mr.
So,
Salatin will also
help
be
out the
part of a breakout
Povertarians,
session on
donate
Sunday
up
as
top.
well. I spent this weekend in New Hampshire at the Homesteaders of New England annual event in order to do party outreach and meet potential vendors who would share synergies with Mr. Salatin. Mr. Salatin has also very close ties with Congressman Massey. There will be
Can
additional
one of the
announcements
breakout
later
rooms
this
be
week. We've got about a half
Agit
a
performing
dozen
live?
breakout sessions and speakers to add as we finalize paperwork. A
Amanda's
process has
just
been
like
being
whipped
instituted
for
that
4
will
solid
document
days,
all
just
speaking
playing
I
arrangements
will.
for
Like,
full
I'll
board
just do the
transparency.
entire set
By the way, for the
of
record,
Agit Pop.
everything we're doing is, in terms of transparency, is copied to the executive director. And so there is a
Except for the part where you
repository
sold
of
all
data
of
that's
the
available
major suites
literally to any
first.
board member.
You didn't
Again,
do that
understanding the
transparently.
confidentiality underneath this. This Friday, our first convention will take place on social media. The initial host for the first few weeks, as we do sort of a soft opening, will be myself and Brian McWilliams, who's providing a lot of the technical
Oh, that's one
expertise.
to miss.
So, anyone have any questions on the convention that we can sort of discuss publicly?
Yeah, when are you going to book Agit Pop as an opening act?
Okay. So I'd like to take that time and add that, if it's possible, to, I should say, Mr. Dar, how much time do we have left?
We can always move to extend if we need to later. That's probably
okay.
the easier way to go at that point.
Okay. All right. Let's move on, if I can, then to the conversation surrounding the 2028 convention date. Now, a couple of folks weighed in on public comment, and we appreciate that because we made extensive efforts to reach out to people. A gentleman from New York State reached out, and the New York chair has embraced these changes, a change to a February convention date wholeheartedly. And I would have to say that New York is sort of the
Hector,
poster
they did
child
not cancel
for
the
affiliates
censures.
who
They tried to move them to
face
the beginning of the meeting, and that
incomprehensible
motion failed.
ballot
It
access
is still on the
challenges,
agenda.
while seemingly
The very last thing.
happening simultaneously every election cycle right at our convention. I urge folks, and I'll always defer to Mr. Redpath, the in-house expert on this, but it appears to me that two of the biggest challenges in ballot access are New York and Illinois right now, and of course, forever and ever, DC. At least, let's just be blunt. This will not be the cure to all the challenges New York face, but at least this gives them some breathing room. With regard to a gentleman from Massachusetts weighed in on this.
A portion of the money saved by not holding the convention at Denny's will go toward the featured entertainment, a live performance by singer Don Henley that was recorded in
we'll be presenting
1998.
to the board.
That sounds accurate.
I had 3 goals in running convention oversight. In addition to maximizing the profitability of the event, another goal was to take this moment in time, and provide an analysis of the underlying facts surrounding the timing of our presidential year convention. I want to stress there is no predetermined outcome. The goal here was simply once and for all to understand the challenges involved, whether they be bylaw appropriate, whether they be state level, or whether they just be weather or logistical. In past years, convention dates and cities were often chosen in tandem with off-year dates and sites. The 2028 convention presented a unique opportunity to study the LNC's ability to schedule an early convention. After trying to guess what our POTUS and chair choice are going to be, one of the most frequent subjects of social media chat rooms in the Libertarian universe is, why don't we move up our convention date to give our POTUS ticket more time? Great question. We're tackling it. Some methodology behind our information gathering. Working closely with Mr. Dar, and I have to again thank Mr. Dar for his engagement at a very organic level in our committee works. We held two town halls.
There's the organic level, the inorganic level,
to state chairs. Countless calls by myself to
affiliates.
Existential level
again,
up at the
Mr.
top.
Dar, yeoman's work and reaching out
I
to
was thinking
affiliates
about
and
food.
having conversations.
Like
and this is, by the way,
processed,
in the midst of some of the
mass-produced
convention
level.
seasons that are going on. So in some cases, we got to have these conversations with two state chairs. Let's elaborate, if you will, on the
When I
primary
hear
concerns.
organic,
Weather.
I think of food.
Yep, we get that.
Because she's lived in California for a long time.
Weather.
I have. It's true.
Now, in a handful of states,
Everything's
legal
organic
issues.
in California. Raw
In a
food
handful of
for that.
states, New York again being first and foremost, Alabama and other states benefiting as well.
John,
who
you're
would benefit.
concentrating on the nostrils?
Did I mention weather?
My
Yes,
eyes
weather.
aren't up that far.
Philosophical objectives? Yeah, there were a few folks who did.
She's staring purely at moves.
Folks who objected,
My
if you will,
gosh.
and would
Look at
prefer to
those
be
cans.
more in line
Jesus
with the
Christ.
duopoly and how this time of year that they do it. These were
He's
a
like
couple of
showing the
well-written
cleavage
emails
too. He's got
that
it. Yeah, the
principal-
top collar, the like all the
principal
buttons
remarks.
are down.
And so we take that seriously as well. The primary benefits: additional time to petition, additional time to campaign, additional time to fundraise.
There's a lot of hands up right now.
You know, I've been involved in presidential election cycles with the Libertarian
I
Party
do not
since
have the omnivore's
2012.
dilemma.
And, you know, we have long-running contentious run-ups, you know, all in good cheer, but to the POTUS nomination. It can be held that across the board, and this is not an indictment of any one campaign or anything. By the time folks recover from fill in the blanks over Memorial Day weekend, is very often late into June, sometimes early July, before those campaigns can really begin to roll. At which point we have 3.5 months to campaign. It has to be noted that there are states, and by the way, Rhode Island is one of them. We see the challenges with New
It's
Mexico
not,
being
Jake.
another. That the performance
I am
of the
vegetarian.
state
I do
in
eat
the
yogurt.
presidential election
Um,
has direct impact on their ballot access
Discord was
status.
debating
Undeniable.
in one of the channels
So,
how much money
by giving
people
them
would raise
an
if I
additional
were to
3 months or
eat,
so,
a hamburger on
you know, do we
on
facilitate
camera.
that?
I could not
As
do that
well
because I get
as
very sick.
give our presidential campaign a little bit
So-
more of a chance to drive votes at
I
the
have
head of the
been
ticket.
vegetarian for a very, very, very long time.
It's that, of course, is the intangible, because the other issue is weather and considerations like how do we react to a bad weather event, preventing
Yeah,
one
John,
or
I agree
more
with you, but it's like watching a train wreck.
delegations from attending.
You can't look away.
That's got to be discussed right
There's
now.
like a vortex. just
Some suggested
drawing
having
my
it later in
attention
the
further
spring,
and further in.
but earlier than Memorial Day. We considered this, but the absence of a 3-day holiday, major religious observances, college graduations, and the little gain against the idea by having just a few weeks. April is a particularly difficult month. You get into early May, again, college graduations, not just for the people attending, but actually in a number of cities, you will see, like Providence and Boston and other major college towns, you'll see a significant glut in reservations at major hotels, all of which make it less affordable and less accommodating.
I'm just saying, go back to the odd year conventions.
On a vote this afternoon,
I would
Give me a year and a
absolutely
half.
host, I would host a
significant
Christmas
debate. And again,
convention.
Commissioner McGee's comments, we've been
That's
going back
cheating.
and forth on this for months.
It's not cheating.
It's cheating.
We
What do you
voted
care
5
more
to
about,
nothing in
Christmas or
favor
Revolution?
of adopting a February date.
Sure, I
And the
understand
February
where I
date that
would
we're
be.
talking about, let me scroll up back again. Let me find. Is February
self-selecting.
18th to the 21st of 2028. That's President's Day weekend, as opposed to May 26th to May 29th, 2028, which is Memorial Day weekend. So I present this to you. I know I'd like to introduce Mr. Dar into the equation because he's had significant conversations. And again, I ask folks to respect conversations surrounding individual states because that does represent some fairly intimate political strategy. So, Mr. Dar, I know you've had extensive conversations. Again, I thank you for all of your efforts on behalf of our committee.
Thank you. I really did reach out to as many state chairs as I could to kind of push this matter, since it wasn't getting out to all of them for you there. Trying to get everyone on every type of medium out there, since email seems to not always be best. Reached out on many different ways, and really got that input like you were talking about there, from all the different chairs, with the weather concerns being the largest one that needed to be mitigated there and to looked at and concerned. As far as those we received, we also had some of those with concerning political strategy within the states. That's more specific to that state and should be discussed more internally there. And then there was those that just needed to know sooner than later, because then there was going to be bylaws adjustments that needed to be made if the date was pushed forward. And that consideration is also important to know and to be communicated so individuals can make that change. I understand the Convention Oversight Committee had moved earlier today to vote in support of moving forward the February 18th through 21st date. Is that correct, Mr. Ford? You're muted right now, Mr. Ford.
That is correct. With the codicil that we can have a conversation about the weather, and particularly what impact the weather could be on it, because that's a concern for all of us. And if I could just stress one more time, the reason why we spend so much time reaching out to people is that we want this to be as collaborative as possible. We understand the work
except for the
involved in
part where you're
changing bylaws.
selling sweets
We
before
understand
they
the
go
disruption in
live.
a number of states which have complex situations. What is it, TOTT, taking one for the team, are willing to do so. So the reaction is guarded for weather, but very optimistic about the positive impact.
See,
on our
Dustin,
campaign.
I love the
Thank you.
blood sport of multiple
And
rounds
so
of voting.
the actual motion that I had noticed to everyone, I try to make things open for the LNC to take action. Sometimes you might notice with
Wait,
some
Kyle's
of the
making a
motions that
prediction.
I
What's
make
he
there, where I
predicting?
said the motion to select
Doesn't
the date
matter.
for the 2028 National LNC Convention with the different
I want
dates
to
under
mediate a
selection
session between the two
that
of
we
you.
had specifically talked about, and then also
Hector wouldn't have to know how to
mentioning March
speak a
and April.
language.
So I left a range of things that would be in order to amend to
Hector seems to be speaking
if during
English
this
right now.
discussion we come to that.
Also, I speak plenty of
Just so that
languages.
we
You pick
actually
one that
have
I
a
speak,
motion
we
that
go
we're
from
working
there.
with, I would like to move that we select the date for the 2028 LNC National Convention. To be
Never again
February
in Orlando.
18th through 21st of 2028. And I would like, if the rest of the LNC allows, if there's any state chairs that have not given some input, if we have some forbearance, I'd like to be able to, if they wanted to be recognized, to raise their hand. If any of them want to get into the queue too, I'd be interested in hearing
I've tried
that
to speak
too, if there's
Russian to
anything we
Kyle.
haven't
He
touched on that's
doesn't
important.
understand it, unfortunately.
That in regards to your state, for those that are
Kyle
attending.
doesn't know to hear plain English. My point is
All
proved.
right. Did I hear a motion? That was a motion.
That was a motion. Did somebody second me?
Kyle doesn't look
Second.
so plain English.
All right, there was a
Only
motion
Beatrice.
and a second. I know there was some hands
Well,
raised. I'll leave that cue for later if it's still relevant. But I'd ask everybody who would yes, who I believe Mr. McMahon would like to speak next.
All the choices are rank.
In both my capacity as secretary and chair of the Libertarian Party of Indiana.
I speak 3
Aside
languages, Hector.
from potential SOS, if we get 10%, that raises a whole nother
Hey, Hector and Adrian have something in
bag
common.
of problems for having a very early convention.
What's the third language that you speak, Kyle?
But one of the things that I did
Do what?
want to stress
What's the third
was
language
that
that you
having a
speak?
February
Spanish?
convention pushes our state convention to January, beginning of January.
It was good enough that
into
all the way throughout
December,
Mexico I spoke Spanish to
which
everybody
then
and was fine.
pushes our counting parties
So they wanted you to think.
into
I
November.
got the food I asked for. I figured
a
out the
week or
place I was
two
going
after.
to.
Yeah, you got the food that you asked for because you
election.
pointed at. You're like tacos.
With that,
Tacos,
that's when we
ahora.
nominate candidates on the local level.
Por favor.
Kind of rough doing it immediately
Polo.
after an
Muchos
election.
tacos.
But also,
Cream.
another side to that is the candidate nomination
Cheese.
forms that we are required
Yeah,
to
that's how it
use
was.
that have
Just like
to
that.
be notarized and then submitted to the election division 10 days after
Josh and Kelly
nomination
spoke.
are not
So
available
bad.
until the first Monday of January, after the 1st. So if
You know,
a candidate gets
me,
nominated
Llama,
at the
Kyle.
county level in November, they can't file their paperwork until January. There's a lot of there's some issues with that. There's some things.
Ay, papito.
And it sucks. As secretary, as a member of this
taquitos.
board, I want to say yes, because I know the benefit of having an early convention on our presidential candidate. I know that it would benefit states like New York with petitioning. There's a lot of great things, but as a state chair, my members, my county chairs would be livid if I co-signed on something that would make it very difficult for them to nominate candidates at the local level, as well as on the state level. If we don't have the forms yet, when we have to hold our state convention, we have to postpone nominations and do it by the board as opposed to our members deciding who
I want one of
our
them there.
candidates on the
Das
statewide ticket's
Eckies.
going to be. So those are my concerns. I just wanted to make sure I got them on the record so
Lagunitas,
people in
por
Indiana
favor.
don't kill me later. That's all.
I know there's some hands that have been raised that are still raised. So I'm going to go Hayes, Mr. Bost, Mr. Chatterton, and then Mr. Scott from the gallery. Miss Hayes.
My question was related to a specific state. So I'm hearing you guys say that should be an executive session.
Kyle,
but I
if
guess
you were a
piggybacking
taco,
off
a
Mr.
burrito,
McMahon,
or a fajita, or
I was just going to say,
tamale,
if there's any,
or
it
an
sounds like a lot of
enchilada.
the states that we were
What's
concerned about have
going
spoken
to
with
be
Mr.
and
Dar.
why?
And we
Pretty
have
sure
plans
because the
there.
burrito's the
But
fattest,
other
that might be
than
the
what Mr.
burrito.
McMahon just told us about Indiana, I'm particularly interested in hearing the states that are going to have
Amanda's
problems with this, because
taquito.
I think we should be able to.
No,
I
I'm a
don't need to
fajita
hear
because I
all from the
also
states who are saying yay, because I'm yay on
Taquito is
this.
like
So I want to hear
super
what the
tiny, thin
number
long.
is for no,
Talking about my
so we can
personality,
kind of
Kyle.
assess
Oh, no.
percentages here.
There is none.
What is a sandwich?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address
Hector, I have a
question by
very
question
broad
or after
definition
they're
of a
all done?
sandwich. A sandwich is any item
It might be helpful
that
question by question.
is
It may be better specifics.
bookended,
I
or
know
rather
there's
any
going to
item
be some different questions here
comprised of
that
at least 3 parts, whereby the 2
Sure.
outermost
Ms.
parts
Hayes, by
are
my count,
identical.
and this is a rough one,
So
there's
a
a couple of
sandwich
dozen
need
states
not
that are
even
going to have to
be
engage
food.
in bylaw changes. It is absolutely clear that a variety of states, and each one is its own unique situation, are going to engage in this. The states that I've talked to, and I've talked to several, are willing to endure that. And by the way, this is from our vision in every other circumstance. We would still retain the option after 2028, if it just turns out to be difficult, to return back to the old format. I mean, effectively, the state, the COC, for every convention every 2 years sets a date and it's voted on. But to your point, and it's a valid one, a significant number of states will
I
have
hope
to
it has
engage in
more of a reaction
bylaw
than that.
revisions.
It's sad. It's trying to make
no
you
doubt.
Unless, yeah, unless I understand that, and because we've talked about that before, but I'm more interested in like, is there, so maybe I'm sorry, this
Nobody
could be
is
a Mr.
satisfied
McMahon
with
thing.
taquitos.
It sounds like what Mr. McMahon is saying is that there's no good outcome for
like
Indiana.
taquitos.
So I'm wondering if there are states where even
Like, you always
bylaw
want more than
changes
one.
would
You always want
help
more than
them.
one.
Is there? Have you guys heard anything like that?
What's wrong with that?
One Amanda's not enough.
The only state that I'm familiar with, and I'll let the gentleman from Indiana speak to that. The only state that I'm aware of that is just got a brick wall, potentially surrounding it, is Indiana.
Okay.
Other states, like I said, I don't want to speak to each state individually, but other states are willing to literally go through hoops for this.
Jake, what would they do about the weather?
And by the way, Evan has been quite the gentleman about his willingness to work on this diligently, and it is a real issue. But but so far, other states, except for the handful that have philosophical objections,
is Pat
appear willing
drooling?
to do what it takes to make this
I
happen.
don't know.
I move to extend by 15 minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to extend by 15 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection to extending time for 15 minutes?
I would ask Kyle what he thinks of
All right,
sandwiches, but I don't
hearing
care about
none,
his
we are
opinion.
extended for 15. Go ahead, Pat.
Last night he asked me,
No,
he's like,
so
do you want to hear
read,
what my idea is for this thing? I was like, no, I actually
Maybe
don't.
if Ms. Hayes is satisfied by that, or she has additional questions.
Oh no,
I'm
that
happy
was
to-
it. Thank you. I think the other one would have to get
I think
saved
we
for
agree on
executive session, I
sandwiches.
guess.
Okay.
Mr. Boss.
Tyler, elaborate, please.
Hi,
Taquitos
Pat.
are
This is
fast
a
food?
quick question. I really would
Because
like a
taquito
quick
is a little
answer,
taco.
if you
He
can.
wants
Were
big taco.
any specific dates
But like it tells you that
considered
it's a
in
little
either
taco.
March or April
He wants tacos
before they
grande.
were dismissed?
You mean,
He's accusing me of
no, as a board,
being a
we
theft
looked
of
at
food.
March and April and didn't see, particularly throughout to April, any significant advantages to moving it up by a month. All the
Hector,
trouble
you don't get to
with the
call anybody
tab
fat.
just didn't, what's the old saying? The juice ain't worth the squeeze. So, you know, and again, you've got, just on the religious observances, you've got almost every major faith organization has something going on during that period of time, which would render it chaos. So, no, actually, at the board
Thank you.
level, none were.
Mr. Chatterton?
So I had a couple of just summary points that were raised by chairs within Region 1. And I also see Mr. Scott has his hand raised as one of those chairs, so I'll let him address his thoughts on it as one of the chairs if there's time. And, yeah, so I had generally a mix between different states with feedbacks for and against. I think several of the points that were raised already in discussion are among those concerns of the weather and concerns of bylaws. One question that was raised that I didn't hear any discussion yet about was considerations in the prior year, perhaps Labor Day
I
weekend.
don't understand Tyler's like
in
outsized vitriol
2027
toward
for
taquitos.
consideration. And then just a couple of additional
Like,
points
I don't think I would
that,
like a taquito, but
some of the specific states had raised some concerns. I had a couple
I'm
states
not
that
understanding
were
why
kind of
they
unit
hate
hard
the taquitos.
no's across their board for different reasons that I think have been communicated to you guys already. So
Isn't it like you put some
I won't
stuff
go into
in
more
a
details on those ones, but
tortilla,
roll,
you
let me double
wrap
check.
it
Sorry.
up, and then you fry
Also,
it?
one state that was very strongly in
doesn't
favor
have to be
based
fried,
on
but yeah.
some current roadblocks that they're encountering with the May date, that this would clear from that. So I guess the biggest question to the committee would be, were there considerations for 2027 dates for the nominations, and particularly Labor Day? Was that one
Labor
looked
Day.
at?
Yeah, actually, in addition to the standing committee, we've got a number of folks who we recruited. It's kind of like a convention hall of fame. And there's 4 or 5 people on this committee who have served for years on a convention. And they went back to they discussed a time and when it happened before the new year. And they cited a couple of things. First of all, real challenges with having conventions at the state level. More importantly, they found that the campaigns kind of ran out of gas. Remember when I say that's again, that's not a shot at those campaigns, but realistically, we're talking about a largely volunteer staff working from Labor Day until the following November. Some paid staff. It was actually too long. This period of time coincides relatively nicely with the national election cycle. And, so in the sense of the amount of time for Libertarian candidates, those veterans and, Steve Dosbach, Jim Turney, Betty Rose Ryan, all of those folks, I don't want to speak for them, but, these are all the type of folks who weighed in, said, 6 months, just right. And that was, and we based it on their experience, quite frankly. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Scott from the gallery. You're muted, sir.
We never had taquitos in elementary school.
Your microphone's turned off.
Can you hear me now? I am so sorry.
Okay. Hear you now.
Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I really appreciate that. For us, the bylaws are just locked in as March, always, 1st of March. So we're always at the 1st of March. So that being February actually for us wouldn't be a problem. I recognize the fact that, yeah, some other people in Region 1 will have some issues, but for us, our is after. So if something's elected, then we would, I guess, decide it afterwards. But we're locked in on the bylaws. We can't change that. For us is March, period. I would say, though, a lot of us are like February is better. because the last time was a terrible timing for us from the last one, and we had to get other states to come in and help us represent for our delegates. I don't know if anybody remembers that. So we had to amend our bylaws to figure that out for that date and time because nobody could make it. So I will say that for us, February would be better.
And if I could just respond to Mr. Scott, and first of all, thank you for stepping up to be a state chair in a state which there's been turmoil. So we're grateful for that as a national party. I'm hoping this time, I know that there were certain objectives that were barely missed.
So
what I'm hoping is
talking about Derek Scott stepping up and being a chair
the additional
when
campaign
he ran
time
as a
gives them
Republican in
more
2022
time,
isn't just nonsense.
to get behind a presidential ticket, because my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that New Mexico is one of the states upon which presidential elections have a significant impact on your ballot status.
Yes,
And-
that's correct. Yeah,
and just a little bit more time could have saved a lot of pain.
I hate to say this. I know there's issues with other people, but for us, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
A quick point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Point of personal privilege.
I wanted to ask if Mr. Bradley could be recognized in the queue in light of his request prior to the meeting to comment on this topic. I know he's not a state chair, but as a chair of the affiliate support committee.
Absolutely. I'll put Mr. Bradley in the queue. Next up is Mr. Martin, and then Mr. McMahon, Mr. Dar, Mr. Bost. I'm not sure if you still seek to recognize Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, Chair, and thank you everyone for the input on this topic. This is a hard one because there is really powerfully strong arguments on both sides from different states that have different legal requirements. And so first of all, whatever ends up happening, I want all the state chairs and state committees to know that we're trying to put your needs and balance your needs as best we can. And the problem is not what we decide today, but the fact that the government overregulates us and your states, and we got to push back against this. But regardless of that, I just want to say there's powerful arguments to not change it, and there's powerful arguments to change it. We've got very sensitive petitioning windows in parts of the country, more than one state, that if we hold the petition or the convention during that time, we're pulling away some of their best activists and their best signature gatherers and their most important shot callers to go to convention, or their activists in general. And then there's a lot of coordination that goes with that adds to the complications of that really sensitive time. On the other hand, there's other states that trying to move it, back is just no-go. It totally throws everything off. And so I just want to say that I respect everyone regardless of how they vote on this, and that it is not an easy call. And I respect everyone with a yay or an A, or if they abstain. I just want to just say that in advance. And
really good to
I hope
know
we can all
that.
kind of be
Yeah.
patient with each other on this issue, because there's really good arguments on both sides.
Yeah, I think it speaks for itself. I think it's a great point. As I'm going to put on my Region Hit 6 hat for just a second, and I'm going to say one of our biggest challenges in this country. And by the way, understand, for those who don't know, and we have new members who come through, new leaders who come through. In 2018, New York State, by sheer force of will, with a gubernatorial candidate, boots on the ground, Larry Sharp, obtained ballot access, the organic way, by getting enough votes as governor. The state, and to your point, the states quickly realized the problem between us, and I think it was the Working Families Party, and said, no, we'll have none of that at all, and then moved the bogey, moved the goalpost. And then when that was thrown out of court, moved the goalpost again. And so New York, ironically, is one of those states, as a New York State member alluded to strongly in the run-up to tonight's meeting, that they need that time. Right now, here's their tough part. I want to make a case for them. Their people are actually going through a state-mandated signature verification process literally the week of the convention. And yet this is a state where we need every one of them boots on the ground. And they're one of the states that did everything they can, has done everything they can to get ballot access. So you're right. It's as they say on Facebook, it's complicated. Thank you, Chair.
As they say on Facebook.
Mr. McMahon.
I just wanted to take a second. Mr. Ford had alluded that I was willing to work on something, and I wanted to mention what it was. And I don't mind being public about it. If our SOS candidate gets 10% this year, we're a minor party now, ballot qualified. We then become a major minor party, which then requires us to participate in the primary. As such, state law requires that delegates to the state and national convention are selected in the primary, which is the first week of May. What I had said was, we've already worked on adapting our bylaws to comply with state law should that happen, but it's also a legal fight that I'm willing to go and fundraise for and take on to challenge the state mandating how we pick our delegates. So that's something like, I don't consider that to be a barrier for this date change for the state of Indiana. The thing I consider to be the obstacle is how it would move our state and county convention, and the selection of our local and state candidates would no longer be selected by the membership, but would have to be selected by the board at a later date, not at their county or state convention. And that, I feel like I would be strung up if I agreed to that. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Mr. Dar.
All right, I just wanted to put on my Texan hat for a moment here and say that this would be a sacrifice for our state, in that much like other states, our government sucks, and requiring us and getting into the specifics of when the convention is for our state level. So we'll still be required to have one in April, which would conflict with some of those April dates. So that's why I was pushing against some of those at a certain time, because it was adding some complexity there. But we were willing, when talking with the state chair, other members of the executive committee there, they're willing to make that sacrifice on the part of others of us doing that if that was needed. And we thank everybody if they do go that way to,
there are workarounds
to make
for
sure to
this.
make it worthwhile.
Like you could have an
for those that are
informal
making the
nominating
sacrifice to make all
convention.
the changes that are necessary there.
Yep.
And I I was going to recognize Mr.
If only we had some
Bradley,
way
but
for everyone
he
to get
already got
together
that
online.
opportunity, so I'll stop.
Mr. Bradley from the gallery, you're recognized, sir.
In talking to the chairs about this, been making different calls to different people. I got 4 responses. It was a mixed bag of whether or not they felt it was a good thing, a bad thing. I know Texas is going to have to make some changes with our stuff, but our chair here actually said that he thought it was a good thing and we should. The 4 biggest things that I ran across was, one, with it being winter, the travel aspect. Not only the travel aspect for those in the north, but also the ability to pick one of those locations for a convention during that time in the north. Are they going to be settled to the south now to make sure that the most amount of people will be able to get there? I did look up, we are in Grand Rapids this year. During the time period that we're looking at, the average temperature in Grand Rapids is 26.
Woohoo!
In February around President's Day. So could be snow, could be just very cold, but something to look at. The second one that I had, or that I ran across, was that yes, there will be bylaw changes that have to be made, or if possible, depending on, I didn't run across a state that's mandated yet how to pick delegates, so that wasn't going to be a problem. Some of the bylaws did say that they had to be picked at the convention, which some of the smaller states were worried about having to set up and fund a second
Likely,
convention.
Chuck, there would be a lot more email. Like a lot of the debate there would go to email, and ideally a forum,
convention
a public
picking,
forum.
Say that their conventions are in March or April.
Organized.
Texas, I know Nebraska's the same way. Are they going to have to now set up a second convention prior that is going to come out of expenses to that state?
There will always
party?
be snow, Dustin.
The third thing that I ran across was delegates and children. They were worried a lot of the delegates have kids. Where we have it currently at now is at the end of the school year. school is usually out by the time for a lot of states or a lot of cities. When we have our current convention, so they're not having to worry about their kids. They can leave them with grandma in another town, or they can bring them with them. Where if we move it to February, you're not going to have that ability to move them out of town to a grandparent or an uncle or aunt when they have school. So they're having to miss school for some of the delegates to come.
No, I said
And the
email
last
wouldn't
one,
keep
which
conversations
wasn't a
organized. I
big
said that's why you would
pushback
need
from
a
a lot
forum
of it,
for
was
it.
mentioned maybe 2 or 3 times, was some people, they accumulate their leave over the year. They get per paycheck X amount of leave that adds up over the year. And when you get to, if you're getting a day a month, when you get to May, like we currently have it, you've accumulated 5 days. That's enough to go to the convention. Whereas if you're having it in February, you've maybe accumulated a day and a half, 2 days, maybe 3, depending on how you accumulate that. And they're worried about delegates being able to show up because then they just don't have that time accumulated for the year. So those were the biggest ones that I ran across. I mean, weigh them out however you want. I think the first one is the biggest one. It was the one that was pushed back on the most. The second one was the financial burden on some of the smaller states that don't have the large bank accounts to fund a convention, but for every other year. So I just wanted to weigh in, let y'all know, what some of the feedback was from the chairs, so y'all can kind of look into this when y'all vote. That was all I had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley.
If I could just respond to a couple of things. One of the reasons why we're having it that weekend.
We are at time. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Ford.
Sure.
We need to extend time again. Would another 15 minutes be okay for moving? I'm
No.
not seeing anyone yelling
I
at
would
me,
object
so
to that.
I move for another 15 minutes.
Objection. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Okay. The second and amend to 5 minutes.
Okay. Second and amend to 5. Is there a second for the amendment, the boss
Second
amendment
that.
to 5 minutes?
Yes, I'll second that.
All right. Is there any objection to the boss amendment for 5
No,
minutes?
Alexa, there has not.
Going once, going twice. All right.
I just feel like we're going to be back here in 5 minutes.
That becomes the
How
main
about
motion.
we compromise at 10?
But that was the first
Objection.
motion,
So
Pat.
did you object to the 5 minutes, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, I think we're just going to be back here in 5 minutes. The ultimate, and I again, Mr. Boss is very sincere, and I appreciate his input, but I just think we'll be back here in 5 minutes. Doing the
Will we
Libertarian
not
thing.
be back here in 10 minutes?
All right. So if there's objection to 5 minutes, that means we're in debate. So is there any debate on whether or not to amend to 5 minutes?
I would compromise to 10, and I would encourage us to do a hand-raising vote and not a counting vote.
There's no objection to 5 minutes.
No, I registered an objection to 5 minutes, Mr. Treasurer.
Right. Okay. All right.
Or how about this? Let's vote up and down on 5, and if we don't like the result, then someone can move to.
Jake, I agree. We will debate this for 15
All in
minutes.
favor of amending to 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Make sure you're not counting Pietro Garcia.
Correct.
Or whatever.
11 with Mr.
Garachi. Not
one. Somebody count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. All right. Please lower your hands. Mr. McGee, your hand is still up.
My apologies.
That's all right. And you're next in the when we get to the main motion. All opposed to 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2. All right. The amendment passes, so that becomes the main motion. All in favor of extending, or let me ask, is there discussion on the 5 minutes?
You don't
Make the motion to
discuss a
amend to
motion to
10
extend
on behalf
time.
of Mr. Ford.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any objection to amending to 10 minutes?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Would anybody like to be recognized to debate?
Really?
Hearing no debate, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of amending to 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 5. I'm counting 5. All right, please lower your hands. All opposed to amending to 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it's 5-5, so
it
motion
fails.
fails. All right, we're now back on to the main motion to extend for 5 minutes. Is there any discussion on
You
this?
don't discuss the motion to extend.
No.
Okay. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Please lower your hands. All opposed to extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see any objections, so we are extended for 5 minutes.
I feel like that should count into the time.
Okay, so I was just briefly, I'll make it quick. We're answering
Income says just briefly, it's not briefly.
the questions from our affiliate support committee chair. Number one of the reasons why we're having it that weekend in February, because that is, depending where you live, a 3- and 4-day weekend. And in fact, many schools will be closed the week following. There's a weird prep school, whatever mix. So that's the issue there in terms of timing. I don't even remember what the other questions, obviously weather related. We have provisions to handle if we've got 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 delegate groups that are missing. We've got just and organically, I support this, although I recognize the concerns. We simply need something to goose our campaigns. And to the degree that there will be sacrifice amongst a number of affiliates, and by the way, the generosity of spirit in doing the research on this was phenomenal. Everyone was willing to have great conversations about this and or take the time to write extensive letters, and I appreciate that. So I guess I'll just defer to the LNC. I'd love to understand, and I don't know if there's a mechanism to do this, to understand people's reasoning in this, because remember, this is an academic exercise as well as a very important exercise on behalf of our convention process. Part of the reason we were doing this was to find out what would make it work and what would hold it back. I think very few people are opposed to the spirit of this, which is to give our campaign more time.
I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I just want to give it to Mr. McKee, because no, we don't have much time. Mr. McKee.
What I will say is that I have worked diligently with Mr. Ford on the Convention Oversight Committee to try and make all of this a reality.
Hector, did Kyle answer your question? Has he even looked at you?
We can argue this back and forth ad nauseam.
Did he even know that I was gone?
I think it's time to vote.
No.
Call the question.
Hector, I believe a motion called question does. I'm not sure about any extension of time.
Go to the vote. Please don't call the question.
I think we're pretty close to being at time, and there's no more discussions. So let's go ahead and
sure. Usually, delegates are selected at state conventions, but it varies by state party. Yes, every state has its own rules. You go to the state party's website. You can email the chair and ask.
I want to confirm, Mr. Dar, set date of the 2028 LNC convention to February 18th, 21st, 2028. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yeah.
And I can't see what you guys are seeing. You are seeing the motion, the ballot, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterton.
In light of the mixed feedback in my region, I'll abstain.
Mr. Dar.
Gonna pass for now.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Mr. Nebel.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Like Mr. Chatterton, due to the mixed priorities in my region, I'm going to abstain.
Mr. McGee.
I will be an aye.
Because I'm conflicted on what's best for the national party and what's best for my state party, I'm going to abstain. Mr. Hirsch.
It's a tough decision, but I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Pass.
Mr. Watkins.
Can you hear me?
Nope.
Now I can.
Okay. Yes.
Chair Nikela, do you want me to come back to you?
I will abstain.
Mr. Dart.
I'm also just going to abstain because I could support either.
Mr. Thompson.
I will as well.
That's an abstain?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the votes are 10 yes, 0 no, and 6 abstentions.
All right, motion passes. Thank you very much to the Convention Oversight Committee and, of course, the leadership of Mr. Ford. And I know, Mr. McGee, you'll be getting those RFPs, and we'll go from there. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies. All right, next we're going to be moving on to new business with previous notice. Monetize emails.
Can you give me 30 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
No.
Mr. Thompson, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I would like to object to the consideration of the question.
Okay, I'm going to give Mr. Secretary a moment.
Apparently, Kyle said that like leaning back was also a way to take up more space on
Who
camera.
objected?
I feel like it's not working.
Point of order. That doesn't.
Pushing
actually
back
require an
doesn't
objection.
count. It's
It
the
moves
lean
immediately
back.
to consideration.
I believe the secretary is making this. So.
Amanda attempting to look big is adorable.
You told me to look
they
make her
paused
on
so that I
camera.
could
This is the best
do
that
my
I've
job.
got.
But who made the objection?
I believe
This
it's
is how
Mr.
I plan to
Thompson.
threaten mountain
Correct me
lions.
if I'm wrong.
That is correct.
Okay. So we're going to move right into a vote on the objection of the consideration of the motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. It is not debatable. It does not require a second. So, Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready with that ballot.
Point of information. I'm sorry. What are we?
What is the
What are we
question?
voting on here?
It would be a motion to monetize emails to the LNC by Mr. Watkins.
I also object to the
Okay.
consideration of that question.
Point of information. There's
And Mr. Chair,
Mr. Boulder.
can you let the other members know what an aye is actually a vote for and what a no is actually a vote for? Because from my understanding,
say
a
aye
yes
and
is
no.
that you do
It
want
is
to
aye and
consider,
no.
and a no
No.
is that you don't.
No,
want
it's
to
not I
consider.
and A, it's I and no.
Correct. So, a yes vote would be to
That is
favor,
Robert's.
A?
Yes,
be in
no,
favor
it's
of the
I and
objection.
no.
A no vote would be against the objection. So, a yes vote would be to basically get rid of the
Oh,
motion.
no,
A no vote
Yes
would be to
and
consider
no.
the motion.
No, it's I and no. Those are the Roberts
Thank you.
votes. An affirmative vote is an
And neither
aye.
of which is a
Negative
vote to
vote
adopt.
Confuse it there
is
at the
a
end.
no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boss.
I'm sorry, neither vote would be a vote to adopt the motion.
Correct. It wouldn't be a vote to adopt. It would only be a vote to consider. So let's say we voted no, then we'd move on to discussion and deliberation on the on the motion, and then we would debate it and we'd go through the process and then we would vote on it. An objection to the consideration of the motion would be to not even consider it. There would be no period to debate. It would just, if the ayes have it, the motion would not be considered.
If it is a
That's
roll
not my
call,
understanding
it is
of
yay
the-
and nay.
My understanding is a yes
What I thought.
is
In
supposed
Roberts,
to
the
be
actual
that
vote,
you
though, is
want
aye
to
and
consider,
no.
and then
I am
no,
on Roberts.
because
A
it
roll
actually
call
ends up
vote
being
is yay and nay.
The motion is
When
shall
it's
the
re-
motion be
as
considered?
recorded, is
Yes.
aye and no.
A yes is to
That
consider.
is
no
No,
is a
correct.
that's
yes.
backwards. Aye and no
Oh.
is the
And
normal one if
Mr.
it's the
Brown's
open body.
hand raised.
Yes.
Wasn't
So
sure.
I
if
was
he
That wasn't
correct.
open body. That was a roll call vote.
He's
Mr.
nodding.
Brown.
He's nodding in
In
agreement.
Roberts, it is
Okay,
aye
so-
and
so I
no.
have
I
one more-
literally
so-
just linked it.
On open
No, I was-
body. Thank you,
was
I
just
Angela.
going
linked
to
it
say
from
the-
Thank you,
The
Angela.
question is,
rulesonline.com.
shall the question be considered? And a vote means you will consider the question. No vote means you will not consider it. And it takes a 2/3 no vote to not consider it.
All right, so I stand corrected. So a yes vote is to consider the motion, a no vote is to not consider the motion.
So mid.
That's correct. Okay.
Dang, Keith.
Mr. Bowler,
No.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
I'm going to pass, please.
Please.
Mr. Dar,
Somebody get that man a Snickers.
He doesn't
Mr.
have that.
Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford,
No.
Ms. Hayes,
Abstain.
Mr. Neville,
No, do not consider the motion.
Mr. Martin,
Pass.
Mr. McGee.
Pass.
I'm voting no. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
Abstain.
Mr. Chair,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Chatterton,
Can it be clarified? It needs 2/3 no to
correct.
stop it. I'll abstain, I believe.
Mr. Martin,
Troubled by this. I think we've considered far worse questions than this.
That part's true.
I'm going to abstain because I don't feel right about this objection, and I feel like this won't get fairly considered.
Mr. McGee,
Sorry. Mr. Malagon's on the green, so I'm going to have to abstain.
Hey, Jonathan.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 2 yes, 8 no, 6 abstentions.
The motion shall not be considered. Mr. Dar, I'm going to hand you the gavel for the next motion. And the next two motions.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, I recognize you for the next item of
All right,
business.
guys,
Motion to
here we
accept
are.
auto resignation of Watkins from EPC with reappointment.
Yes, so I move to accept the auto resignation of Mr. Watkins from EPCC and also to reappoint him to the EPCC. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any objection to the motion? Well, I see a hand raised to speak to it. Mr. Boast.
No objection.
No objection. Okay, sorry. Mr. Boss. Thank you, Mr. Boss. All right. Mr. Bowler, I see your hand raised to be recognized. Was this an objection?
It was more an objection to just do a little bit of debate. I would love to
Clarify.
hear.
No problem.
Okay. I'd love to hear Mr. Watkins' position on this because I think it is a salient point of we need to attend the meetings of the committees that we're on and put priority and importance on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just apologize.
I've wondered
for,
that
I
too,
guess,
Hector.
missing 5 meetings. Although I don't think
that's going to
attendance
happen,
was
though, but we'll see.
regularly taken. But you know, it's not that big of a deal to me. But toward the end of spring, getting into summer, I do get a little bit busier. And before the EPCC was expanded, we were meeting once every 2 weeks, usually for about 20 or 30 minutes each time. And then when the committee was expanded, the meetings were then about an hour and a half, sometimes an hour and 40, coming on to 2 hours, which is kind of absurd for a meeting or a committee like this. And that just ate into other things going on in my personal life, making things busier, and also would sometimes overlap with COC meetings. So I did need to prioritize. But since the committee was brought back down to 3, it is returned to 30 minutes once per month.
Thank
If
you, Mr.
you
Watkins.
can't
Mr.
do
Boss,
the
I still
thing
see
you
your hand raised. You
volunteered
wish to be
for,
recognized?
you need to get gone.
Yes. The nature of our committee is it is a confidential committee, so I won't say what we talk about, but it is ongoing and there's constant communication between the members. Mr. Watkins is always a participant on every decision. There was no real loss of input or
if there's only 3 people on a committee, you
participation
can't find a
by not
time
attending on a specific
once
time.
a month.
It is not like the LNC.
For the 3 people to get together, fuck you.
So I don't think that plays into this particular consideration.
And thank you, Mr. Boss. And I'd like to add that I've also offered my help in anything, and it was never needed. And I keep track of the chat regularly, barring any notification issues. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, an asynchronous college course. Like if you're getting an A, you don't attend class all the time. It happens.
That's not what it's like at all. Wow. That was not a good
Mr.
look.
Watkins, Mr. Bowler.
I appreciate Mr. Watkins apologizing for not being at those meetings. I am now in favor of his reappointment, but also with the stipulation, I mean, not part of it, but just acknowledge that if it happens again, it will be a no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowler. I am not seeing any other hands from anyone wishing to be recognized. So we shall move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting the auto resignation and immediate excuse me.
Because it's a reappointment, you have to do it by a roll call vote.
Thank you for correcting.
Appointment to a committee.
Yeah, that is true. I can't speed run that. Thank you for the correction there. That's moved to a counted vote.
Good
Had I not had it ready, I might not have interrupted you. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Damn right, Chuck. Not showing up
Mr.
doesn't
Boss.
get you an A.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
You want me to skip you, Mr. Dar?
Yeah, this time skip me since I'm.
Thank you. Mr. Dassing.
No. I'm just kidding. Yes.
That's
Mr.
crying,
Ford.
by the way, not laughing.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
Ms. Hayes.
Oh, wait, sorry. As somebody who skipped class all the time and still got A's, I am going to give a yes.
Mr. Neville.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
I have confidence in Mr. Watkins. I'm a yes.
Mr. McGee.
Mr. Watkins, do your damn homework. Yes.
I agree that he
I
should
will
do his
vote
homework
yes.
and also go to class.
Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
No.
Absurd.
I knew you were going to say that. Mr. Nikela,
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Dar.
Since all the others voted yes, I'll show solidarity and be able to vote yes on this one too.
Hey, he
Just-
That is
changed
against
the,
Mr.
the
Watkins.
word
Change
to
the
solidarity.
word, but not the
Yes,
not the
I'm
intent.
drafting Mr. Watkins.
The vote total is 15 yes and 1 no.
Watkins was the only one that voted correctly.
The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Ridiculous.
We shall move to the next item of business, the voter gravity discussion with the related, voter gravity discussion. There was no motion attached to this one. 15 minutes. Chair Nikela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. So to be clear in this discussion, I'm not asking for any particular action from this committee. I simply wanted to have a discussion on voter gravity with the board. And since I made the motion to discuss, I've been speaking with staff and adoption on voter gravity. It looks like there is a good number of states that are actually
Like
using voter gravity, so I'm really
The
happy to see that.
EPCC, for those
I
who don't
will say
realize,
that it
is the
is
Employment
a neat
Policy
piece
and
of kit.
Compensations
It's
Committee.
a great tool for
They're
affiliates
the ones that are
and
supposed to have
for
the
candidates,
KPIs on
but it's
every
also
one of the
expensive.
staff members.
And I will just
They're the
remind
ones
the
that are supposed
board
to be
that we
making sure
are
that people are
bleeding
getting what they're
roughly
worth.
$15,000 a month. You're
This
going to
has
see in the
obviously
next
been a
report
failure,
for
at least since
August, that
2022.
there's going to be a big
There is
change in that,
no
a positive
world
change.
where they should be like,
And,
oh, well, we're
you
doing
know,
so
this is
well, we don't even
something
have to show up to
that
meetings.
I
That
want
is
it
absurd.
to, if we're going to continue with it, to benefit the affiliates and the candidates. And so that means that I want to make sure we're promoting adoption and not only adoption, but actual use of the software. And I certainly seek input from the affiliates. I know that at some point the affiliate support committee chair is going to come on. Overall, gun to my head, I think it's a great piece of software. I think that we should certainly encourage the folks on the ground to continue to use it. I just want to make sure we're getting our value out of it by encouraging that adoption and that use, and to discuss it in any way. So bringing this topic up actually brought it to the light for a lot of affiliates, and now they get to know that it exists if they're not already using it. And we got some input there. So I did want to discuss this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do remember that Mr. Bradley also wanted to speak to this, so if he could raise his hand just so I have him in the queue here too, if he'd still like to speak to that. I will next recognize Mr. The Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We use voter gravity here in Indiana. We really like it. We came up with a program to try to incentivize our candidates and our county parties to use it. Basically, if they've reached a certain threshold of doors knocked and surveys given, that we would reimburse the costs that the counties and the candidates have. I think it's a great tool. I think the biggest problem we have is twofold. One, we've done a piss poor job of promoting it to the affiliates to get them to want to use it. It's free for the state parties. It costs for candidates and county parties, but it's actually a really good deal. It's, I think, less than 50% if you were to go and buy it or sign up for it directly and not going through the national program. So we've done not a great job of promoting why the state affiliates should use it and how they can get their candidates and their county parties using it. We've also done a piss poor job of asking the members to fund or to donate to supporting the continued use of voter gravity. I wrote a letter a year ago that never got sent.
So I poked Steve Dossbach on
this is a great
Pat
thing.
Ford's comments
You
earlier.
should help fund it.
And
It
he
never
is
went out.
heavily taken Steve Dossbach out of context.
I think
I
before
Pat
we decide
Ford's-
we're going to axe
Pat
a
Ford
program
claimed
or
that
consider axing a
Steve
program
didn't want
that
it more than 6
is
months in
actually
advance
really
for the
beneficial
convention,
as a political
thereby
party.
May.
We should do a better
Steve
job of
says
getting
that
engagement
it should
from the
be
affiliates.
the
and
first week of
asking
March,
people to financially support it.
more than likely,
If
with President's
I
Day
understand
weekend
correctly,
being probably the best option.
the total cost is
So
between $3,000 and
vastly different.
$7,000 a month.
I
Depending
imagine
on
we
use.
were not getting that
3,000 a
complete
month
story.
for
And-
something that can be used by all of the affiliates for free. Like, and they load in the voter data for that state. Like they supply it. Like that's huge. And National can access that information for each state that's using it as well, just like the state can access it for the candidates and the county parties that are using it. It's a great program. We need better adoption, and we need to ask people to help pay for it. That's all I got to say.
President's Day is a fake and woke holiday.
Thank you,
Damn right,
Mr.
Jake.
Secretary. Mr. Chatterton.
Mr. McMahon beat me to a lot of the same points I would have raised, so I will avoid repeating them, but I think I can second basically everything he mentioned. I would also want to add, just recounting some of the experiences that I had working with it in Michigan. We had several campaigns take it up and take it on to use the tool. And we had, I think, 3 or 4 campaigns use it, including some getting support from the state party.
Hold on.
With the state party's access, and it was very useful. And generally, the consensus was that our teams that used it felt like we were hardly even scratching the potential for it. But that even at that level, there was great value derived, and that that would only basically increase with more use, having more people become adept in using the tool. There's a significant element of it to be done by planning or efforts and things like that. And one of the things I noticed is it was very
Here's
helpful
the
for
thing,
us that
for those who are questioning
had a
this,
very
we spend $3,000 a month on voter
commitment to it
gravity.
from a few core members at the top of the party that learned it well and tried to help with the rollout to the different groups, and having an effort like that really helped us to overcome some of the barriers to entry, and getting it rolled out into a couple campaigns. It was basically just a process of baby steps, allowed it to really take off, and as I said, we hardly felt we scratched the surface of potential return on investment that we could get for it. I did also kind of want to repeat one of the points that Mr. McMahon did raise already, is that in past years we had made inquiries out to other service providers of the same type of tool, and at least a price difference of half, I think, is very reasonable, as Mr. McMahon said, and it might have even been greater difference than that in our experience. So I hope the National Party can continue this, and I think even with that cost, it's something we should work on, and I think we can take a lot of measures to bring funding specifically for this, and it's worth it, and it's something we should not get rid of, and I hope we can keep working with it. Thank you.
Dana, I've wondered that before, but I didn't
Thank
have
you for
proof
comments,
of
Mr.
that.
Chatterton. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely second and agree.
Man, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Everything that's been said by
All right,
the other
guys.
members on this.
Kyle's gone, so you can all talk
But I
smack
want to
about
add
him
one
now.
thing to the discussion that's super exciting. So first of all, for those of you who don't know, voter gravity freaking rocks. We get access to data that we need in order to build lists that allows us to do things in politics. It makes campaigns go, right? So this is a really powerful tool that we're all learning. As a state chair, I'm learning this. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not utilizing this yet nearly to the level that it needs to be utilized. I think we could use a little bit more mentorship, especially kind of one-on-one interactions
From Michael
where
Hayes.
people can learn how to do things on this. That would be cool. But even better than that, we just passed a program that
Reese,
will
did you have a motion? I didn't see
absolutely
it.
benefit and make full use of
Any
voter
objections to
gravity
what?
and be able to help to fundraise on it and be able to reinforce those efforts, and may even help to be kind of that mentorship training process in the states where they're working. So our operators will be able to use this data to build lists and to conduct activities and to supplement the state party and help them do things like petitioning during sensitive ballot access windows. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Ford.
I'm not being held against my will,
Mr. Darrow,
Hector.
last
Kyle
month
and I are
we
many,
had
many
a
states
significant
apart,
turnout at our
but I
second
appreciate your
town hall.
concern.
Lack of a better term, that's what I call it. We talked about a number of issues. I'm wondering if we shouldn't do another one of these this month and touch on a range of issues, not the least of which would be having someone perhaps even from voter gravity speak for 5 minutes to chairs about voter gravity. Thank you.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Bradley. No one objects? Thank you. Good.
Again, talking to the chairs, there are 27 chairs currently, or 27 states currently signed up for voter gravity. 25 of them are actually using it, or actively using
I like
it,
you
not
without the
actually,
headphones, Kyle.
actively using it.
What?
Two of
I said
them,
I like you without the
emails
headphones.
were sent out to them after they signed up. The email
Is that because I
bounced
can't hear
back and
anything?
they've been
Yeah,
unable to get a
they
hold
can
of
say
them.
things about you. You want to?
That's fine.
So there are 25 currently using it. I think talking to some of the chairs who are not using it, some of them didn't know it existed, which goes to the secretary's point that there hasn't been a good push to get this out there to some of the chairs so that they know that it's there. Some of the feedback I have gotten is they love that it has its own built-in block walking app with it, where a lot of the L2 data and stuff like that, you're having to purchase a block walking app outside of that. They like the fact that they can make notes for houses, and then when the next candidate comes along and pulls up that house, boom, those notes are there for the next candidate that comes through. And you're
Damn
not
right,
going to have
Liz.
that unless
Chairs just
and
need
I'm
to
sure
step
some
up
of the
and
other
actually do
programs
shit.
do. But if you don't keep it going
That'd be
forward
nice.
where you're using the same app, you're going to lose that data that
That'd be very
the
nice.
candidates so far have compiled for the future candidates to give them a little bit of a heads up. You know, this house liked this but didn't like that, so don't talk about that, talk about this, and kinds of gets it on that. Another thing that I did get feedback on are the states who are using it actively. They've kind of adapted it for a couple of different reasons, or a couple of different things that they can use it for, but training needs to be done by somebody, because a lot of the states haven't been able to fully utilize it because they haven't gotten any kind of training to be able to fully utilize it. So if there is a way that we can get, I know here in Texas, our campaign, the guy who runs campaigns in Texas
Why are we
for the
letting
state
Jacob
party,
Bradley talk?
he used it. He did a training on it. The training got really well,
I actually don't
really
know.
good feedback from within Texas of who used it here.
As they
But I
can
think it
recognize
would
anyone,
help
can't they?
not only to push it
Yeah.
a little bit more for the states, you would see more sign up for it by pushing it out a little bit more, but giving a training
Liz, I
to
like
those
voter
who do have
gravity.
it
It's
or
just
are going to
$3,000
sign
a
up on
month,
it
and
so
we
that
haven't
they
done
can
anything
fully
with it for
utilize it
national.
and see the rest of the tools that it offers that some of these other
And we pay for another walking app.
like I said, L2 data and stuff like that don't currently have. The 25 states that did do it did say that they're using it for multiple candidates. They're having good feedback from it. The state level is liking it because they're getting a little bit of data on who the voters are in the state. It tends to be a little bit better, more accurate than other apps and data that we've collected in the past. So that would be the feedback. I would personally say myself that I think it has been a good thing. I think a 50%, which is what we're sitting at, user rate is very good. And I think if we pushed it a little bit more and sent it back out, I think you would see a high climb in that number from 50%.
Liz, I totally got you there. Like we used it with Chase's campaign. It was great.
That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley, for that feedback. It's greatly appreciated. Mr. Nebel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I asked for feedback from my friends here in South Carolina, and we had our meeting yesterday, and one person's feedback was that they don't like the agreement that they signed that the candidates were not allowed to use it. So that was one thing. And then also that they would use it if they understood it. So I think the point made earlier about training is probably
I actually do
important
really
there.
enjoy hearing the
And then the
state's
second
perspectives.
person told me that they see the potential voter gravity has, but their candidates, our candidates use a competing software called Good Party. So that's all the feedback that I was given.
Yeah, there shouldn't be
Thank you.
competing softwares. There
Thank
should
you
be
very much,
one,
Mr.
again,
Neville.
for
Mr.
ease of
Watkins.
migration, ease of use.
Yeah, I
This
just
is
want to
ridiculous.
echo a lot of the things that other members have said already. You know,
There's a
it's a
difference
great
between
tool, and
decentralization
it
and
is
chaos.
it's something that we need to give our candidates because that's our whole point of existing anyway, or at least partially the point.
Thank you.
And I think this needs to be something like if cost is a excuse me, I'm a little sick, but if cost is a concern, I think the secretary is correct and others that we have to push for wider adoption. But also, I think this should be an item that should be used for fundraising, emails, social media, whatever it is. That was part of the plan that we adopted about a year ago. Once things were in the correct place, that this could be used in part for or as part of a marketing campaign to fundraise for our candidates because it's a valuable tool. And donors, I think, if they see that their money is actually going somewhere and is useful and generates a return, which would be winning elections, hopefully, then they would see that their money is well spent.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. We just had time end at the end of your comments there. Does anyone wish to extend time on this item? I see a few hands still raised.
Move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
Motion has been
See,
made
I
and
would just
seconded to extend by 5
rattle
minutes. Is
off
there
random
any
times.
opposition to extending by
I
5
move
minutes?
to
Yeah,
extend
I
time
will
by
object,
3 minutes
yes.
and 18 seconds.
There is an objection. Do you wish to speak to objection? Wait, there isn't on extension of time. Let us go to a vote. Those in favor of extending by 5 minutes, please react.
I love how
with
Paul
a
knows this and
raised
Stephen
hand.
doesn't. That you don't debate motions to extend. Yeah, I agree with Alexa. Get
see
the data in a
10
good place
hands
first and
raised.
then spend on new tools.
Go ahead and lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I see 2 opposed to extending by 5 minutes. The motion carries to extend by 5 minutes. And back into the order that it was before there, I believe. Mr. McMahon and then Mr. Scott.
I just would like to talk with Mr. Nebel offline about some of the concerns that contract for the candidates. I was on the candidate support committee when the original contract was signed, and the agreement that we had was essentially it couldn't be used until after nomination. There were some exceptions, but you couldn't use it until you had been nominated, and that was to prevent favoritism or supporting, one party over one group or one faction over another. They had to be nominated beforehand. As far as Good Party is concerned, Good Party is a great company. We have a lot of candidates in Indiana that use them. The drawback to it is you don't have the data retention for other candidates, the county party or the state party, and they don't have all of the same mechanisms.
That's true too, Liz.
Their data is also not as great.
Buy
It's not a
data,
comprehensive
and then you can sell
L2
that data to
import.
bring in more money from the state levels.
And so I just wanted to let people know that. But they do a lot of other really good stuff, and I like the Good Party.
The Good
you
Party.
know, they're also very affordable for
Welcome to
candidates.
Good Party.
But,
With a Good
Almost a
Party,
Good
can
Party.
I take
ways
your
to
order?
incentivize for state parties to subsidize candidates using.
That's what I
voter
felt like when you were talking about the
gravity. And then
Freedom
you
Party
have
or the
good
Free
data
Party last night.
retention, not just for that
Welcome to
cycle,
Free
but for
Party.
future
Oh, the
cycles.
Free
the Free Party.
So
I take your
just
order.
wanted to say that.
This is the content
Thank you,
that
Mr.
people
McMahon.
get big bucks for.
And if there's no objection to recognizing Mr. Scott.
Oh
not
my
hearing an
God.
objection, Mr. Scott. Thank you.
Objection.
Why?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you guys
He's
give me
the
a chance
New
to speak
Mexico
really
chair,
quick, I'll be
who was
right.
a Republican.
Right.
So
and
voter gravity,
No.
we loved it.
I didn't.
We like it where it's coming. We signed up twice, but still never got in. I pushed for this years ago
You weren't
through
here
the
years ago.
ballot access committee
You still pushed for
to
it,
the
Kyle.
board
Gosh.
many
You don't have to be
times.
physically
So
present to push for a thing.
hear it from
I
another
push for
state
your
that wants
removal all
to
the
use
time.
it, and I have a candidate that could use it right now that's running
Are they
for school
Republican?
board. So if you guys can help me out on that, that'd be great. But also, please, keep it going. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Mr. Bradley, let's take note of that and make sure we get some support for Mr. Scott there, and thank you. Mr. Ford.
Yeah, briefly, I wonder whoever is actually in touch with operationally with Voter Gravity could give me their contact information so I can reach out to them and have that special phone call about them participating in our national convention next year.
A very special
If we've got, on a larger note, if we've got suggested campaign vendors, companies that are in the business of potentially or currently selling to us, we need to hit them up and shake them. I'm sorry, shake them down for a little of the do-re-mi. So I'd
Goodness
appreciate that
gracious.
input. I don't know if that's you, Jake, or whoever. Thank you.
That we can get in touch with them. Just call me and Hannah on Monday, and we'll set up a time to touch base. They're a good group. They're all libertarian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Would love to have him there too. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayla. I'm not seeing anyone further wishing to be recognized. We only had a minute left anyways. Did you have anything else to close out, Mr. Nikela, on this discussion item?
I'll just close with saying I appreciate this discussion. I think the main objective seems to be how do we train and increase adoption of voter gravity. I think we're all on the same page that we like it. We think it's valuable and worth every penny. It's just a matter of getting up to 50 states to be using it and adopting it. So that's where we're going to go with it. And I look forward to working with you to see how we can reach that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That item is over, so I'm going to hand back the gavel to Mr. Nikela.
All right, breaks over. All right, next up is appointment of Ms. Wong to ASC by Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Chatterton, you have the floor, or you can make your motion.
Thank you. So this motion to appoint Ms. Wong to the Affiliate Support Committee was at the request of the Affiliate Support Committee Chair. To my understanding, they've had some discussions, and Ms. Wong had been working on a project that Mr. Bradley was interested to work with her on further, bring that under the umbrella of the Affiliate Support Committee work, and bring the resources at hand with that to bear on that project. And I would encourage that if there isn't objection, that we could certainly welcome any feedback from Mr. Bradley or Ms. Wong if either of them wish to speak to that.
Before we move forward, is there a second to make the appointment?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is Ms. Wong on tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. All right. Without objection from the body, would you like to give us a little bit of information about yourself and your interest in the ASC?
Hi, everyone. I am chair of the MTLP, that's Montana LP.
Bottom 5 in the country.
I've been working on growing our membership and trying to get our
Scandal-plagued
counties
MTLP?
affiliated. And as a result, I
MTLP has literally
the
lost
LNC
more
handbook,
as a
the affiliate handbook, and retooled
percentage
it to
than at
be
least
more
45 of the other
specific
states.
for Montana and for our county affiliates. And as a result, got very interested in our own affiliate support. And I sent the handbook to Jacob, and then he just asked if I'd be
Not sure
willing to
this is a
help
wise
out
move.
with the LNC affiliate support. And because I'm very interested in learning how to better serve our own counties,
He's a
I
hardcore
jumped at
Angela
that
supporter.
chance because I would like to get more information on how to support
She also writes
our
like
counties and get them
ChatGPT,
activated.
Panegyrix to
That's
Angela
where I'm at.
McArdle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong. Mr. Bradley, would you like to speak as ASC chair?
Are y'all tired of hearing from me yet tonight? No? Okay.
Kyle is.
Melissa said most of
Yes.
it. She did send me that. One of the goals that we had on the affiliate support committee this cycle was to update that book that was put out last cycle by the affiliate support committee. We'd like to update it. We'd like to add things to it. I did a lot of that book, so I'm sure it's full of grammatical errors. I need somebody who's willing to fix my stuff. Not that I know that for sure, but I know me, so I'm guessing. So I would like somebody who has been able to put together a book similar to this, which Melissa has. And I would like, that's why I specifically requested that she be added, because I want her to come in and help with the retooling and the updating and the adding to of that book. And I think she is the perfect person with her skill set to be able to do that.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions for the affiliate support committee or Ms. Wong? Hearing none, we can go to an election or a vote. Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Gross.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dar,
Yes.
I did, in
Mr.
fact.
Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
You need
Ms.
to do
Hayes,
better.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Angela Wong is
Yes.
probably bottom 5 in the country right now, and they're all voting
Mr.
yes.
McGee.
It's ridiculous.
Aye.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Treasurer Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Chair Nikela.
I will abstain.
The vote is 14 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Motion passes. Congratulations to Ms. Wong. All right, next up is a motion to amend Policy Manual Statute 1.02.1, previous notice. Mr. Buller, you have the floor.
They
Thank
just
you,
put
Mr. Chair.
Angela, or I'm sorry, Angela.
Simply,
Angela,
Alyssa
pretty much.
Wong
notice
on
issues
the
have
affiliate support
been
committee.
plaguing this committee, like
She's
many
been
other
trying to
committees and
support
states.
committee, and it's just going to be
I
AI
think
posts about how
that
great Angela
when I
is.
was reading through some of the arguments about the notice of the 2 motions from June, there were arguments like, hey, there's a loophole of why that this is actually in order. And I just think that if we're trying to do notice where we end up getting confused as to what's actually happening with the rule, and it's requiring us to even look at like loopholes and things, it's probably not really helping us in any way. And so this amendment would simplify it and make it super easy, where I believe we would reduce the amount of appeals to 0 over previous notice, at least due to confusion or lack of clarity. Thank you.
Is there a second for Mr. Buller's amendment or motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. McGee, you are recognized.
Mr. Bowler, again, I'm seconding this on behalf of Mr. Bowler, who ostensibly is my boss, but I'm not seconding it because of that.
You shouldn't.
What I will say
your
is,
boss.
He's a
The
region
members
rep.
are the people. No, this is why I hate
notice
region
requirements.
reps.
Yes, agreed.
Again, like they shouldn't be representing
And
the chairs. They should be.
the
You
result of
represent the
that
platform. You
is
represent
this
the statement
proposal.
of principles.
While
And to the greatest
I
extent possible, the members represent themselves.
am hesitant to
You sound hesitant.
assist this, I do think it is the most prudent measure, and as such, I would implore all of you to vote yes on this motion. I yield my time.
I don't know.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? Mr. Bost.
Yes. So the first part of the original language is being removed. I don't know if it's being removed or being improved. Is the notice in a previous session? Would that still be the case, or would someone need to make a separate notice within before 5 days? If they, how does that work?
My understanding is that a notice would have to be made 5 days in advance, period, for all motions.
If I could speak to it, if you're noticing something at a meeting that was at least 5 days before, it would still be notice.
Correct. So basically everything needs 5 days notice.
All right, thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Under this policy, I can notice a document that I want us all to adopt, and none of you get to know what's in it until I spring it on you. And all I have to do is tell you at some point in advance with just barely enough. You guys do. I don't know if, look, okay, here's the thing. There are situations that arise where sometimes you kind of need that kind of secrecy, or you kind of need that kind of, maybe something is being investigated and there's a very serious situation. This is like something that would be exigent circumstances. And there are reasons, good reasons, to argue why this kind of notice policy and interpretation is a good one. However, if there's any kind of misrepresentation or rush to judgment or attempt to try to
I'm fascinated by that
railroad around the minority
in the
and
background.
just use this to steamroll and surprise
What are
them
you
with
using powdered
business.
peanut butter for?
Well, right
That's
beside his
what I'm
coffee,
concerned
so
about. And there has
Who the
been
fuck puts
a
peanut
real
butter in
problem
coffee?
on this committee doing
He
exactly
does.
that. Not just providing not enough notice, but in my opinion, engaging in misrepresentation and forcing us to vote before we're ready on things, or giving us enough time to reasonably review it, and
It's
in
ruining
ways
perfectly good coffee.
that could have been handled much better and more respectfully for us to be able to make informed governance decisions. I think this is more of an ethical problem than a policy problem. I really appreciate the intent of this, and I appreciate that there is a desire to clarify. I would be more in favor of the kind of amendment that would give us like a exigent circumstances situation and more clarity on making sure that this kind of policy just isn't abused. But honestly, I don't see any urgent need to change this. It's not that hard to give the full text of what you're going to do. Most of the time, it's really not a problem. So I'm explaining where I'm at on this. I'm not honestly sure how I'm going to vote on this. I have heard powerful arguments in favor of this policy, and I've heard, I naturally lean away from this and say notice is so critical and we want that open notice process. And I feel like the way that the committee is constructing
I apologize to cut you off, Mr. Martin, but we are at time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds like you said, I
Is there a
apologize
motion,
to piss
Mr.
you off.
McKee?
No. The item is, I move the previous motion.
You don't have to. It's going to now, unless somebody extend time.
No.
It would go
So
to the vote.
good.
Well, then let's go to the vote.
All right, so we'll go, Mr. Secretary, if you could prepare the
Oh,
ballot.
clean up. Clean up.
Box Kleenex.
Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
As I said before, I think my rooster says I got to abstain. Sorry.
Mr. McGee.
Brewster says I have to abstain. I like that one.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Austin's rooster called me.
Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Treasurer Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
I love Spicy Bill. I can't believe it took us this long to get to Spicy Bill.
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Abstain.
Chair Nikela.
I'll abstain.
The vote is 12 yes and 0 no's and 4 abstentions.
Motion passes. All right, next up is a motion to add designated funds drop down on donation page by Mr. Bowler. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Bowler, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'll be brief. There is a lot of lack of trust with the LNC or the party in general for the use of funds and the responsibility of them. And I'm looking for ways that we can bring members back, bring donations back, because that's the lifeblood of this organization. And I think one of the ways that we can do it, Libertarians, we love decentralization. And so having separate designations for the funds, the donations that come in to particular projects, then the donors can be a little bit more confident that it is at least going to go to a project that they agree with, and it will be under the purview of the committee for that project. And so I would still, of course, love general support donations as the default, for the general fund, but
I thought we already had
it would
this.
allow other people to
Honestly.
start coming back, at least helping with those other projects.
I still don't have faith that the money would be
I have my
given
hand
to
raised,
where
Mr.
I
Chair.
designated. It should be given
Mr.
though.
McMahon?
That's the problem.
Mr. Secretary?
Like there's no way to
Normally, I
prove
would
it.
say that there was nothing in this that required a motion, and I actually spoke with the chair about this. All of this is just directing staff to create this drop-down menu. But then it's the last part, further direct the executive director and treasurer to map each selection to a corresponding budget line, record designated donations as program restricted funds, include the designation on donor receipts and applicable financial reports. That makes it something that obviously has to be a motion. And I would say I actually 100% support this as somebody who used to give money to the CRM project that was supposed to be directed, designated. Those funds were never actually allocated to the CRM project. And it, irritated me because I gave money for a development of a extension, and that money did not get used for that development of that extension. So I think this is a really good idea to do this. And the last part is I think the most critical part, which is that they end up being mapped to the budget and designated and restricted to what it was intended for when the donors selected it. I would say we need to do something a little more than general support being the default. I think maybe it should be a separate box to drop down if further down, if you want to designate, please choose from one of these things as opposed to being up at the top. I think a lot of people will look at that and think, I'm giving $150 to the National Party. Oh, hey, I can make sure it only goes to ballot access. So I think maybe having it further down on the thing might be better for our general fund. That's all. Thank you.
Drew's Education Fund. All right, Mr. Redpath.
Yes, I have mixed feelings about this proposal. I will probably abstain on this. I think there is some merit to it, but on the other hand, I think that there is a possibility that money, we've got to keep the lights on, we've got to pay staff. General support may not sound very sexy to a lot of people, but it's extremely important. And I think
Bill Redpath
that
here.
I beg your pardon? Okay, there was a
Someone
comment
said
that
Bill
I
Redpath
did not
here.
hear. But in any event,
Jonathan.
I think it's up to this board, basically. I think people send us to this board under varying circumstances. Sometimes there are regional agreements that that are in place that restrict members' ability to vote in certain ways. But I do think that the board ultimately is responsible for the expenditure of funds. I think we're sent here by the members. Certainly, we need to listen to the members. There's no question about that, and get their input. But I'm just concerned about certain eventualities here that may make operations of the party more difficult if things are allocated to specific projects and not the general support that is needed. And ultimately, I think the judgment of the LNC is very important in terms of moving the party forward.
I just want to quickly say that about 70 to 80% of our expenditures are staff salaries and contracts. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that fact. Mr. Dar.
Yeah, I had raised my hand to ask Mr. Redpath about the difficulty in tracking those items going forward, and to ask Mr. Bowler about the technical difficulties in making that all work out. I know there has been some difficulties at times getting the donation page to do what we wanted to do, if for those that aren't aware of that at certain times, where it is failed to make it easy for donors to donate in some instances where the pop-ups and drop-downs weren't working quite the right way we wanted them to. So if they'd be able to answer more on that ability. But I do support having things in different areas there. I do like how we have something similar in Texas, where we have first the general donation as higher up type items, and then we have our special projects, which we do put lower on our donation page, but then it's directed to like our legislative action fund, legal action fund, and campaign support fund are our different funds that we have available. There is different ways that are beyond the normal general donation area. So I do like the general idea there, and to be able to track that so that we are able to do specific appeals. And I find that those specific appeals are a way to bring in money that we might not otherwise get, by being able to have that accountability and those appeals being able to be done. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mickey. Mr. Mickey, you're
Jonathan
muted. I'm not
McGee
sure if you're
here.
still seeking to be recognized. We'll go to Mr. Ford.
Quick question and then a comment. Under current fundraising techniques, is there an option for general operations as a targeted item?
That's basically the default. I mean, if you go to the website.
But should it be listed? I mean, specifically, and I forgive my ignorance for not knowing that. But if we're going to list out specifics, which I support wholeheartedly, I just wonder if we should, list general support as a specific option, with perhaps a point that you made that, a significant percentage of the party's operating budget relies on staff. We need staff, something to that effect. So giving people a choice, actually being if you will, on the positive, to support to the general operation.
Mr. Martin?
I'm strongly in support of this. I was kind of thinking about it, and I think it's a good idea. I think sometimes we over prioritize some things because it feels good to do that. But truth is, our general operations is definitely the more important earmark that we want there. I don't know. I kind of like your idea, Sam. I think this is a good, pardon me, Mr. Bowler. I was going to call the question.
Mr. Dar, how are we on time?
I'm going
Terrible.
to second that.
Actually.
We are at time, so
All right,
time
so
before they anyways,
No,
unless we extend
they
time.
sort of have.
Nothing
Like, there's-
good.
do I hear a
I would
motion to
say.
extend time? If not, move to a vote.
Point of
All-
order. A point of order.
Point of order, Mr. McKee.
Mr. Martin called the question, and I seconded.
Oh, we're already going to a vote.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes, Miss Hayes.
Oh, I was going to do my man voice. I'm going to say I'm actually going to be a no, even though I originally was in support. I think Mr. Redpath raised a very good point, so I'm a no.
Her. What's
Mr.
the
Neville.
difference in your normal voice and
Yes.
your man voice, Meredith?
Mr. Martin.
I'm not serious. I don't care.
Yes.
Mr. McGee.
Pass.
I'm going to vote yes, but I'm probably going to ask for an amendment at our next meeting. I think there's some issues. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
9.
Mr. Redpath,
I said I would abstain, but I'm going to change my vote to a no.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Yes.
Do you want me to come back to you, Mr. Chair?
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. McGee,
Well, Mr. Watkins is okay with it, so I'm going to say yes.
okay. The vote is 11 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstentions, Mr. Chair.
All right, motion passes. Next up, we have item G, 1, 2, and 3. So there is a motion to go into executive session for legal discussion on New Mexico. Mr. Lamb is not present, so somebody else is going to
Mayor
have to make
Lamb.
that motion. And also we'll need to include Mr. Scott from New Mexico to join us, if that's so the wishes of the body.
I move that we move into executive session and that Mr. Scott from New Mexico be included thereof.
Second.
They're in.
All right, is there any objection to move into executive session? If not, we will proceed to the executive session.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, who was I supposed to be adding?
Me.
That's not a board member?
Derek
so-
Scott, the chair
Thank
of
you.
New Mexico.
You don't want to be in
Thank you.
the executive session?
Actually, yes, that'd be fun.
Actually, very important.
Let's do
that's
that.
fucking right.
Let's
Don't
do
you-
it. I
Don't
said,
you whine at me?
yes, okay.
I was correct.
I said yes. This is what I have to put up with all the time.
It's true.
Crazy.
I am this stupid all the time. Chuck is correct. This is the part of the night where we have to entertain them, Amanda. They're in executive session.
That's true. All right.
Na, 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 na.
All right. Okay. How do we entertain people, Kyle? Oh, look, there's Evan. Hi, Evan. How are you? You can say hi to us. You know we're watching you.
Hi,
You know we're
Evan.
probably saying hi to you. Hi, Evan.
How's it going?
Hi.
Good. Larry,
Yes, sir.
I'm making you host,
Okay.
and you'll go down to the bottom to the breakout
Oh,
room.
goodness.
I was like, not you two. Not you
Okay.
two as well.
Okay. And then you'll add me to the breakout room.
At the bottom breakout room.
Uh,
Join
That's going
breakout room.
good.
Yep. And you don't join breakout room. You assign me to the breakout room.
Okay.
I just see join breakout room. How do I assign you?
I can't tell you. Mimi, help.
Mimi.
She's on phone.
Oh wait, hold on. I
Oh,
think
Kyle, tell him how to go to the breakout room.
remove. Put in. No, don't put in waiting room.
Oh, I would have done it if you would have made me it. I know how to do it. But
I know, but
yeah, if you go to more, you can see the different breakout rooms, and you can put Evan in there.
Mimi laying down the law.
Yeah, I can't. If I'm not looking at it, I can't tell you exactly how to do it. But yeah, have you found it?
Okay. I have a locked meeting. Waiting.
Oh,
and I'm not really on
actually,
phone,
yeah,
I'm
you
on
need to
both.
add Greg Hirsch too. I didn't add Greg Hirsch.
So Chuck is asking if we can divide up roles and cosplay as the LNC.
Oh gosh.
He
I
wants to hear a lot of
do-
different voices, complete with an Austin Martin ukulele and
I
salt.
only have a pudding
See, here's the
waiting
problem
room
with
option.
that is I don't.
On the click
do we
more
know
at
enough
the bottom
people
of
of
your
the
screen.
on the
three dots,
LNC well
scroll
enough
over.
to do that?
And then I have
I think so.
host tools, audio
But
settings, meeting
I don't think
settings,
I can do good enough voices for a
live
lot of
stream
them.
to YouTube, close all rooms.
It
No, you don't
though
want to do
for
that.
Austin, rather than
That's
doing
what
Austin's
deposits
voice with, I would
It
just
should
do
be
Shaggy.
when you do the all rooms. You should be able to put people in the rooms.
Oh
By
man!
the time they figure out how to put people
Hold
in
on,
the
I'm
rooms,
going to
they're going to be
reclaim
out
the
of
host for
executive
a
session.
second so that I can put.
If Austin Martin is Shaggy, I think
Greg
that makes
Hirsch in
Andrew
there.
Chatterton Scooby Doo.
Okay.
That tracks.
Andrew Chatterton doesn't have enough energy for Scooby-Doo.
Would you like? Would you
Okay.
prefer if he was Scooby Dum?
Mimi, can you do it from your phone?
No, I'm not on my
Michaela would
phone.
just
I'm
be
on
like
both. I'm
putting
on my
my
computer.
stretching my arms
It's just
out.
that my
so
earphones are on my phone.
If she knows how to do it, do you want to make her
Yeah,
the
I'm going
host?
to make you the
I
host.
do want to hear you
Sepia
attempt to
tone
do a
down.
Meredith
Okay.
voice.
All right.
Meredith just kind of has
There
a
you go,
vocal
Mimi.
fry, but she
Okay.
has a little
Yeah,
bit of
so,
she
okay.
talks.
Oh, and can you
She
pause
does
the
talk more
recording?
I'll have
quickly
to
than
do
a lot
some
of the other girls.
releases.
So
Oh, you want me to also?
and I've listened to her
yeah,
voice
I get
better.
what you're saying. Okay, so let me find you to put you into the room.
It's Libertarian Party.
I did that.
Yes. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. There you are. Doop, doop, doop. Info. Breakout rooms. Oh, no, what I need to do is go to you. Okay. Oh, that's weird. It's not giving me that thing to put you into the breakout room. Oh, here we go.
I'm down for this.
No, it's funny.
You have to find
He
it.
was being
I think a lot of it's on the
correct,
same post.
Put you into the
But
waiting
then there's
room.
some that's on the post about Jeremy
Can you
Kaufman.
request to go into the other room? Because
All right, let me-
it's giving me something weirder than it did before.
No, there's no way for me to
Okay.
Let's see.
Tyler, what is a ukulele?
Yeah, it's being
true.
weird actually. I thought I knew how to do this.
Ukulele, ukulele. See, my introduction to ukuleles was
Hey, Steven,
Marzipan
hold
from
on a
Homestar
second.
Runner.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
It
Mimi's
really
working on that.
is.
May
Like
I say something?
I'm very sensitive to
No,
birds.
don't. Please.
Why do you have
just
hands?
Let me get this thing done. Okay.
I'm very sensitive to trees.
That
I'm
is
very
much more
sensitive
When there's a
to
moment I'd like to
all
be
these
recognized.
things, but I'm especially sensitive
Yeah, as soon as
to
I
bees.
here
Yeah,
we
I
go.
really, really,
There
really
you go.
like bees.
You should be in there now. Yes.
Have you ever walked outside? I noticed that they're
Evan,
really,
did
really
you go in?
cute.
'Cause I just, yeah.
They
Okay.
like to fly around
All right.
and eat your fruit.
Okay. I
But
found.
it's
Put him in
okay
there, and I'll.
because they're cute. Yeah, it's okay because they're cute. Bzz. Ouch! Bzz. Ouch! Bzz, bzz. This is from an actual CD called Strong Bad Sings, by the way. in case anyone doesn't know.
It's true. So we've been thinking about doing a new segment where we just read, we just sit with you guys and drink the haterade.
Consummate. Sorry, go on.
And so the secretary set up a meeting. The problem is you can't put yourself, if you are the host, in a breakout room without it breaking the meeting. So Evan gave it to someone else to put him in, and the other person didn't know how to set up a meeting. So we're just gonna look through some of the haterade comments here.
Shots of haterade. Haterade shots. Shots.
So the most obvious, simple one to do right now is, I assume you want me to screen share this, right?
You may. It is up to you. You are the haterade sharer.
All right. The most recent one that was a big thing was the Hawaii convention stuff.
They got so mid.
They weren't even correct. So Brittany's original point was the Hawaii convention exposed. What happened tonight was not just sloppy procedure. It was a blatant violation of bylaws and an act of fraud. Proper notice was never given. Quorum was never established or maintained. Dues-paying members were denied their right to vote. By shutting out members and ignoring their own rules, they disenfranchised the very people who fund and sustain this organization. The record is clear. This convention is invalid. We will not stay silent while members are robbed of their voice and bylaws are trampled. Accountability is coming. Which is that's pretty good righteous anger from Brittany Cousin. I liked it. For those who are unaware, Joe Christman is in no world like actually in Hawaii.
But he's an LPALive member.
Well, as a LP Hawaii member, I am very happy with Austin's move and think he's a great chair. I am happy the people of Hawaii were allowed to elect their own chair and carpetbaggers like me were rightfully excluded.
But the deeper this goes, the more angry people get at us. So Amanda, of course, wrote a book because it's Amanda.
You actually had a longer one this time, I think.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. But so
don't read the entire book. Just read that. That's the book is not the haterade.
Here is our new affiliate support committee.
Who likes Mao? She's laughing about Mao. Look at that, Raffle Mao.
It's speaking of, when's the last time you heard of anyone using Raffle Mao?
I mean, I think it's mandatory in China.
Woof. If that was even remotely true, then why did we outvote you?
Which didn't happen by the totals that were actually announced. Over WL numbers. Okay, this is hysterical. So if they had over double the numbers, the vote totals would not have been what they were. By Austin Martin's own count, the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair that online delegates were not valid was farcically put to the online members. So online members weren't actually able to vote in this. So several of us, including Kyle and me, abstained from that vote online because our votes weren't going to be counted anyway. However, there were some people who did indeed vote in that online vote. And I believe it was, 47 to 50? 50 voted to sustain the ruling of the chair. And then 47 voted against it. Kyle and I didn't vote. Dana was locked out of the room. So that
Jamie was out at that point.
Yes, Jamie was out at that point. So now that's 4. So that's already above that 50. And then there were a couple others that also abstained because we were actually telling them to abstain at that point. Or at least, we were telling them not to vote at that point.
Right.
So based on, there is no universe, even by Austin Martin's own count, that they had double the numbers.
Right. It's not even close. Did I respond to her?
You did not.
Okay. Oh, it's completely
although
gone.
it's great that Pyramid Libertarian Party is marked as probable spam on everything
Is
that they. Yes, I
mean,
I don't know.
They are spam though.
Yes.
Why is every anti-MC person a chronic liar? Which is hilarious coming from fucking Nick Duggar, who I have literally never seen a single thing he's posted that wasn't a lie. This is hilarious because, like, we have a bunch of MC people that are in LPA, a bunch of them. The person that makes all the that's not quite true. One of the two people that makes like all of the TikTok clips and everything, MC. The entirety of a state's MC party came over and joined LPA and thanks because LPA was closer to the MC vision than the national MC.
Which makes sense because MC promised to be more radical than the radicals. We have a bunch of radicals in MC, or sorry, in LPA. And they had radicals that moved to MC and then came to LPA. Oh, this is my favorite. Okay, yes. Let's talk about the 60 members. So Austin Martin claims 60 members from the Hawaii Volunteer Fire Brigade showed up to defend Hawaii. There were not even that many people in the Mises caucus who showed up to defend Hawaii. Austin says, and the words are very clear, the Hawaii Volunteer Fire Brigade had around 60 members show up to defend Hawaii. Later, he is corrected on that, I think by one of his own people. And he said, I should have specified that they weren't all from the Volunteer Fire Brigade. So there's that. See, it makes it more difficult when you say things like that.
Yeah.
You should have bookmarked these.
I don't generally care about the haterade stuff.
But you knew that we were going to do it.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I didn't plan for it tonight, right? So,
right.
Going back to Brittany's thing, gosh, I don't even know how to find my stuff here.
Your stuff, I think, was on. I think that it might have been on your actual post. So Kyle wrote more than I did, which was fantastic and good for him. Look at that. Look at all those words.
Also, damn right, I liked this comment. I was proud of it. Except it's not me who liked it. This is
all right. We went from 60 to 30. I counted 30 Mecox, just counting people I know personally. Okay, 30. Out of 103, 4?
Do what?
Out of like how many people were actually there? 103, 104?
Yeah.
People total? Okay.
And like 12 were non-voting for some reason. It was a whole thing. The unfalsifiable. We know who's in our group. It's not unfalsifiable when they came with us.
The best one of the things that I love is because one of their main talking points is, but you didn't all vote in unison.
Right.
Therefore, you were outnumbered. We didn't vote in unison because our goal was to counteract Mises' votes. Our goal is not to push a particular thing. It was to counteract Mises' votes. We didn't vote in unison because we didn't have a program for voting. It's LP Alliance is a caucus. LP Alliance didn't vote in unison. They must be a shitty caucus. As opposed to looking somewhere else in that syllogism and being like, maybe they're not a caucus, or maybe their intention wasn't to throw the convention like we usually do.
So our MC source actually reached out to me about me pointing out that we didn't suggest that the source wasn't misinformed since he noticed 30 and they only noticed 18. And they were like, what the fuck, man? You threw me under the bus. It was like, you threw you under the bus? What else are your sources poorly informed on? Perhaps the narrative you came up with where Austin had somehow had an idea, which we didn't say that Austin knew about it. That's one of the things that like they repeatedly say. That's not what was said. One of the things we've talked about is that if Austin had known about it, we don't think Austin would have gone along with it. Austin is many things, but like sneaky is not usually one of them. He is a very loud man. He then
once again, the 60 members. The 60 members. By the way, I did donate $250 to St. Jude's without having to scalp a source that would then have been doxxed.
Whew. I feel like this one has been mediocre haterade.
It has. Well, what? So there was one that said that LP
Oh,
Alliance.
here you go. Here's fucking Melissa from another account.
Hate people who work.
Ironic.
Some people don't know why that's ironic, so you have to give a little bit of details.
Because Montana has lost a shitload of people since MC took over, and they've lost even faster since Melissa took over as chair. People don't want to be under crazy people. Duh. People don't want to be under people whose only thing is to suck Republican dick. No libertarians like, I want to fuck Trump. Not a thing.
Well, I mean,
not a thing, Trump Mickey Mouse.
Some people who call themselves libertarians are that way.
Sure. Oops.
There was one on another post that was from the LP Alliance account, I believe, where we were where they said that LP Alliance or Jeremy Kauffman should get a restraining order against LP Alliance, which is an interesting accusation to make.
No, wrong one. Oh my gosh. Just go home, Kyle. I think that was a main post, right?
Yes, but you can search like Kauffman or something, but I think it's closed down. Here we go.
So someone made a silly post about we plan to start crowdfunding to buy a house in Jeremy's neighborhood, Jeremy Kauffman, at which point we'll turn it into a mutual aid society to help all the kinds of people he doesn't want near him. If he moves, we will sell the house and move the people next to him again. Oh yeah, it's also mandatory for the people living there to carry their provided AR-15s. What could or would he do about it? Because Jeremy Kauffman says the people who are too dangerous to own guns are too dangerous to exist in your zip code at all. Not live there, exist. So if you are considered someone that the government doesn't believe should own a gun for whatever reason, you should not be allowed to exist. Insanity. So made fun of him. Carol Moore joined in and made fun of him with pretty good meme here. Where do I donate? We should follow up on it. But I guess
it was on LPUSA Watch's post that they replied underneath it. So click on LPUSA Watch it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Where do I donate? There. There's a potential money-making scheme here, Amanda.
It needs to be. What if it's earmarked for the Mutual Aid Society? Then we're screwed.
Here's the meeting place for the next picket of his house. So it's on this one, right?
Yes. Minnesota Mises Caucus. You realize all of this is perfect grounds for a restraining order, right? You people, in quotes, are psychotic.
Coming from Minnesota, who is another one that's terrible. Retired Popo Kyle is a Kyle after my heart. It isn't illegal to protest on a public street. This is obvious, right? Like, this is one of those things that anyone should understand. What kinds of people are you suggesting? Because now they're trying to portray us as racist.
That is interesting. I didn't know that little piece of information.
This one?
Yeah, that Jeremy doesn't like his neighborhood.
Gotcha.
I mean, I imagine that Jeremy doesn't like that many things.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm giving Carol a like on that one. And racist name says, y'all are obsessed with this guy. You're going to
Although that's clearly a troll, though. That's clearly a troll. You can tell by that.
Oh, he is not. He gets banned all the time.
Well, yeah, but you can still ban. I'm sorry, a bot. You can still ban bots.
Oh, that part's true.
Yeah. That is a bot. You can tell by the moniker.
That's a bratty anti-voluntary association way to refute his ideas.
A
How is that anti-voluntary
a mutual aid
association?
society is anti-voluntary association.
Not very alliance-y.
I think a group of people that does something is an alliance.
We should respond to him.
I don't think we need to. No, not worth it.
But I wanna.
No, not on this stream. See, it's mediocre, and particularly because a lot of the people who would post the haterade would then recycle the haterade. It's like backwash haterade, so they would start posting literally the same things as replies to other people's posts, which is just just sad. Not very creative.
It's true.
So there's that. We're still in executive session, which means we have to keep the people entertained.
There are 4. There's
I was just making sure that these did automatically flip over like they were supposed to, and they did. Cool. We got to get Chuck on here to see what voices Chuck can do.
Can Chuck do voices?
Everyone can do voices, Amanda.
Well, I mean, but like, can Chuck do funny voices or like impression voices?
That's why I'm asking Chuck.
If Chuck is still here, I want to know what voices he can do.
Given Chuck's hand is currently up in the meeting, so
maybe to do his
Chuck is
voice.
currently
a good job of
speaking in the
that.
meeting.
The first few meetings of the term.
So, all right. My original guess for when this meeting would end was 11:30. So they got 40 minutes. They got to hurry up.
You think they're going to get to the censures or no?
No. Oh, get to the censures? Maybe. I personally am hoping for Stephen Nikela to walk through that open door of Austin's house, throw his arms out for a hug, and then hug it out. That's what I'm hoping.
Sounds like the kind of thing that Stephen Nikela would do too. He seems like a bear hugger, absolutely 100%. Now, see, Kyle's seen him in person, and I haven't. Kyle claims that he's not super tall.
He's not.
But Kyle's also not super tall. Kyle's 5'10".
I'm not 5'10".
Kyle is 5'10". He's told me this many times.
No.
And
She says this all the time.
I'm like, how tall are you? He goes 5'10".
No.
And then I say it later on the stream. He's like, no, I'm almost 6 feet tall. It's clearly he thinks that 5'10" is almost 6 feet tall. Then I'm almost 5'10". By that, I am as close to 5'10" as you are to 6 feet tall.
False. I am like a quarter of an inch away from 6
As
feet tall.
close to 5'10" as you are to 6 feet tall.
She's like as close to 5'8" as I am to 6 feet tall.
No, because I am 5'8".
She's 5'7" and 3/4.
I am 5'8".
5'7" and 3/4.
I am 5'8". I worked very hard to be 5'8".
I've never pretended to be super tall.
I think he's talking about Steven.
I know.
It's not all about you, Kyle.
It's about me.
It's not.
Dustin's already called me one of his robot buddies. We are lovers now. It's known facts.
Dustin gave me a consummate beat.
Okay.
Down, ladies get consummate. Yeah.
So like Steven's in good shape, but he's not tall. But he does give good hugs. It's true. He gave a good hug.
Well, yeah, like he's always showing off his arms, which looks strong. So probably gives good hugs with them.
Pretty good.
How tall are you, Dustin? Have we been through this? I feel like I think Dave Davis is what, 5'7", 5'8"?
I think that's what he said.
Yeah. I don't know how tall Dustin is.
You've got to give it 15 seconds to hear you, and then 5 seconds to type.
It won't take that long to type.
You don't know if he's watching on a phone or something.
Maybe watching on the phone. You can see my face better on the screen.
You heard it here first. She wants you to see her face better.
No! Put it down. You're really 5'4", Dustin? Is that real? I feel like we've been through this, because then I think I said that Stalin is apparently 5'4.5", but then that just means 5'4". That half edge is very important to his biographer's life.
Also, if you guys don't follow LP Pinellas on X, you're crazy. They're hilarious. Or I'm sorry, at Pinellas LP. At this point, I'm not sure we're going to get out of executive session before 11:30.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just, I'm here for the people. I'm here for the long haul. We had bylaws today. I sat in front of a computer for bylaws. We are now having, and now Kyle's tired because you guys are boring him. You guys don't bore me. I care about you. But Kyle is tired. 40 years. My gosh. That's, no, when I was 15, I went to get my driver's permit, and you put your height on there. And I wasn't 5'8" at the time. I said that I was 5'8" because I wanted one day to be 5'8", and then that happened. So I manifested it. That's a true story.
So, they measured us for mine. So however tall I was at 16 is still what it says on my driver's license.
Mine, when I went to update it, I had black hair, but I usually have super, super light blonde hair. And so I just put on there that I had blonde hair. They took the picture of me. I had black hair. They let it just say blonde hair. They did not care at all. I come in there with black hair, say my hair is blonde. They take a picture of me with black hair. They're like, yeah, our hair is blonde. Look at this picture.
So I was 5'10" on my 16th birthday.
Mm-hmm. And you stayed that way.
No.
Yeah.
Kept growing through 17.
Yep.
Gained almost 2 more inches, but not quite.
5'10". Still 5'10". He's told me this, guys. He's
No,
told
I
me he's
haven't.
5'10". He's told me that he is 5'10".
I'm going to
He's
take a
admitted to being
picture beside
5'10".
her.
I'm going to be wearing heels. It's going to be pointless.
Like I won't.
I'd love to see you in heels. I really would.
No problem. I'll do this.
What size heel are you going to wear?
Well, I'm a men's 12, so gigantic.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to be able to find one, quite frankly.
My friend Lily is 6'5".
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, sorry, she's 6'3", and then she wears 6-inch heels. So she strolls around New York at 6'9", and Lily's feet are bigger than mine.
Jack, you can join LP Alliance and tell us what you think of the bylaws, because we are putting bylaws, suggestions, and proposals in there to get people's feedback and workshop them with us.
Absolutely true.
What we submit to bylaws are LP Alliance and other other bylaw proposals. So if you want to speak, join LPA, and we'll get you into bylaws and we'll get talking. Or just send us a DM, and we'll work with you. Because we want these to be your bylaws. The bylaws are for the members, and that is you.
It's also the last time Amanda and I talked about my height, I told her about my great-grandfather, who was a giant of a man, and the part where my other great-grandfather on my dad's side was a very tiny man, and so I got stuck between their two heights.
That's not how height works.
I mean, that is how height works.
But that's not how, actually the genes that determine height are like the genes that determine hair color and eye color. And that's not just take the average, or if your parents are tall, then you'll be tall.
The rule of thumb that tends to work is that you'll be between your dad's height and your mom's +7. And that almost always works.
Nope.
For a man, specifically.
What happened to me? Not what happened to me.
You have a penis?
Sure.
Whip it out.
There's a sizable contingent that claims that I do. So we're just going to go with it for the purposes of this discussion.
Adrian Malagon, eat your heart out.
He would be happy with it. I'll tell you that. It's wishful thinking it's wishful thinking on his part. He and Bryce Lipscomb.
Bryce Lipscomb.
You're a 14-year-old boy.
For those who haven't heard it, Bryce Lipscomb's got a very high-pitched, nasally, whiny voice. It's
It
weird.
sounds like a small girl. It's very odd.
Which is why, normally I don't, I'm not going to make fun of your voice or your anything else you can't change. But you cannot point to someone. Yeah, you could change. And he tells Amanda that she looks like a 14-year-old boy. And it's like, Bryce, you sound like a 14-year-old girl. So,
not even 14. Honestly, I would not say post-puberty or during puberty. Kyle pretending he doesn't make fun of me.
Oh, I didn't say that at all. I make fun of you all the time.
Things that can't change, like being evil.
She's told me before that there is almost nothing humans can't change.
Yeah, but for purposes of this conversation, that's not going to work, is it? So now there are things that humans can't change.
It's Amanda should go ahead and do the like leg lengthening surgery and get 6 feet out of her.
Sounds kind of fun.
Cram another 4 inches on top of Amanda. I guess under Amanda because it's legs, but unless her legs are up top, she's
it's like in the middle of me technically because isn't it? It's not directly under. Don't they take a bone and they add some rod to it?
No, you haven't ever seen how they do this?
No, but that's okay. We can dispense with this line of discussion.
They break your legs in 12 places, each leg, and you have a thing that you twist every day to re-break your leg so that new bone knits and you grow longer bones.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but also horrifying.
Sounds cool though. More power to you.
Amanda's now like, this is how I become even thinner for my height. Because nothing changes other than the length of my legs.
There we go. That works. I'll have disproportionate legs though, in terms of like my legs will be longer than the next half of me.
They suggest based on like if you're square or rectangular, how much they are willing to do. You're not familiar with this term?
Square or rectangular?
Your wingspan versus like your torso and legs, those sorts of things. If you're square, like your wingspan and your height are the same.
Okay.
And then so they use that plus the length of your torso versus leg, your ratio there, to decide how far you can reasonably stretch your legs without looking like a fucking mutant. When this surgery was first done, my mom watched a documentary on it, and I was little. This had to be the 90s, and I was horrified.
I think it looks really cool. I always thought it looked cool.
The surgery?
Yeah, I mean, like, no, the idea of it and the fact that it can be done.
Sure. There's a non-zero part of me that's like, I could go for another half.
Yeah, because
inch
you're
and be
5'10". Yeah.
Just over 6 foot.
Yeah, no, 5'10". You go for like 2.5 inches. Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks. Amanda wants 2.5 inches. A lot of you are safe.
On your height. On your heights. Be fun. Actually have you be like tall and not just medium height.
Right? I also like
You guys live a little.
There's plenty of ways for me to live that don't involve 24 broken bones. Or bone breaks, I guess I should say.
Fun. Be fun.
Also, just being like every day, like, time to break my legs again.
Yeah, doesn't that sound cool? It sounds kind of cool. I break my own legs before breakfast. Me. Okay, fine. If you want to be a wuss, that's fine.
Amanda over here being like, shatter me bones, Captain. How long has it been since executive session was entered? Let's see. So Chuck mentioned things. This is the time of night when Kyle and Amanda need to entertain us. Happened at 23 o'clock. I'm sorry, 22:27. I misread the 2 as a 5.
It's been about half an hour, a little over. It is okay. Yes, I have, Dustin. I have been convinced that it moves at different paces and different speeds, and that Kyle's like trolling me and trying to get me to notice. It is moving extremely aggressively. My eyes can't keep up with it. It's upsetting to me, and I'm glad that Dustin's noticed this as well.
I purposely sped it up.
I know. I don't want you. And then it slows down. I'm like, am I going insane? You're slowing it down now. You're slowing it down. How much before February 2028 do you think National Convention delegates should be selected? At least 2 months. Chuck, what voices can you do? Can you do voices? What about you, Tyler? What's your opinion on that? Not on the voices, on delegate selection.
No, I want to hear Tyler's voices too.
I also want to know what Tyler's voices are, but I was also asking him the question.
Don't you exclude Tyler?
I was including him. I was including him in the question that he asked me.
Clearly, we should have a delegate draft, NFL style. But there could be like 1,000 spots for delegates. Doesn't matter which state you're from.
Tyler, when do we do it in Wisconsin? I feel like I should know this.
Amanda can, in fact, do a lot of accents because that's what she went to school for.
I didn't go to school for accents. I went to school for acting. I went to school for acting, and we did dialects. So
4
I can
years
do
of nothing but
many
accents. Not even dialects. Accents.
No, dialects.
No, just accents.
It's hard when you have to switch rapidly, though, which is why like reading those reports in various accents is difficult. But yes, I can do various dialects. An April convention for a May national convention. All right.
No problem. Go ahead and grab your flight and your hotel room last minute there.
So I need to be like networking with all the people who are voting for the delegates well in advance.
How many delegates do you guys get?
I don't
There's
know.
no way you're not going to be a delegate, right?
It was kind of a joke, but you never know these things. You never know these things. How many delegates do we get?
I don't remember. You told me before you could do it faster than me.
I can do it faster than you. I can do many things faster than you, Kyle. It's just part of being an adult. All right.
Notice that she didn't know where to go with that one with adults.
17. We get 17 delegates.
All right. Well, that was based on last year, Tyler. We've got the updated numbers as of a month ago based on the calculation. Now, you guys you have another month. So if you brought in enough people, you could bump it up. But
We are trying, by the way, to, obviously get the right delegates to convention. And so if you are in a state, any state,
if you are in a state, be a delegate.
And you would like to be a delegate, let us know, because there are also if you're in a hostile state, for instance, there are other states that will accept out-of-state delegates to serve with
If
them.
you're behind enemy lines, we'll never leave a man behind.
It's true. I'm trying to be serious here.
They lift you up with the helicopters to drop you. We come in with the helicopters to lift you
And
up.
we'll work with you to make sure that you have transport and lodging and that sort of thing without having to pay an arm and a leg. That is what LPA is raising money for. So once again, why is the link for You Are the Power?
Why not?
When did that change?
Ah.
Why is the ticker so slow? Can you put back up the link to the LPA GoFundMe? Because this is how we are raising money. That's what's LPA. Can you do a thing correctly, please?
No.
This is how we're
There you
getting
go.
people to convention. Thank you. This is how we're getting people to convention. Please scan the damn thing before Kyle changes it again and makes me lose my cool. And yes, the merch sales also go to benefit delegate, transport, lodging, all of that, getting people to convention so that you don't have to.
And then, the eventual goal there is that, if we, as a very far stretch goal, this is not an early thing, but it's a very far stretch goal. We'd like to do open bar and everything else in the LPA hospitality room.
Yep. We're going to have, we're planning a special drink called the Delegate Bomb. Be amazing. So we'll have delegate bombs for everyone. Hater shots.
Whiskey.
We will have whiskey because I just drink straight whiskey. It's what I prefer to do. And we're also going to have an distrust fall, right? Again, The distrust fall is very important because it's important to learn that in politics, you can't trust anyone to have your back. So what the distrust fall is, would you stop? Would you stop? The distrust fall is when you stand on the bed or something, the hotel bed, the hotel couch, whatever.
It's from the bed all the way to the floor.
And there are people behind you who like have their arms out to catch you, and then as you fall, they take their arms away, and you fall on the floor, and it teaches you a very valuable team building
I
lesson.
like that you've done this from the ground falling, and now they're standing up on things. Soon she's gonna have you on the fucking edge of buildings. You're just gonna belly flop off the building.
It's gonna be an exercise, and like it's going to be a vetting process. It will separate the wheat from the chaff.
She doesn't even eat wheat.
Yeah, because I separate it from the chaff, and I'm like, both of these suck.
Oh yeah, she just eats the chaff.
I don't even know what the chaff is. What is
Are you serious?
Oh gosh, did I just do a thing?
Oh goodness gracious.
Alexa, we're still taking suggestions for what would be in this drink. Kyle just enjoys it when he has to explain food to me.
You really don't know what chaff is? It's like the shells of the seeds and the stems and twigs and everything else. It's all the things that aren't edible.
The twigs are edible?
No.
You said the shells of the seeds and the stems and the twigs.
Yes, are the chaff, the part that is not edible.
Okay, so the shells, the seeds, comma. Okay, got it. So the seeds are edible.
Correct.
Okay.
And like all the husk and that shit that's not good for actually being wheat.
When I thought the husk was what wheat was.
It's okay.
So how
You'll know
does
more when you're older.
wheat become bread?
You separate the wheat from the chaff. You grind the wheat into flour.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So it's the grinding that make okay.
Then you add water. And that's all you technically need for a dough.
The twigs.
The twigs.
Not the barrels again, Dustin. I'm so sick of hearing this barrel conspiracy of things going into barrels. I agree with you, by the way.
100% will
blood
have
of tyrants wine, absolutely. And I like that Alexa likes the distrust fall. Alexa and I will both conduct this jointly.
There is no world where I'm flopping on my back while from standing on a bed onto the floor.
But it's okay, Kyle. We'll catch you.
You and Alexa together could not catch me if you tried. Much less when I know you're actively not
the entire
trying.
group, Kyle. That's the entire point. Is that the entire
Amanda's been
group.
going on about how I need to do things to be better to my back because my back is really fucked up right now. And now she's telling me, go ahead and flop off a bed directly onto your spine.
You can do it on your stomach if you really want. Again, Kyle, we're talking about how it could be. We're talking about how it could be interpreted. Kyle and I are not how it is, or not like what is
directly
the way
happening.
to Why is the ticker so slow again?
Why not?
It's like crawling.
There, I increased it by 25%.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
You want more?
Oh, you will get me the vote. We just want good delegates from Florida. I'm in Wisconsin. Plan to be a Wisconsin delegate. Dana was also going to help with the trust fall. Fantastic. What?
Do you plan to be a Wisconsin delegate?
Yeah.
Do you?
I don't. I plan to be a delegate, and I'm in Wisconsin.
Yes.
Anyhow. So John, look forward to having you as a delegate. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to know all those 50 for bylaws changes.
Which, like, we are trying hard to get people who are willing to make some radical changes for the LNC. There have been radical proposals for the LNC before, and for the bylaws and everything else.
That have failed because the right people haven't been in the room. And so we want the right people to be in the room. And we want them to not just be people who are going to vote in lockstep. We want them to be people who have helped to share their ideas and their thoughts about how to improve the bylaws and improve the radical proposals. So we're trying to meet with people in various delegations and talk with them about what they want to see and have that happen.
Right. This came up again today in the bylaws committee. You can, I don't know if there's a recording.
I think there was, yeah.
But it was open. Yeah, there was. I don't know if it'll be released. One of the things that was talked about was how bylaws proposals need to be something that we can actually get passed, because otherwise it'll just be killed. And like Bryce Tone brought up the fact that one of the language changes that Amanda and I liked was going to be a poison pill, and so people wouldn't vote for it at all. And like, we've got to get past that mentality, right? We've got to get to the point where the people who are showing up are like, oh shit, this is broken. This is an actual solution to it. Not some like, oh, it's broken, but maybe we don't move it that much. What if we break it worse? Like, you make an omelets, folks. Make an omelets. You have to break bylaws to make omelets, I think.
Well, I wouldn't know, because clearly I don't know anything about food preparation. So,
especially omelets.
well,
She doesn't like yolks.
Kyle has explained. I don't like yolks at all. Kyle explained to me though that
Yolks
they're
on her.
Kyle explained that there's such thing as like scrambled egg whites or something. Is that what you were telling me about?
Yep.
Yeah. Kyle claims to be skilled enough to be able to cook for me. We'll see.
True. It's yeah, exactly the problem, Dustin. That's what we've got to get out of the mindset of.
It's not fine if we've done it this way for decades. Doing it this way has been a problem. It's been what's holding us back.
It's been funny because it's like Chuck and I usually get along on like everything else we've talked about, like when we're in happy hour together, those kinds of things. And then in bylaws committee, I keep finding myself on the other side of things from Chuck and being like, damn it, Chuck, I'm right. And right now, Chuck can't like argue with me very well because he's not on the show. Damn. So I can just say what I want. Chuck, fix Tennessee. Tennessee sucks, Chuck. Come on. So we've talked about a bunch of solidarity streams about some of the major changes that need to happen. Ways to let people from across the country have a better say in what the party's doing. And whoever is actually showing up to be able to steer the party, rather than the nonsense we saw tonight where Andrew Watkins has missed enough that he's been automatically removed. And they're like, oh, well, we're just going to re-add him. I mean, it doesn't matter that he's doing nothing. The EPCC has been utterly failing for years at this point, but no problem.
Oh, man, if Michigan's doing away with Roberts, I support them. I applaud them.
Dana should know. Dana, are you guys doing away with Robert's rules?
We wait. I don't know if Dana's, well, she was watching a couple minutes ago, so.
525 seconds ago. It's pretty close.
Oh, fine. Cal can't count anyway. He thinks 5'10" is close to 6 feet.
False! I think 71.5 is very close to 72.
Yeah, but you're just 70.
Incorrect.
Yep.
Nope. Let's see. I think it's yes. That would be very low for me, in fact.
I can't. I wanted to go with something that was going to be high, and then I was like, wait a second.
So Dana says that they got rid of it in her county and maybe one other. Mike Saliba did motion for it, and she backs him on it, but it is not. What?
I salute Dana.
But yeah, I am.
Oh, your camera does not like the Trotsky salute. Holy crap. You were blurry. Stop.
Well, I'm going really fast too.
You're all pixelated. Would you just stop?
But I am legitimately 182 centimeters, which sucks. Needed 1 more centimeter.
I like holacracy, Tyler, for something like this.
Fire in the hole. Ocracy.
Holacracy. Holacracy.
Holacracy.
Mas taquitos, por favor.
So my grandfather was a tool and die maker. And no, this is relevant.
Can I tell another story?
And when he was getting close to retirement, they had a lot more like Latinos working with him, right? And so he started trying to learn some Spanish at 65. And my grandfather is from deeply rural Alabama. And listening to him try to say abuela was amazing. He's like, it's like abuelo, something like that. And it's like, oh, come on, Papa, you got this. Abuela.
Is this the tall one or the short one?
This is Mom's dad rather than
Is this the
any of the
tall
great
one or the
grandmothers.
short one?
Both of my actual grandfathers were tall.
Okay.
They
I
were
don't
both.
listen to you when you tell stories, so I'm not gonna.
She
follow.
does sometimes.
I don't. Only when relevant.
She
Not
is
when it's about like
relevant when she listens to them.
family and friends and stuff. It's. I care.
She's trying to change my religion right now.
I am definitely not. I'm not.
She's being forceful about it, twisting my
I'm
arm.
not being forceful about it.
Threatened to drop kick me.
I know. It's not a thing.
You drop kicking people? Yeah, no shit.
Oh yeah, no, I can drop. No, I drop kick. I drop kick people all the time. I just haven't threatened to drop kick you.
Which
over
type of
matters
drop
faith.
kick?
Any
Because
kind.
it has 2 meanings.
Any kind.
The one
Murphys.
like a American football drop kick.
Yeah.
You take the ball and you drop
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
So you just picking someone up out in front of you and dropping them.
and then I kick them. I've done it many times. We're gonna do that after the distrust fall. No. Like to grown men, and we're gonna do it after the trust fall. Actually, we're gonna do a drop kick challenge where I'm going to. We're gonna try to punt people across the hotel hallway, and see how far we can get.
The LPA Olympics.
And see, the thing is, it's gonna be a perfect segue because it's a distrust fall, and then the next question is gonna be, and how much do you trust them? The answer is not as far as I could throw them, and then we see how far I can throw people. So it's gonna be
This is
that.
unfair. That means that Amanda gets trusted for a very long distance. Because she's a javelin.
We don't know who's throwing me. Someone very small could be throwing me.
They'd still be setting the record.
I can just imagine if me being thrown would just involve me making small animal noises, and it would not be fun.
Amanda being thrown would be funny because she could start out as a perfect javelin, but she would immediately be pissed off about it and flail, and then all the aerodynamics are destroyed and she just crashes.
Greetings, Star Child. Loved seeing you this evening. Loved hearing from you. Loved seeing you. You looked like you were in a wonderful location. Very, very far away from the LNC meeting. On the beach or at some pool. Oh, Oh, yeah. Thanks, Chuck, for
Thank you
letting
very
people
much,
in the LNC knowing about this live stream. I think some of them do because Evan has already said hi to us. How are you? Good. Very begrudgingly.
And Sam has stopped by. It sounded like
Sam
Jonathan
routinely
McGee.
does, though, yeah.
Sounded like Jonathan McGee may have been listening in. I know Meredith was listening.
Meredith does often. So does Sam.
Keith came in.
We try to keep people entertained. It can be difficult during executive session because Kyle's very boring. Who goodness, Keith, what's going on? Tell us.
Oh, looks like they're back.
Thank you for coming.
Mr. Bowler?
I'd like to move to
Should be your first chat. Chuck, it should be your primary chat.
Objection.
Is there a second on adjournment? Motion dies for lack of second.
Too late. I guess you can move it again, though. It's
Please just
pre-calculated.
proceed with this and the remaining motions on the agenda. This is specifically what was indicated to not be done.
We currently have two more motions in regards to New Mexico.
Don't look at me though,
And
because
then
I
the
don't exist right
central
now.
If there's no further
Here,
motions,
New Mexico. Let's not leave New Mexico out in the cold, guys. Are we really going to adjourn without
Mexico's
taking
not
care of New
cold.
Mexico after all that discussion? Let's get real.
Further need to handle
do our
the.
job.
all right, let's
It's
get
very time
without
critical.
any privileged motions being made. We'll move on to the orders of the day. Mr. McMahon, could you enlighten us on the next motion?
They have to try to sue New Mexico, John, because they've
The
got the
motion
building
on the
sold,
floor.
so they're flush with money,
um,
and it's got to be burned.
Who will end up making it? Because it's not going to be Mr.
Oh, that's right. Could you have that language, and then I'll ask.
Give me 1 second.
That was Sam. Dustin.
So it is this first part here to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks belonging to LNC Inc., particularly relating to the website lpnm.us.
Mr. Boss, do you have your hands raised?
I would like to move to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks belonging to LNC Inc., particularly relating to the website lpnm.us.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. McMahon.
I just want to, for the people watching at home, reiterate that this is just a letter, cease and desist, going to this group. That's all. I just wanted to make it very clear that that is all this is a cease and desist being sent to them.
Any further discussion?
Meaning he's voting for it and possibly
Hearing none, we'll move on
and
to a
doesn't
vote.
want people to be
Whenever
too
you're ready,
mad.
Mr. Secretary.
But why would you
Mr.
vote for
Martin,
it
do you have
if you
your
didn't
hand raised?
support it?
Just one thing for the peanut
I guess
gallery. We're not
conciliatory
going
measure.
to tolerate political identity theft. I'm really happy that we're looking at this matter. Thank you.
It's not political identity theft when they existed before the LP. And if you sue them and you fail, it sets a precedent for all
Give me
the other
just 1
states that
second, Mr.
existed
Chair.
beforehand,
I'm
which there
not
are
ready with
others.
This ballot. It'll take you
It's
just a
very
second.
dangerous to do for no reason.
Especially if there are discussions being had to bring people back
Okay,
to
that was
the
Mr.
LP.
Boss that made it.
Correct, and it was seconded by Mr. Martin.
Make sure I have the right one here. Mr. Boss, yes. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Boss.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Miss Halsey. Miss Hayes. Sorry.
Yes.
I don't know why I keep trying to skip you.
Darn right, Star
Mr.
Child.
Neville.
LP
Yes.
members should not have to start a substitute
Mr.
chat
Martin.
because the LNC isn't being transparent.
Yes.
Mr. McGee.
Although this should be our primary chat.
Also true.
Mr. McGee.
They got him.
Mr. Johnson. I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Hey, Ken.
This is Coward. Keep that a step away. Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
They are trying to waste money again. As long as they stick to a cease
Mr.
and
Watkins.
this is the cease and desist to New Mexico.
But you,
He and
like,
As
McGee are the
long as
same
all they
area.
do is a cease and desist, I don't care. If they
I
go
I
to
mean,
try
I
to
do
suit,
because
I'm
it's about the principle of it. A cease and desist is supposed to precede a suit, so they're setting themselves
else
up,
left to
and they're
vote?
setting themselves up because they're scared.
I'll circle back to Mr.
Like
McGee
just to
and,
play,
Mr.
you know,
Watkins.
the part that they need to play.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
But you know,
Mr.
we
McGee.
also
Mr.
know that they've
Watkins-
sent like
Watkins had a drop, I believe.
Okay. Mr.
It
McGee.
doesn't matter though. Then just they're sending another
Johnson?
just to be cowardly.
No. Mr. Watkins. Mr. Nicola.
I will vote yes.
If you don't support the suit, you're not doing anything for your lack of support for the suit by voting
The
for this
vote
letter.
is 14 yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions.
Motion passes.
And they've sent at least 3 so far.
All right, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Secretary, pulling up the other motion.
Yes, if you'll give me 1 second.
One.
Once again, if the idea is not to go through with a suit, then, you know, everyone who doesn't want to go through a suit just shot themselves in the foot for, I guess, unity.
Yeah.
Everyone.
There we go.
And that says something to the members. You know, it says where you stand on things. It says why you stand on certain things, not on others.
So this is the
and it
second
says how much you
motion
can
to
be
authorize
trusted.
payment of reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal support for the recognized LP affiliate New Mexico in matters relating to ballot access and name recognition by New Mexico Secretary of State.
The chair is entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. D means nothing, Ken.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, I
Well,
believe
so now
you
they get to waste money
want
on
to be
this.
recognized.
Can you give me 1 second?
To authorize payment of reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal support for the recognized LP affiliate in New Mexico in matters relating to ballot
Yes, Mr.
access
Chair,
and
I would
name
like
recognition.
to amend the motion to say move to authorize payment of up to $5,000 for reasonable expenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this amendment?
I agree with you, Alexa, but there can be
Is there any
discussions
objection to
about
the
them coming
amendment?
back to the Libertarian Party.
Hearing none, amendment passes. It is now part of the main motion. Is there any discussion on the motion as amended? Mr. McMahon.
Also, this needs to be stated for the folks at home.
No, it
that
doesn't.
this is specifically about an issue in how the Secretary of State reported the candidate on the ballot line and then used that erroneously to revoke the ballot access of the recognized affiliate. So this is taking legal action against the Secretary of State for that.
That one's not clear either,
Yeah.
because there's a big argument on if a ballot access
That's all
goes
I have
with the affiliate that got it,
All right. Is there any further
or if
discussion
it goes
on
with
this
the
motion?
national party with an
You guys-
affiliate if one is affiliated.
None. We'll move to a
Then
ballot.
Hold on.
It's
I
it
guess
is
I was shared
unclear,
wrong. We're not on the right
and it's never really
screen.
been sued over because no one's ever cared because it's not a problem for the Democrats or Republicans. And so, like, these things are
So the
not
main motion
trivial
is
matters.
move to authorize
These
payment of
are
up to $5,000 for
major.
reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal support for the recognized LP affiliate in New Mexico and matters relating to ballot access and name recognition by New Mexico Secretary of State. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Mr. Nebel.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Mr. McGee. Mr. Johnson. You're not here. I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Coward again, yes.
Mr. Watkins. Mr. Chairman.
I will vote yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions.
Motion passes.
Okay.
All right, I'll now be handing the gavel off to my vice chair for the remainder of the meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Objection.
Second.
Second.
This is a shameful attempt to abdicate responsibility by this body who's been trying to claim, this is
Point of order.
ridiculous.
This is not a debatable motion.
This is objection. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe that this group is going to
This is not debatable. Please
try to
This is not
wave these off the end of
Okay.
the agenda.
Come to
Believe
order.
it's
Take a
a
stance,
violation
have a
of
backbone,
fiduciary duty.
and vote on this.
A
and put
point
your
of order.
finger on
Please
it, you
come to
cowards.
order.
Could I have a point of order, please?
If it's a point of order, yes, Mr. Ford.
Yes, that's what it is. I guess I'm asking for.
Jack, if you want to help make a
parliamentary
drinking card,
advice.
or sorry,
It's late.
big
People are
slash drinking
exhausted.
card, we would love
A lot of
that.
us have been up all day.
Seriously. That would be a
At the
huge
same
help.
token, to indefinitely postpone this to the next meeting. We have a saying where I
Send
come
it
from,
to
it's called
Amanda at
pull the tooth. We need to pull the tooth
lp-alliance.com.
on this and move through this. So what options do we have to continue this and any upcoming special meetings in the very immediate future?
Point
I
of
would
personal
accept to consider to
Mhm.
adjourn to something tomorrow night, but I will take as hostile anything else other than that.
Just a point of information. Who made the motion to adjourn?
Bill Redpath.
There are many other options to adjourn to other times or to call a separate meeting. Right now, the other items would then go to the next monthly meeting, is my understanding. The motion on the table is for adjournment.
Point of information, would they go to the top of the schedule? I mean, agenda, excuse me.
Can't wait a month. This is ridiculous.
Point of personal privilege.
They would go under unfinished
Ken, two
business.
censures, one for
Thank
Stephen
you.
Nikela, one for Austin Martin.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
It will be a clown
Thank
show.
you for recognizing me. Accusations have been made of a very important and serious nature. I think that it's really important that people answer. If you feel like I've said something wrong, it's very unfair to use this process to hold
I believe this is debate and not personal
allow me a
privilege.
chance or the body a chance to know.
Come to order. That is not a personal privilege.
Yeah, it is. People are making
That is not.
accusations. We should hear this matter. Okay,
This is a debate.
I'll relent. You guys can silence us again. But
For the
there-
record, I want to hear the censure motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So do I still have the floor?
Say again.
Do I still have the floor at all?
You did not have the floor, but if you wish to be recognized for another point of an inquiry, that would be appropriate.
I wish to be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
So it's a plea, so please don't interpret it as a debate. Folks, I agree with our chair. This stuff needs to be heard. I would beg people, since we have a motion already on the floor, I would beg people to turn it down and
This is
instead.
debate.
Okay, I apologize.
That does fault
You-
the debate. I'm sorry.
No, you get my point. Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr. Secretary?
No.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
After all that time.
Would you like me to play a song while we wait?
Yes.
Please no.
While we wait, I'd like to apologize for my premature motion to adjourn earlier, and I'm glad that my colleagues didn't second that at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Buller. I appreciate that.
I was typing out all of the other things.
Mr. Vice Chair.
No.
Yes, Mr. Weir?
We never got to hear that opossum resolution we came up with a few months ago.
Right. And they're found in Oahu now, so it's a thing. And there's all these LPHI people here. It's a public health concern. Everybody's all worked up about it.
I did
That
see
one
a
can wait a
possum in
month,
my
but-
backyard last night and chased it off with a broom.
That one can wait a month, but it is a pressing matter.
Second.
There's
The
also a
notion that it's
resolution
pressing.
to end resolutions, which may or may not have been properly noticed and neglected from the agenda, and we may want to give that some serious consideration. I don't know if I'm in favor of it, but it would at least be fun.
Sure, Star Child.
I'm almost ready.
LP New
give me 1
Mexico
minute.
was founded
I am staring at you
before
intently.
the Libertarian Party of the United
Would
States.
it help if I said point of order?
Mr.
They have
Redpath
continuously
made
held
motion.
that.
Yes.
In 2022, after the Reno
Welcome to
reaction,
LNC showdown.
they
Did
Oh
you
my
know
God,
you
you
can
guys,
say
it's
point of
affiliated
order
talk
and
about
turn a non-debatable
opossum.
motion into debate?
and both the LNC
Humor is
and
just how we deal with things.
LP New Mexico
We have to cope
mutually
somehow
agreed
with
to
being up here with
disaffiliate.
each other.
They took the name
Okay, I
with
think I do believe I am ready.
them. Now, the LNC is looking to stop that because the Free Party New Mexico, which was the MC affiliate of New
This is
Mexico,
motion to adjourn.
is the party of
Mr.
New
Bowler.
Mexico
Yes.
as per the LNC. So
Mr.
they're
Boss.
sending a cease and desist
No.
to the LPNM for
Mr.
using
Chatterton.
the Libertarian
No.
Party name.
Mr. Dar.
Pass.
Mr. Dassing.
No.
Mr. Ford.
No.
Miss Hayes.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Mr. Neville.
Yes.
Mr.
It's like
Martin.
9 o'clock for Meredith.
No.
I will vote
I mean,
no.
I'm tired. Jim
Mr.
Deere
Hirsch.
isn't-
No.
Well, sure, but it's almost
Mr.
11 for you.
Redpath.
Yes.
Miss Cowhart.
Yes.
Was that?
Well, that was Mr.
That was
Thompson.
Keith. Keith's
That was
back.
cry for
Oh, he's
help.
back. Okay, sorry.
That was a cry for help.
Mr. Thompson.
Miss Cower, you have a cold.
I believed it. So,
I believed it too.
I've been practicing my falsetto.
Mr. Thompson. Is that a
Also,
yes?
yes.
Okay. Is Mr. Watkins back? No. Okay, Mr. Nikela.
I vote no.
Mr. Dar, you passed.
It fails. This nonsense continues.
I passed, and it appears my vote won't change the outcome here, will it? So I shall abstain.
The vote, Mr. Vice Chair, is 5 yes, 8 no, and 1 abstention.
If you have a principled vote, even if it won't count, you should still vote. If you genuinely do not have or can see like
This is a majority,
Right.
and can't decide, then you should abstain.
We will go to the next item of business then. We are not adjourned. Mr. Nikela.
Okay. I move the following resolution. Whereas LNC Policy Manual Statute 1.07.4 B, 1 and 2 prohibits LNC members from 1, disparaging the LNC or the party, and
That is a
2,
stupid.
engaging in ad
Disparaging the
hominem
LNC
or
should not be
otherwise
prohibited.
indecorous attacks against fellow board members
Agreed.
in any official or public communication.
The LNC is
Whereas
not the party.
Mr. Martin made public posts on the social media platform X stating this is straight up fraud with the Special Investigatory Committee report adopted by the LNC, and posted a comparison of the LNC's actions to deep state tactics in direct violation of these provisions. Whereas Mr. Martin has since sent written communications to the full board alleging collusion, fraud, deception, and morally wrong conduct by LNC members,
You should
further
be able to
violating
do that if you
statute
think that's what's going on.
11.07.4b and breaching his fiduciary duty of loyalty under the DC Nonprofit Corporation Act. Whereas Mr. Martin was given a written directive by the chair to remove the offending posts, submit any supporting evidence internally, and refrain from further public commentary pending review, and has refused to comply. Whereas the April 28th, 2025 Strategists Inc. operational review explicitly identified public disparagement, board infighting, and lack of professional restraint as damaging to morale, fundraising, and organizational stability, and recommended restraint to create a cohesive brand that is not marred by sniping of opinions and forms outside the boardroom. Resolved that the Libertarian National Committee hereby censures Mr. Martin for conduct in violation of the LNC policy manual, breach of fiduciary duty, and refusal to comply with the chair's directive. Resolved that this censure serves as a formal and public expression of the board's disapproval of Mr. Martin's conduct, and that further similar conduct may result in the initiation of an investigative committee to consider additional disciplinary action. Is there a second?
Written an article against this censure in the Torch, by the way.
Well, guys, is there? Come on.
I'll second it just so we can go.
Oh, I thought that's going to make it faster.
Yeah, I will second
I'm
it,
so
yes.
confused. Like I
You
don't
should have
know.
abstained from this one. Whoops. That's okay.
Okay.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded. We will now move to
I'm
debate.
voting no on it.
All right, Mr. Chatterton, you are recognized.
Thank you. I will keep my comments brief. I think most of us here are already aware of my standing on this matter. I believe that these actions that are cited in the censure motion are being taken out of context and trying to present these actions unfairly, as I believe many of them were conducted under the whistleblowers provisions of our policy manual. And I think furthermore that several of these items
literally
have been
use
the
the
result
same shit to
of
go after Karen
exhaustion
Ann.
of other remedies on the matter,
So, like,
suppression
he's
of past
correct
debate,
here,
refusal
but
to let
he's
us
so
hear,
full of shit.
consideration of things, and refusal to answer concerns raised by numerous people, and that things that have been raised in previous discussions have been strawmanned and avoided to be answered. And Mr. Martin declared under that whistleblower policy and has raised items relative to that. I think he's used considerations to avoid unnecessarily damaging the party, but at some point when wrongdoing is happening, there needs to be attention brought to that matter. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chatterton. I have Mr. Martin Boulder, then Nikayla.
Thanks. Aloha, guys. It's a real honor to be here today. And let me start by saying this is straight up fraud. Yep. I believe that. I stand by my remarks 100%. I believe that deep state tactics are absolutely being employed to hamper the Libertarian Party at nearly every level in an interstate network. But you can call me paranoid and crazy. I've seen enough credible evidence to be able to call out something that's wrong. Right now, my saying I think wrongdoing is happening is being charged as the crime, as if it's worse than the actual wrongdoing, which is fairly obvious at this point, or it should be, if we're paying attention. The fact is not about whether or not I'm defending Angela or whether or not I'm talking about whether I agree with the SIC report or even some of the conclusions there. That is sand in your eyes. What this is about is about covering up misconduct. There are more things happening here than Angela, more things than factionalism. I believe we're being taken advantage of by people who need to answer this board for what they're doing. Those answers, I began on a quest to get them in June. And I began by asking about whether or not there was an attorney-client relationship between our general counsel and our former chair of a personal nature. I have evidence that there is. As a result, his denial really surprised me and alarmed me. I asked him whether or not he had consulted with other lawyers, and he said he had not, about the Vest case and about the SIC. And it turns out that he and our chair absolutely have. They've been consulting with Nick Sawark, of all people, who's not licensed to practice law in DC.
That doesn't matter.
But is assumed to be part of the Vest case. He's
That's
not.
not true.
Shouldn't be. This is an extreme breach of confidentiality. As we all know, he's the one who breached most of this stuff. Well, my ability to speak on this has been limited. In order to go to the JC, I need to be able to gather signatures and talk intelligently about what's happening. I am almost there, guys. You're still only seeing the tip of the iceberg. And their attempt right now is to retaliate against me for telling the truth, the unpopular truth that defies the convenient political narrative that has gotten so much traction and momentum over the last year. It turns out that I genuinely, being up here in my position, seeing this, I think we're being hustled. I've seen it before. I've dealt with it in my state party. And we are dealing with it here. Operation Gladio and COINTEL, those are real historical programs where the government really sent people to go meddle with our parties, to compromise our people. They have field operational manuals on how to bring down an organization, and every last tactic in the book is being applied here. Some of those tactics are very hard to identify. You're usually with plausible deniability. It's through a pattern. You know them by their fruits. So I try not to jump to conclusions. I did not accuse any specific individual of committing a crime called fraud. I said that I believe the statement in the SIC that it is free of conflicts is a manifest absurdity which is refuted by the document itself. And to draw conclusions which are contradicted by the evidence is misrepresentation of facts.
I agree, Rose.
And if you happen to benefit a whole lot from that, that might rise to the criminal level. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Angela's the
But
one
I see
hustling.
some problems with this. And as soon as I start asking about it, boom, here we are. And I asked for Hall's contract. And I have a right to do so. But no one has it. Not the EPCC, not our staff. They have been asking for it. This is a 5-alarm fire. We are being fed flawed legal strategies and led in a very bad direction. I don't want to go too terribly far on this. I would just want it to be clear. I believe this is true and I stand by it. And if you're going to censure me for saying I think this is misconduct, I am proud to wear that censure and I accept it with an open arms. Thank you for the honor. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Bowler.
Thank you. A lot of people here, members that I've talked to, understand where I'm coming from on this particular issue. But for those who don't have that benefit, in short, I think that these things are premature. I think that this motion to censure, the previous meeting in August 24th or so, we adopted a motion to censure a different individual. It was 3 paragraphs long, and it was after 2.5 months after a investigatory committee report had already come out, laying out all the details, actual due diligence. And we think that going and voting on these things and considering these things without any proper due diligence is a wise decision. Mr. Martin, Mr. Chatterton did say the previous time, hey, what's the rush? Why are you rushing this? Why do we have to vote on this right now? We need more time. And that is essentially what my position is now. And so I know that I voted not that way during the last
Climb the
one,
mountain and
and
get
I
to the
had my
pony. I love
reasons.
that.
But in this one, I actually agree with the logic that Mr. Martin and Chatterton did, because the thing is, yes, we can adopt a motion to censure, but we can also be adopting something that is libelous. And I don't think that no matter what I try to think of with this, I don't see a net positive coming out of it at all.
Right.
And in the short term, maybe some people get the warm and fuzzies if they're on the winning side of these
I mean,
motions
Rose,
to
now he
censure.
literally is working for the
But I
feds.
think in the long term,
That's the
this is
funny
going
thing.
to do more harm. And I understand that people are going to disagree with me on that. But that is where I'm coming from. And so I'm going to move to postpone indefinitely.
All right, Mr. Bowler, you have moved to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
That has been seconded by Mr. Redpath.
Give me a moment.
Yeah.
I have a template set up.
Under parliamentary inquiry, is this motion debatable?
No.
No.
Thank goodness.
Yes, a motion.
I had just been.
It's debatable.
Say again, Mr. Brown?
A motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable.
I wish to speak against in that case when appropriate.
Okay. And I
You
see
can do that
Mr.
now while I'm doing the ballot.
Okay. Mr. Nikela, were you wishing to speak to the postponement, or was that for later?
That's for the main motion.
Main motion. Mr. Chatterton.
This body has already attempted to take action unilaterally through the chair, indicating assertions about Mr. Martin's actions. Those were quickly reversed upon, being pointed out, and we disagree over the basis of that reversal. But this was quickly, Mr. Chair is trying to act on Mr. Martin's actions and restrict access and refuse to provide answers from counsel or to authorize answers from counsel on the basis of the way that Mr. Martin has acted. If we're going to have consideration of those actions, this body needs to take a stand and have some backbone to put your names behind this and make a clear statement of that. If you think Mr. Martin's actions have been inappropriate, then vote to censure him. These things are not like the motions that were considered at the previous meeting where we need more time. Those actions were specifically about the ongoing legal actions that we were conducting as a board that we had open legal questions that directly related to that were being suppressed, that we were raising these concerns about. If you believe that these are not the same thing as the arguments that we provided last week to provide more time. This is about actions that have already happened in full view of this entire board over email, and everyone here knows specifically the factual basis of whether or not this is a legitimate censure attempt or not. You have all seen every bit of evidence with your own eyes right before you as to whether or not this question should go through. So any attempt to further delay this is absolutely absurd. And as we are continuing to have actions taken in retaliation against Mr. Martin and myself, I demand that this body has the backbone to either sign off or disavow those retaliatory actions by considering this censure motion tonight and holding a vote on it. The same thing with my upcoming motion to censure Mr. Nikela.
It is, Hector.
Yes, it is. They're still on that.
I agree with my colleague, Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you much, Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, if it's up to me, I'd rather not have
Steven's
this
not
hanging
gonna
over
stand
my
by his
head
own
like the sword of
censure?
Damocles. I mean, if you guys are going to do it, you should. If you really feel like me saying this is straight up fraud with respect
The censure
to
was
a
bad, but not
document
even
that
standing by it is
contains
worse.
a self-evident contradiction. I mean, I don't know, like, that it is what it is. I'll just be proud of that, because it's a really sad state of affairs when all the things going on in this party and everything, that's how you feel. But I want it on the record, and I'd like to have it out now. I appreciate your intent, Mr. Bowler, by the way. Thank you. I do realize that you're excellent. I just want to appreciate you for that. And yeah, let's just deal with this. I think it's worth dealing with. I'm sorry it's so late. I didn't have any control over
Can we, guys, can we vote then? Let's just vote on the
Can we
main motion.
please move?
Point of information, what time is left on this?
15 seconds.
Hector, Steven seems to be against his own motion.
Evan, are we ready for a vote? I don't see
Which he
anyone
could have just
further
withdrawn the
recognized on
motion
this.
if that were the case. I could be mistaken, but that's what I'm hearing.
You are muted, Mr. Secretary.
Move to postpone indefinitely motion to censure Mr. Martin, made by Mr. Bowler. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost.
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
I'll pass.
Mr. Dassing.
I agree, Starchild.
I'll abstain.
Hector, I do not know.
Mr. Ford.
I'll pass.
Ms. Hayes.
I'm sorry, this is the postponement motion?
Correct.
Yes.
No, I'll vote no. Let's go, let's get it done.
Mr. Neville.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
No.
I will vote no. Mr. Hirsch.
No.
Mr. Secretary, can I change my vote?
Who was that?
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Change my vote to no.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Nikela.
I vote no.
Mr. Dar.
I abstain.
Mr. Ford.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 3 yes, 9 no, and 2 abstentions.
All right, the motion to postpone does not pass. We are back to the motion at hand. We are out of time. I do see the chair's hand raised, but we are out of time. Unless
I think I don't seek to be recognized.
okay. Moving to the vote.
Classy.
What was that in reference, Mr. Martin? I didn't hear anything from you. I just heard you
said classy.
Okay.
Do I have the right one? Yes, okay. Motion to censure Mr. Martin. Mr. Bowler.
Abstain.
Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
I'll pass.
Mr. Dassing.
No.
Mr. Ford.
I'll pass.
Ms. Hayes.
As I stated on my email, I will be voting no on all censure motions. Thank you.
Mr. Neville.
I abstain.
Mr. Martin.
No. Actually, I'll pass for now if that's okay. I might abstain.
We may need to look. I think on the censure motion, I don't think the
I might
person
not be able to
being
vote on
censured can vote.
Yeah.
Can you check on that for me?
Point
Mr. McGee, Mr. Johnson, not here. I'm going to pass. Mr. Hirsch.
No.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Abstain.
Mr. Nikela.
I vote yes.
Okay.
Mr. Dar. Do you want me to come back to you after all the other?
Yes, since I'm chairing right now, can we come back to me at the
Mr. Ford.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Can somebody check on Did anybody check the policy manual for me?
I'm in progress too. I'm nearly to the relevant section.
I'm pretty sure the subjects can't vote, but we should.
I think it would depend on whether or
Yes,
not.
If he wishes,
the subject of the motion to censure can vote on its own censure.
I think it's specifically stated in our policy manual, though, Mr. Brown.
But
I
then,
think
yeah,
it would depend on if it's a disciplinary censure or expressing an opinion.
This is a censure by motion under the policy manual.
Yeah.
I'm reading it right now.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt?
then your policy manual would control.
Correct.
May I interrupt?
I don't think we need people to be recognized. I think we just need a member of the board to read what's in the policy manual. That's the controlling
Reading through it, I don't see a mention of excluding
they
for
arguing on
censure by
this?
motion.
I don't know.
Okay. It may just be disciplinary action.
Just go through it, and
I'll
if it
reread it in
matters,
its
then
entirety.
we'll
I'll
care.
pipe in if I find to the contrary.
For now, I will pass and allow others to vote.
I have thoughts on this, but I'm going to abstain. No, I'm going to vote no.
Upon
can
rereading,
check.
I see no exclusion of the person subject to the censure by motion. So I
Okay.
believe Mr. Martin may vote.
Mr. Martin, would you like to vote?
I've thought about it, and I've decided that I will abstain.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Dar,
I will abstain.
Mr. Vice Chair, the vote total is 2 yes, 6 no, and 6 abstentions.
The motion fails.
I move to adjourn.
Could I amend the motion to adjourn to be to the call that we have scheduled, and we'll just make it a meeting there? Would that be amenable to everyone since it's so late?
What call is that?
Call with our council.
That's not a
there's-
special meeting.
Not an official meeting.
Not a special
No.
meeting. You would need notice for it. It's not
You're
time
right.
enough.
I would just ask Mr. Nikela if he would like the same courtesy extended to him.
I
That
would
we
say
just
it's an I, not a
Yeah,
Y.
it's
hear the motion.
It's up to you, Mr. Stevens.
I literally put it with a Y,
Uh-huh.
backed it out to put an I in, and then put a Y a second time.
If you prefer, but if you are tired and would prefer to fix this on another day, we could recess to a different time and
Which is
location.
impressively
we would
stupid.
necessarily need notice to do that, would we?
I'd like to dispense with it now if we could.
Yes, sir.
All right, I will withdraw my motion.
Pledge to keep my debate short.
I did not hear a second anyway, so we'll move on to the next item of business.
Give me 1 second. I will bring up the motion. It cuts off a little bit, Mr. Chatterton.
Just so you know, as you can tell by my early morning tweets, the time I get up, I'm going to make sure to give some of you all a wake-up call when I get up in the morning too.
So Mr. Chatterton, I won't have the entirety up on the screen because it is very long and cuts off, but I will scroll a couple of times.
Thank you. Am I recognized to speak to my motion?
I think you need to make it and then it be seconded.
Yeah, yes, you need to make the motion, second it, and then you can speak to your motion, Mr. Chatterton.
I move as presented to the LNC via email, and the last amendment of that. This one includes the 2 provisions about the complaints that were added in the later amendment. Is that correct?
I did include I copied the second email that you sent.
Perfect. Thank you.
Put that in the OneNote and in the vote tracker.
It's 3 p.m. Eastern
so
time for bylaws start.
Is there a
Child?
second?
I
already?
second. I second.
And am I recognized to speak on it?
LP
You
Alliance.
are now recognized to speak on it.
Amanda
Mr.
should just
Chatterton.
explain this one.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief.
What is
I
LP
had
Alliance in a
intended coming
few
into the
sentences?
meeting to amend to include
It's a
reference to
coalition
the
rebuilding the Libertarian
considerations
Party,
about the
revolutionizing the liberty
removal
movement. What that
of the
means
email
is
access.
that
I'll leave
first
off
thing that we
in
need to do
respect
is
for
radically rebuilds the party.
lateness. However,
We are working on
to speak
bylaws
to what is here
reforms to
provided,
consent.
I believe there has
We are
been an
working
extensive
on
pattern
getting
of
delegates to convention to Grand Rapids,
actions outside of
and that's what a lot
authorities
of the
by the
fundraising
chair
is for,
to suppress
in order to make sure that
investigation
the right
into
people are at
specific
convention and that these people have a
whistleblower
voice
concerns for
in
which
the
myself and
policies that
Mr.
are going to be
Martin have both
discussed.
declared
Ultimately, we want a more
invocation of our
member-centric
whistleblower policy in
LNC,
that,
as well, or
and
sorry,
raised
a more
specific
member-centric, yes,
questions
LNC,
to
as
the
well as
board,
Libertarian Party,
specifically a
as
series
well
of
as a
questions related
focus
to
on
numerous
both causes and
open
candidates,
concerns
each
about
one
our legal
amplifying the
strategy
other.
and the
And
approach
we
we've
want a sense
taken
of
with
interstate
regard to the
solidarity
SIC, its
on the board and
investigation,
then
and
across the
the legal
various
strategy being
affiliates, which
engaged
I call
on
chapters.
an ongoing basis
Long
with
term, LP
pending
Alliance would also
litigation
like to
and
be a
several
bit of
matters.
a
Those questions that have been raised were very specifically
nexus for coordinating
applicable to
libertarian
ongoing
action
actions of the board. They were raised
outside
before our
of
meeting
the
on August
Libertarian
24th
Party
that raised
proper, so that
specific
we're
issues
able to
and potential
liaise
fatal flaws
with
with our legal
other
strategy around the actions
501c3s without
that were to happen
creating
in that
problems
meeting,
in
and
terms
hence
of
the
political
objections that are
association.
raised in that
But
meeting.
the immediate
And
goal
then
is rebuilding
afterwards,
the party
bringing those
in order
further
to
to the body
make
via
it
email.
that source of
Those
member
questions
effort
were
and member
initially began to
activism.
be answered and then were shut off as soon as
Hector, I was
the topics got
explaining
sensitive. And
something
in
for Star
particular,
Child.
I raised concerns that are documented in a article on Third Party Watch, in which an email sent by the chair to Mr. Sarwark that included specific and damaging details, in my opinion, of legal strategy that was disclosed, as has been brought up, to an individual who is not a part of that lawsuit, and then immediately was leaked with that individual having no obligation to confidentiality of that information. I had raised the concern that that was at least a negligent act by our chair to communicate that information over email. And I attempted to raise inquiries to our counsel to that effect. And specifically, when those questions started being raised about the misconduct of the chair, potential misconduct or negligence, I was cut off from access to our counsel. This specifically cites the attempt to introduce a policy manual provision that would have limited access to counsel to the chair and executive director that did not pass. And I believe the chair has attempted to exercise that policy in absence of that. There's also additional documentation available that is referenced here about failure to fulfill obligations under our policies for previous complaints against the chair or against other members of the board that the chair did not address correctly according to our policy, and is, I believe, in violation of policies in that regard. I'll let the remainder provisions of the motion speak for themselves, and I will end my statements with that. Or if I can add one more thing, is I asked the board to make a clear statement. I believe that the actions described in this censure represent a clear pattern of obstruction of a whistleblower investigation, and that this body should take a clear stance as to whether or not those actions have been appropriate by the chair or otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Bowler.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to move to postpone. I'd like to thank Mr. Martin when he said that he understood where I was coming from. We're never going to all agree on things, and I respect that this body wants to go ahead and prosecute these all the way through, and I will be abstaining because I cannot, for the love of me, engage in this, what I consider self-destructive behavior of the board. I think accountability is important. I don't think we should be enabling wrongdoing in any measure. But I think that people are not seeing the forest for the trees. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Bowler. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you. A motion has been introduced to censure me on grounds ranging from withholding information to fiduciary duty violations. I want to address these directly and for the record. On access to counsel, the motion alleges I denied members access to our general counsel. This is false. I directed Mr. Martin and Mr. Chatterton to bring their questions through proper channels, namely motions, meetings, and executive session. That is how this body conducts legal business, not through endless email interrogatories. To ensure their questions are answered, I have scheduled a call with Mr. Hall for Wednesday, September 10th, open to any board member who wishes to attend. This is the proper way of going about legal matters, structured in a way that protects privilege and ensures the entire body can participate. On disclosure of legal strategy, the charge that I disclose sensitive information improperly is unsubstantiated. I have not shared privileged strategy with unauthorized parties. Counsel himself has confirmed he was comfortable with my communications and that they did not expose the party to risk. To level that accusation without evidence is reckless. On fiduciary duty, the motion recites our duty to obedience, care, and good faith, then inverts them. My duty of care is to protect this party from liability. My duty of loyalty is to safeguard its resources. My duty of good faith is to act openly and responsibly. That is what I did by protecting decorum, safeguarding the dignity of staff, and creating a proper forum for questions. To suggest that discipline and order are violations of fiduciary duty is to misunderstand what those duties actually require and put the whole role of chair on trial. On professionalism, the resolution claims my conduct is unbecoming of a professional organization. What is truly unbecoming is personal vendettas masquerading as fiduciary duty. Claiming to be a whistleblower or compelled by duty does not excuse indecorous behavior, enable public grandstanding for sympathy, and avoiding proper process. The truth is that this motion is not about legal process or fiduciary duty. It is retaliation, a tit-for-tat censure designed to score cheap political points. The record shows that I acted transparently, scheduled counsel availability, and provided a venue for questions to be answered on the record. That is the role of a chair. I will not be distracted from the work our members expect: fundraising, ballot access, candidate support, and growth. I urge the body to reject this censure, to reject factional theatrics, and to return to the real business of building the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Next up, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. I want to start by articulating how challenging this is for me, because I actually like Mr. Nikela quite a lot, Mr. Chair. I think he's a pretty cool guy, and having gotten the chance to meet him, you know, I tried really hard to work with him positively for months, and I felt like I was not really getting the full truth when I got what I got from him. And that's been a frustration for me, but it's not a personal one. It's not one in which I'm angry at him personally. You know, I understand there's pressures. This is not about petty politics. This is about extremely serious violations of the policy and extremely serious violations of our ethics that I believe may conceal a lot more. I'm really concerned about what I'm seeing. And frankly, Mr. Chair, I just heard Mr. Nikela essentially argue that Third Party Watch was lying about his communications with Stalwart. At least that's how I understand it, because how can you say you didn't have a contact with an unauthorized party when it's on the public record that you did? I would be more inclined to vote against the censure if Mr. Nikela were apologizing for these things and saying, look, guys, I made a mistake. I tried to forgive this guy for cutting my email access. He sent me a warning and a threat because I asked for Oliver Hall's contract. Within an hour of that warning, which was in a very quick reply to my demand for Mr. Hall's contract, which nobody has, he sends me a threat that he's going to cut off my email access, basically if I say anything else, counsel. I didn't say anything else. I took the threat seriously and made no other action, and within an hour, my email was shut off anyway. That is a member right. There are open email ballots. This is not a question. This is a basic member access issue, and it's one that I want to highlight as an example of this retaliatory pattern that is totally unaccountable. The thread that developed was in a reasonable space of time, and it was conversation that developed, not just a hounding session of repeating the same questions. There is a very logical progression and development of that conversation, which did not just start a week ago. It started in June 9th, as I articulated earlier, when I saw Mr. Hall contradicting himself. And as I've asked about these questions, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And with Mr. Nikela actively protecting him and preventing me from exercising my duties by force. And I just want to remind this committee, this guy enabled me, and I forgive you for this, my friend. I still like you despite this, but you enabled me to get thrown out of a meeting unilaterally by Mr. Malagon and Mr. Chatterton. I think he had the floor at the time. So we're talking about some behaviors that are of an extreme seriousness that I think this board needs to address. Otherwise, this kind of misconduct and abuse of authority will go unanswered, and we can't let that happen. That leads us down a very dark road. But we can put the brakes on now and say, hey, we're not going to just let you do whatever you want, Mr. Chair. You got to follow the rules. You didn't get the policy you wanted to bottleneck council on your sole authority, and you've used it anyway against me. And to a lesser extent against Mr. Chatterton as well. I agree with what he's written. I believe it's very factual. It's all black and white. Your denials are troubling not because there's no question. There's no question that you did do those things. That's your writing. So again, if you'd apologize, man, I might have a different stake, totally different take on this. The fact that you just tried to insult our intelligence, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Hayes.
Call the question. I'm tired.
I object.
Not a reason to call the question.
Are you kidding me?
I want to respond.
Okay. I call the question after Mr. Kalen responds. Can I do that?
You haven't been seconded and will probably be at time at that point anyways.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Ignore me.
Meredith?
Mr. Redpath.
I want to hear from Mr. Nikela, and then let's vote.
Well, a couple different things. Number one is I did not allow Mr. Malagon to boot out Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin. He did that unilaterally. I don't agree with that.
You could have
That's just
stopped
something I
it.
want to say for the record.
That you were the
I do want to
chair.
say that there is a clear pattern of behavior from Mr. Martin where he throws out accusations and he uses terms like whistleblowing or fiduciary duty to justify his actions. I have stated very many times the proper way to bring about these issues in the whistleblower complaints from Mr. Martin. He did not want a remedy in these issues. He just wanted to explain what he believes are issues. That does not give carte blanche to anybody to abuse counsel, to essentially, I would call it abuse, quite frankly, and that's how I viewed it, is being abusive towards our attorney, somebody that we pay to represent us. I found it inappropriate. I was not hiding anything. I'm more than happy to talk about the meeting that I had with the Beth Vest attorneys and Mr. Sarwark on Wednesday. I don't deny that that occurred. I disagree with Mr. Sarwark's interpretation of what happened, and Mr. Dar and others were there with me, our attorneys were there with me, that we can explain everything on Wednesday. But I see a very clear pattern of behavior from some of my colleagues where, I mean, the things that were said towards Mr. Hall and towards others, and accusations that we even saw tonight, and assigning malintent, these are all things that I think are very unbecoming. And I just ask my colleagues to please try to recognize when behavior affects the board and the party. And all I ask for is decorum. I ask for proper process. All your questions, Mr. Martin and Mr. Chatterton, will be answered as we discussed. You may not like the format that it's going to be answered in, but it will be answered. I'm not withholding counsel. That was never my intention. And I want to thank Mr. Bowler for attempting to mediate a few nights ago what occurred. I do believe that I was acting within my role as chair in an administrative capacity and trying to restore decorum in between meetings. Mr. Martin's members' rights were not violated, in my opinion. He may disagree. Others may disagree with the action or the intent. But that's where I stand. And I do not agree with Mr. Martin's framing of the situation. And quite the contrary, I think the way that his concerns have been handled have been extremely unprofessional and abusive.
My remedy was answers. I asked
enough of that. Cut it out.
For answers.
Enough.
I asked
Call the
for
previous question.
Will everyone please come to order?
Jesus. Mad Bill.
Yeah, he's
Let's just come to
Austin's
order.
really gotten on his nerves.
You might even say that he's a
Previous
red
que-
path right now.
We're at a time that it should come to a vote anyways, so we will move on to the vote.
I want Bill Redpath on.
You're on mute.
Motion to censure Chair Nikayla made by Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Bowler,
Abstain.
Mr. Bost,
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Surprising no one on that
Must
one.
pass, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, pass.
Mr. Dassing,
Abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Sorry, abstain.
Ms. Hayes,
No.
What kind of cowardice nonsense?
Mr. Neville,
No.
Mr. Martin.
Nolan,
Yes.
I love Bill Redpath, but all of them got to
I
go.
vote no. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
Absolutely not.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Nikayla,
I will abstain.
Mr. Bost,
I will abstain.
Mr. Dar.
It doesn't appear my vote will matter, so I will
That's
abstain.
not why you abstain.
The vote is
I hate
2
that bullshit
yes,
so much.
6 no, and 6 abstentions.
The motion fails once
Move
again.
to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay to violate member rights
Second.
with this board. It's not okay to say stop.
Shut up, dude. Come on.
Shut up.
The motion's
Trying
up
to shut me up for years,
Don't
guys.
Bruce adjourn,
Better
yeah.
people than you. Good
Get out
Lord.
your violin.
Don't worry. The
ukulele
state of
Mr.
Hawaii
Redpath.
would love it if you guys managed to shut me up. somehow.
Children,
Mr. Chair, please call
let's
these
please
members
come to order. Thank you. Actually, at this point, I'm handing it over back to Stephen. Dan.
All right. Well, we're going to do a
Don't
motion
give it
to. I'm assuming there's no announcements.
Only
God,
announcement
Stephen,
I have
please,
is
God.
All right. There's a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any objection to adjourning?
Me. I object.
Hearing none, we are adjourned.
need
The
more
time is
LNC meeting.
12:26 a.m. I will say that technically I noticed an XCOM meeting for September 7th, 2025. It is now September 8th, 2025, so I believe that notice no longer applies. I will confer with the XCOM if we want to reconvene at a different time or handle that business via an email ballot. And I'll say one last thing, Mr. Martin, I look forward to working with you on Project Overwatch, and I hope we can make it a success.
Likewise. I hope I can keep my email while I do it. Have a nice day.
Jesus Christ.
I heard
Only
Project
announcement.
Overreach, corruption.
Later today, I will have a members meeting that I do monthly with members to talk to. So anyone that is not aware that I do that once a month where members can ask me anything and I can share stuff about the LNC or just general information.
Anyone that wants to
If
hear
you
LNC
can find it on
PR,
Facebook, or if you go to my blog, paul.dar.org, just to reach out to members that want to talk with a member of the LNC more.
hear about how the LNC's looking up for
Mr.
you.
Chair, I would prefer you call another executive session meeting, or not executive session, excuse me, executive committee meeting. It should not be done via email.
Agreed,
It's
Dr.
something,
Kyle.
Okay,
yeah, it needs to have a discussion and then an actual action by the executive committee.
that's fair.
But if you do it on a day that I don't want, I'll be very upset.
How do you feel about Wednesday at 8:30?
We
Solidarity stream.
have council at 7:30.
7.
The recording has
7.
stopped.
Are they seriously going to make us cover a fucking thing before a solidarity stream?
Do
You
you
guys
think
aren't allowed
that,
to do that.
do you really believe that we will be done by 8:30?
You know, it's a good point. I'll email the XCOM, and we'll rendezvous. We'll figure out a time to rendezvous sometime, maybe on the weekend. Maybe we'll do Sunday at 7:30. It shouldn't take very long. I say that. And I've already cursed myself. I see Mr. Boston
night,
and Mr. Scott, you
Hector.
have your hands raised. So if you'd like to, Mr. Boston, then Mr. Scott.
I hope that this is light. Way back on September the 7th, we did say that those two last items were not real business, and that we made it through.
We survived. That was like 6 years ago. Mr. Scott and then Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I'm sorry. So about council, should I even ask about that right at this moment?
Send
Chuck, we cover
send
it
an
all.
email
We cover it all. This is who we are. This is what we do.
I would CC your region
Um,
reps and Paul and I, and we'll get you in contact and we'll figure out our next steps.
Okay, yeah, because like,
Feel
do
free
I need
to
to be
reach out to
involved
me
in
for
that
anything,
meeting on
and
Wednesday? That's what I was kind of getting
You
at.
look super involved on that couch.
That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but I mean, like maybe I could schedule it before your guys' meeting.
I can help you with anything you need with that, and work with
Why do they all sound the same?
the rest of the board leadership,
Okay.
and we can talk further tomorrow and figure out exactly what you're looking for, and figure out how to get that for you.
Okay. And I'm glad you guys were able to get through the whole thing, and thank you guys for sticking around, and way to go. Good job, you guys.
They all sound so boring
Ford.
and like slurry.
Everybody get their damn hotel rooms.
Yeah, we'd like to, Pat, but you sold them
I
before
do
we were
believe
able
I
to book
have
them.
mine, Mr. Ford.
You do, Mr. Nicola, do you have a hotel room yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, so Evan bought
Bad
one of the
Steven.
suites in advance.
Bad Steven.
Evan's
Bad
one of the
Steven.
people to whom Pat Ford
Who else?
sold a suite
I'll rent you the
before
couch
going
in my
live.
suite for like $2,000.
Tempting.
I reserved it from
incredibly dirty.
Wednesday to Tuesday, so hopefully that is sufficient.
Excellent. And by the way, quick question. When is
And not
ballot
very free
access
market.
committee?
Ken, he's the
Did I
chair
miss that?
of
Did I forget that? Has that been put together yet?
the rival party for
Did we ever
LP New
reform the
Mexico.
ballot access committee?
I
I don't think
don't-
so. I think they still have to do a final report.
I'm still
That
waiting
would
on the
be-
final report. I've been asking
It
them.
would be out of compliance to do a new ballot access committee if we haven't received the reports from last term.
Well, if I can make a suggestion, and he's actually in the audience right now, so he can't complain about being voluntold. But had a couple of conversations with the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hacko. I think he would be given the success of his volunteer recruitment to do it. I would highly recommend his participation.
Either Dustin Nana or the Bill Redpath would have to get that report submitted to the LNC pretty quickly for us to do a new committee.
I'm not sure about that, Kay.
Oh,
I wouldn't put it past them. All I know is that they
If,
sold out a lot of the suites and the two
Mr.
major
Paco's
suites
on the line.
before the site went live for
Mr. Redpath
booking.
had forwarded a question.
And Evan was
about
one of the people who
previous
got one of the
motions,
suites.
so if he-
And is now
was it?
telling jokes about it.
Yep, that was enough of that meeting.
Really cool. All right. So I think a lot of the people in the chat are in agreement that those censures are dumb. Censures are always dumb. They're almost always dumb. The only time that I think anything is even grounds for censure is when there has been an actual violation of the platform or statement of principles. And even then, there has to be a precursor, as it now is in the policy manual, to further action. But we will have more on all of this in the torch. Sparks is coming back, was on an August hiatus, getting a job, which is fun. That will all be in the torch. And stick with us on Wednesday. We are talking with Tim Krentz of LP Wisconsin, who's got some cool ideas on fresh initiatives to bring to the party. We'll just leave it there. It's got some very cool things to say. Thursday, we have a regular episode of the Business List. And I feel like there was more. Was there more? Or is that it? You check out our store. Again, support the LPA because, once again, if you don't want people to get priced out of convention, you want to be supporting our, funding people's travel, funding people's stays. We want the right people at convention. When I say the right people, I just mean members who care. I mean members who are going to be proactive and engaged in the party. And that doesn't mean that we always agree on everything, but we want this to be a party for the members again. So please do support us. Subscribe. It helps. It helps us get monetized on YouTube. We're a few followers and subscribers away from that still. Like this stream, share it with people, tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell Andrew Chatterton. He watches it sometimes, Anything else, Kyle?